Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal Venerable. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 41. Cultivation Breakthrough, Demon Saint's Cultivation Technique. Entangled by the major chiliocosm thunderstorm, Yi Sanlang was in utter despair. He hurriedly turned his head and shouted, "I admit defeat. I surrender. Don't kill me." Hanju used the six-path soul absorption technique and sucked his nascent soul into his hand. The six-path spirit energy wrapped around Yi Sanlang's nascent soul like invisible shackles, immobilizing him. Hanju turned around. He first returned to the battleground and found Yi Sanlang's storage ring before returning to his cave abode. The black hell chicken opened its eyes and looked curiously at the tiny figure in Hanju's hand. Yi Sanlang was terrified. His tiny nascent soul trembled. Hanju placed him on the ground and sat on the bed, looking down at him. "What's the raincoat sect's intention?" Hanju asked. Yi Sanlang gritted his teeth as he replied, "Annex the Jade Pure sect and capture their geniuses together. After the Jade Pure sect is destroyed, these geniuses have nowhere to go and can only join the raincoat sect." Hanju continued to ask, "Is this only against the Jade Pure sect or the entire cultivation world?" "The entire cultivation world. You're very daring. Is there a soul formation cultivator in your sect?" "Of course," Yi Sanlang answered truthfully. In the face of death, he couldn't care less. "Is there anyone at the Void Amalgamation realm?" Hanju asked with narrowed eyes. Yi Sanlang said helplessly, "That's a legendary realm. At least, I've never heard of anyone achieving it in the sect. However, our leader is already at the peak of the soul formation realm. If the raincoat sect is so strong, why is it hiding in the dark? No matter how strong you are, you can't fight against the entire cultivation world directly." The painful lesson from 1,000 years ago made our leader very cautious. "Where are the geniuses of the Jade Pure sect imprisoned?" "Well, I really don't know. I'm just an ordinary deacon." "An ordinary deacon who was at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm." Hanju felt that the raincoat sect was very dangerous. It was too scary. Yi Sanlang said cautiously, "Senior, please let me go. I won't do it again. I swear, I won't come to the Jade Pure sect again." Yi Sanlang has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Irresolvable except for death. Hanju raised his eyebrows. "Young man, your path has gotten narrower." Hanju raised his hand at lightning speed and the unparalleled finger divine sword shot out, directly killing Yi Sanlang's nascent soul. The black hell chicken shuddered upon seeing this. This was the first time it saw Hanju kill the enemy. After Yi Sanlang died, Hanju began to inspect his storage ring. As expected of a 7th level nascent soul realm expert, the resources in his storage ring were truly abundant. This storage ring was very big. The spirit stones piled up into small hills. There were various equipment, cultivation technique manuals, medicinal pills, and many other treasures. Hanju first looked at the cultivation technique manuals. They were all cultivation techniques and spell techniques. He didn't like them. As for equipment, they were only used by fiendish cultivators. Hanju started to check the pills. Soon, he discovered a pill that could increase his cultivation level to the nascent soul realm. 6-path spirit energy entered the pill and he felt a surging spirit chi emanating from it. Hanju immediately started to consume it. 2 years later, Hanju broke through to the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. The black hell chicken had already become a majestic rooster. Its intelligence had also finally reached the level of a 7 or 8-year-old child. It could speak in the human language now. It was worth mentioning that when the black hell chicken cultivated a trace of demonic power, it actually inherited a demonic cultivation technique. It was very surprised. Hanju understood that this was the cultivation technique of the demon saint in his previous life. That was good, too. Hanju didn't need to teach it too much. Li Qingzi came to visit him again and talked about the raincoat sect. Recently, the raincoat sect seemed to have vanished and no longer targeted the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi finally found out the location where the geniuses of the Jade Pure sect were imprisoned. He wanted to ask Han Ju for help. Han Ju said seriously, perhaps this is a ploy to lure me away from the sect. Once I leave, if the Raincoat sect comes, can you stop them? After all, even a nascent soul expert can only be a deacon in the Raincoat sect. Li Qingzi was silent. That was very possible. In that case, even if he saved those geniuses, it would be useless. Then, I'll do it myself. Elder Han, I'll leave the Jade Pure sect to you, Li Qingzi said solemnly. Han Ju nodded. Unless we encounter a void amalgamation expert, no one can take down the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi beamed. It seemed that Han Ju had become stronger during this period. Li Qingzi left in satisfaction. Han Ju thought for a moment and started the simulation trial. He set Duan Tongtian's cultivation level to the 9th level of the soul formation realm. Han Ju barely fought to a draw. This caused him to panic. One had to know that the simulation trial could only set cultivation levels. The difference between the 9th level of the soul formation realm and the 1st level of the soul formation realm was also very huge. When Duan Tongtian truly cultivated to the 9th level of the soul formation realm, his strength would definitely be stronger than him in the simulation trial. Moreover, Duan Tongtian had only broken through to the soul formation realm because of Xiaowei. He was a little weak. I have to break through to the soul formation realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. Han Ju thought silently. He clicked on interpersonal relationships and checked his friend's status. Your disciple, Yang Tiandong, was attacked by the Raincoat sect X29. Your friend, Zhou Fan, was attacked by the Raincoat sect X48. His poor disciple was still being beaten. Han Ju was not too worried. After being attacked so many times, he was still alive. What did that mean? The Raincoat sect truly loved talents and couldn't bear to kill them. Could it be that the Raincoat sect wasn't part of the demonic path? Han Ju thought silently. Then, he continued cultivating. Dear disciple, hold on. Your master is still cultivating diligently. When he's confident enough, he'll definitely save you. In a dark pavilion, 4 men in raincoats sat around a table. They all wore straw hats that hid their faces. One of them asked in a low voice, why isn't Yi Sanlang back yet? The others followed suit. Did something happen? Yi Sanlang is an expert at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. Other than the deity-slaying elder, no one in the Jade Pure sect can hold him back, not to mention that there are spies coordinating inside and out. Who is that spy? I'm not sure. Only Yi Sanlang knows about it. There's only one contact between each spy and the sect master. Sect master is too cautious. In my opinion, it would be better to just trample over the Jade Pure sect. Also, those disciples of the Jade Pure sect should be killed if they aren't giving in. The 4 of them started to complain about their sect master. In their opinion, although the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect was strong, he was no match for the sect master. Moreover, other than the sect master, there were other soul formation experts in the Raincoat sect. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open. A golden-robed man strode into the room. His golden robes were embroidered with tigers and leopards, and he wore a dagger-like silver-blue jade crown. He had a handsome face, bright eyes, and a sense of pride between his brows. The 4 men in raincoats slapped the table and got up. How dare you? One of them pulled out a knife from his waist and prepared to slash at the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man's gaze turned cold, and a terrifying pressure erupted. The entire pavilion shook violently, and the 4 men in raincoats were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. One of them gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you?" The golden-robed man said expressionlessly, "I'm Huang Jihao of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. I heard that you are from the Raincoat sect. It just so happens that I want to challenge the Raincoat sect. Tell me, where is the sect master?" Huang Jihao. The 4 of them trembled even harder. Recently, Huang Jihao's fame had become too great. One of the men in raincoats suddenly said, "If we say it, we'll definitely die. However, if you challenge the Jade Pure sect first, we can give you the location of the Raincoat sect." Chapter 42. Huang Jihao's challenge. Challenge the Jade Pure sect. Huang Jihao frowned and coldly said, "Such a desolate sect is not challenging at all." His tone was filled with disdain for the Jade Pure sect. A Raincoat sect member hurriedly said, "Recently, a deity-slaying elder appeared in the Jade Pure sect. He killed a soul formation expert with 1 strike. His strength is unfathomable." Hearing this, Huang Jihao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "I've fought with the sect master and great grand elder of the Jade Pure sect. Their strength is average, and I've never heard of this deity-slaying elder. Don't lie to me. Huang Jihao spoke in a low voice. His terrifying aura didn't diminish in the slightest. I dare not lie, it's true, you can go out and ask around. The Viridescent Nether cult was destroyed because of this person. The other Raincoat sect members said anxiously. The four of them combined were not Huang Jihao's match. They were afraid that he would attack them. Huang Jihao's eyes flickered. Tell me the location of the Raincoat sect first. I'll challenge the Jade Pure sect first, then the Raincoat sect. The four Raincoat sect members looked at each other. In order to survive, they finally compromised. After a while, Huang Jihao left. The four Raincoat sect members let out a long breath and collapsed onto their chairs. How strong is this guy? One of them gritted his teeth. Another person scolded. It's not important. What's important is that I think there's something wrong with this inn. Where's the soundproofing and divine sense isolation? ... Jade Pure sect. 2 years had passed since Li Qingzi left. Hanju was still at the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. With the help of Yi Sanlang's pills, he was already close to the 7th level. The black hell chicken was already half a meter tall, but Hanju had tested its skeletal age. It was still far from maturing. One fine day, Chang Yue came to visit. It had been many years since she had last seen the black hell chicken. She couldn't help but walk over and touch it. Itchy, itchy. The black hell chicken resisted and retreated. Hearing its childish voice, Chang Yue was even more interested. Hanju couldn't help but say, stop touching it. This is my precious mount. If you hurt it, can you afford to compensate me? TCH, so be it if I have to compensate you. Using a chicken as a mount, you're really something. Chang Yue pouted. Although she said that, her body was still very obedient. She turned around and came in front of him. She sized up Hanju and smiled. Junior Han, I find your face pleasing to the eye every time I see it. I wonder how outstanding your parents are. Parents? Oh, they were nothing extraordinary. Hanju smiled in his heart. All these years, Hanju would occasionally think of his parents in this life. More than 100 years had passed. If they were still mortals, they would have been long dead. That was good. It saved him a lot of trouble. Hanju's parents in this life were not very close. When they abandoned Hanju and fled, their blood ties ended. If it were his parents in his previous life, they would definitely not give up on him. Chang Yue continued, I heard that Elder Guan is coming back. Have you heard of Elder Guan? He and our master entered the Jade Pure sect together. However, 300 years ago, he offended the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. In order to avoid suspicion, the Grand Elder secretly sent him out of the Great Yan dynasty. Half a year ago, he used a spell to say that he was coming back and wanted to fight for the position of sect master. Hanju shook his head. He had never heard of such a thing. He had never heard of such a person, either. It's said that Elder Guan likes our master very much. He might become our master's Dao companion, Chang Yue continued. Hanju shrugged. He was dreaming. Fairy Shizan didn't allow her disciples to become Dao companions. How could she break the rules herself? He asked, is that Elder Guan very strong? Chang Yue nodded and said, it's said that he obtained an opportunity outside the Great Yan and has already become a soul formation cultivator. This time, he has returned to lead the Jade Pure sect to surpass the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. The elders are all very happy. With one more soul formation cultivator in the Jade Pure sect, we will have more confidence in dealing with the Raincoat sect. The Great Grand Elder is also very happy, but the sect master is out and doesn't know about this. Hanju couldn't help but mourn for Li Qingzi. He had worked so hard for so many years, only to lose his position. Just as Hanju was about to ask more about Elder Guan, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected bearer of Connate Providence, checking its origin. Hanju was stunned. Another bearer of Connate Providence. Was the Jade Pure sect really so lucky? Why was it that there was always someone with a powerful background? Hanju hurriedly checked. Huang Jihao, 3rd level of the Soul Formation Realm, an external elder of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Born with the heart of the sword, he has an extremely high comprehension of the sword Dao. Because of his unparalleled aptitude from a young age, he has developed a haughty attitude. In order to become stronger, he can give up everything. Huang Jihao, FCK, why was this fellow here? Was he going to challenge the Jade Pure sect? Hanju had a headache. Couldn't he just cultivate properly? A choice notification appeared in front of Hanju. The Jade Pure sect faces Huang Jihao's challenge. You have the following choices. 1. Order the entire sect to encircle and annihilate Huang Jihao and obtain victory. Your name will shake the world and you will obtain a fire attribute cultivation technique manual. 2. Secretly repel Huang Jihao without causing too much of a commotion. You can obtain a numinous treasure. Han Ju chose the second option. Being high profile was not his style. Moreover, if he openly defeated Huang Jihao, the Vermilion Bird Sword sect would definitely become enemies with the Jade Pure sect. Han Ju had yet to figure out Huang Jihao's ranking in the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Even if he was the strongest, if the Vermilion Bird Sword sect and the Raincoat sect joined forces, the Jade Pure sect would not be able to handle it. The Jade Pure sect is still too weak. Han Ju sighed. He looked at Chang Yue and said, "Go back first. I have something to do." "What is it?" "It's not convenient to say." TCH. Chang Yue curled her lips and left. She was still chatting happily but had been asked to leave. Anyone would feel disappointed. After Chang Yue left, Han Ju began to use the simulation trial to search for Huang Jihao's location. At this moment, Huang Jihao was less than 20 kilometers away from the Jade Pure sect. He was walking very slowly. Han Ju didn't move immediately. "Hold on, let's have a simulation trial battle." Han Ju's consciousness entered the simulation trial. 5 minutes later, he ended the simulation trial. He frowned. He's not bad at all. Han Ju took a deep breath and continued the simulation trial. He couldn't insta-kill the guy. This guy is only at the 3rd level of the soul formation realm. Han Ju changed his fighting style. 2 minutes later, the simulation ended. Han Ju frowned again and muttered, as expected of the innate heart of the sword. He can actually last 2 minutes against me. Han Ju was vexed. The battle commotion was too loud. 2 minutes was enough to attract many people. The opponent was not easy to deal with. He had no choice. Even if it was difficult, he still had to go. When the battle reached the Jade Pure sect, it would truly be earth-shattering. In the forest, Huang Jihao slowly walked forward. His expression was very calm, not the least bit nervous about the upcoming battle. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Han Ju. He was wearing the Taoist robe of the Jade Pure sect and his bearing was graceful. He was obviously not a mortal. Huang Jihao glanced at him. 9th level of Foundation Establishment Realm. So weak, but he was handsome. Huang Jihao has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju. He was stunned. What the hell? Chapter 43, 6th grade defensive numinous treasure, severely injured elder. Why did he suddenly have a favorable impression of me? Han Ju frowned. Things were getting harder. It was difficult for him to do anything to someone who liked him. Huang Jihao walked in front of Han Ju and said, "Brat, I have an affinity with you. Do you want to take me as your master? It won't be difficult for you to reach the nascent soul realm in the future." To Foundation Establishment cultivators, the nascent soul realm was the biggest dream. He didn't believe that Han Ju wouldn't be moved. Affinity. Han Ju had a strange look. What sort of affinity could there be between men? Could it be? Han Ju shivered and felt goosebumps. He took a step back. "Who are you? Why are you here at the Jade Pure sect?" Han Ju asked in a low voice. Huang Jihao teased, "I'm Huang Jihao of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Have you heard of me? I came to the Jade Pure sect this time to challenge your deity-slaying elder." Han Ju asked, "Why challenge the deity-slaying elder and not the sect master? Your sect master and former sect master were defeated by me long ago. Only the deity-slaying elder has the right to make me fight. I originally couldn't be bothered to deal with you and wanted to challenge the Raincoat sect. However, the people of the Raincoat sect insisted that I deal with the deity-slaying elder before telling me their location." Huang Jihao spoke very casually, causing Han Ju's hatred for the Raincoat sect to soar to 6 stars. Han Ju asked, "Are there many soul formation experts in the Raincoat sect? How's their sect master's strength?" "There are indeed many soul formation cultivators. After all, they have thousands of years of foundation. As for their leader, he's very mysterious. I'm not sure, either. What are your chances of challenging the Raincoat sect? Why are you asking so many questions? Are you going to acknowledge me as your master or not?" Huang Jihao's favorability towards you has decreased. Current favorability, 1 star. Huang Jihao looked impatient. Han Ju was amused. "I'm just asking you a few more questions, but your good impression of me is already half gone." "Great. Then, I won't be soft-hearted against you." Han Ju directly took out the Qilin sword and said, "If you can receive 1 strike from me, I will acknowledge you as my master." Huang Jihao was also amused. "Kid, have you never heard of my name? I'm asking you, do you dare to face my sword? All right, I'll take your strike. If you can injure me in the slightest, I'll turn around and leave." I won't disturb the Jade Pure sect anymore. You said it. Of course. Huang Jihao was proud and arrogant. After confirming that Hanju was only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, he didn't take his words to heart at all. Hanju suddenly attacked. The six-path spirit energy in his body erupted like a volcano and poured into the Qilin sword. Huang Jihao's eyes widened. This spirit energy. Crap. Huang Jihao hurriedly raised his hands and circulated the surging spirit energy within his body. Sword light flashed, and a black sword chi cut through the forest. It soared into the sky and cut the sea of clouds in half. It was a spectacular sight. Then, the ground shook and dust flew. Huang Jihao gritted his teeth and used all his strength to block the sword chi of the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. The terrifying sword chi forced him to retreat. The protective shield formed by his spirit energy cracked like glass. Not good. He couldn't block it. Huang Jihao cursed under his breath and hurriedly leapt up. The moment he did so, Hanju's sword chi invaded his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body also leapt thousands of feet away. The sword aura swept out and crushed the trees along the way. A huge ravine appeared on the ground. It was unfathomable, like a narrow valley. Huang Jihao stopped and looked at Hanju in shock. What sword technique is this? No, it's a mystical power. The famous Huang Jihao shouldn't go back on his word, right? Hanju looked up and asked expressionlessly. Huang Jihao has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Hanju didn't panic. He stared at Huang Jihao. Huang Jihao trembled in anger. He wanted to kill Hanju, but he had already said that, so he would not slap his own face. In addition, Hanju's sword chi was indeed powerful. If they really fought to the death, he might not be able to win. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? You came to find me and you ask who I am?" Huang Jihao laughed in anger. This was the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect. I knew it. He lives up to his reputation. HMPH. Although I won't come to the Jade Pure sect anymore, I'll challenge you again after you leave. With that, Huang Jihao left. Hanju smiled disdainfully and thought to himself, wait for me to leave the Jade Pure sect. Can you wait your whole life? He turned around and left. Not long after, the elders of the Jade Pure sect rushed over. When they saw the scene of the sword chi slashing past, they couldn't help but feel alarmed. However, they guessed that it was Hanju. Otherwise, the battle would not have stopped. Is there another powerful enemy? After leaving the Jade Pure sect, Huang Jihao stood on his flying sword, feeling indignant as he healed his injuries. Damn it, how dare you trick me? Huang Jihao was about to go mad. If Hanju had revealed his identity from the start, how could he have been careless? If he had been on guard, how could he not have taken the blow? All right, he couldn't block it regardless. But he wouldn't have agreed so easily. Sigh, I was careless. Just as Huang Jihao was in depression, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Who are you? Why did you come from the Jade Pure sect? The newcomer was a cultivator in green. He was handsome and imposing. He carried a sword case on his back with 4 swords inside. Huang Jihao was in an extremely bad mood. He immediately snorted. What does that have to do with you? Scram. The green-robed cultivator laughed. How dare you be so impolite to me, aren't you afraid of death? Haha, who do you think you are? Then, let's fight. Let's see who's the real deal. You're courting death. Boom. Back in the cave abode. Hanju had just sat down when 2 lines of words appeared in front of him. You secretly defeated Huang Jihao and obtained a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a 6th grade numinous treasure, Burning Fiend Bell. Burning Fiend Bell, a 6th grade defensive numinous treasure. It can defend against all attacks below the Void Amalgamation realm. After injecting spirit chi, the bell body will increase in weight as spirit chi is injected until it becomes as heavy as a mountain. Huh, what a treasure. It could defend against all attacks below the Void Amalgamation realm. Great. Hanju took out the Burning Fiend Bell happily and sized it up carefully. The bell was black and exuded an ancient and evil aura. Hanju immediately started to drip blood on it. An hour later, he played with the Burning Fiend Bell. After successfully bonding with it, the Burning Fiend Bell was like his arm. When it enveloped him, he felt extremely safe. Wearing the golden cicada's mystic divine robe and covered with the Burning Fiend Bell, he could dominate everything under the heavens. Hanju was extremely proud. Then, he continued cultivating. The next morning, Fairy Shizan came to visit him. This was the first time she took the initiative to look for Hanju. Hanju stood up. Uaa told you about my senior, Guan Yugong. He returned yesterday, but he encountered Huang Jihao near the Jade Pure sect and was severely injured. Fairy Shizan stopped in front of Han Ju and said directly. The fellow who said he wanted to be the sect master has just arrived and he's already beaten up. Han Ju couldn't help but mourn for him. Guan Yugong was a little weak. Huang Jihao was already injured, yet he still couldn't defeat him under such circumstances. Such a person wanted to become Dao companions with his master. Chapter 44. Immortal Domain Meeting, 10 Soul Formation Cultivators. How unfortunate, Han Ju sighed. What else could he say when Fairy Shizan mentioned this? Fairy Shizan stared at him and asked. Senior Guan said that he happened to encounter Huang Jihao coming out of the Jade Pure sect. A forest near the sect was destroyed. It's suspected to be some kind of sword chi. Did Huang Jihao want to challenge our Jade Pure sect but was repelled by you? Han Ju nodded and said, yes. Fairy Shizan sighed. I didn't expect the famous Huang Jihao to be defeated by a junior like you. Han Ju gestured for her to sit down. Fairy Shizan sat on a nearby chair and continued, I came to find you because I hope that you can help me suppress Senior Guan. Suppress Guan Yugong? Han Ju was confused. Sect Master might not be as powerful as Senior Guan, but he has done his best for the sect. For the Jade Pure sect sake, he even delayed his cultivation. It would be a pity to take him down from the position of Sect Master. Besides, this Senior Guan of mine is only seeking revenge and not really considering the sect. When his injuries are healed, I'll let him challenge you first. If he can defeat you, he can become Sect Master. How about it? Fairy Shizan said softly, her tone and gaze unchanged. Han Ju hesitated and said, yes, but it's best to quietly carry out this battle. If it's spread in the sect, it will definitely spread in the cultivation world. I don't want to be in the limelight too much. Otherwise, it will attract endless trouble. Previously, I helped the Jade Pure sect deal with the Viridescent Nether cult and made a name for myself. This is also why Huang Jihao came. Of course, this will save Senior Guan some face. Han Ju nodded. Fairy Shizan suddenly looked at the black hell chicken in the corner and asked in surprise, how did you raise this chicken? It looks extraordinary. The black hell chicken raised its head and snorted. I'm a phoenix. Master told me that I will become a phoenix sooner or later. Fairy Shizan smiled. A chicken wanted to become a phoenix. I got it from a farmer from the sect. It's quite boring to cultivate normally. It's not bad to have company, Han Ju explained with a smile. He said nothing about the black hell chicken's origins. Even if he did, who would believe him? The difference between a chicken and a phoenix was like that between a snake and a dragon. Fairy Shizan looked at him again and said, the immortal domain meeting that happens once every 100 years is about to begin. I have the immortal domain token and can give it to you. This meeting is a rare event, you can obtain all the equipment, pills, treasures, and even cultivation techniques you want there, as long as you have enough resources. Immortal domain meeting. It sounded very impressive and lively. If this was in a novel, it would definitely be a grand occasion for the protagonist to show off. If he wasn't careful, he might gain new enemies. He couldn't go. Han Ju refused politely. Thank you for your kind intentions, Master. I just want to enter seclusion. With my potential, I don't need to go out and take risks for the time being. Fairy Shizan nodded. She then stood up and left. Han Ju stood up to send her off. After Fairy Shizan left, he returned to the bed and started cultivating. Immortal domain meeting. Tisk tisk, when I reach the Mahayana realm, I can go take a look. Han Ju thought silently as he circulated his chi. The Vermilion Bird Sword Sect. As a righteous sect in the cultivation world of the Great Yan dynasty, there were nearly 10,000 disciples in the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect. Most of them cultivated in the way of the sword. The strongest sword cultivators in the Great Yan dynasty were all from the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect. Within the sect master's chambers, Huang Jihao sat on a mat, his expression extremely ugly. Seated at the head of the table was the sect master of the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect, Tang Han. Tang Han looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He was also considered handsome. Under his sharp brows, his eyes were sharp. A sword floated on both sides of him. He also exuded an extremely sharp aura. You couldn't even take a single strike from him? Tang Han asked with a frown. Huang Jihao gritted his teeth. Although I don't want to admit it, it's true. His spirit energy is extremely overbearing. This is the first time I've encountered such spirit energy. It's not a common attribute, nor is it a rare spirit root. I can't say for sure. Recalling the scene when he faced the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword, he couldn't help but shiver. Also what? This person is extremely good looking. In terms of looks, no one in our Vermilion Bird Sword sect can compare to him. Is that important? Well, not that important. Huang Jihao sighed. For some reason, there was a hint of pity in his tone. Tang Han frowned. He didn't expect the Jade Pure sect to have such a figure. In the outside world, Huang Jihao represented the highest combat power of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Although he felt that he was stronger than Huang Jihao, he was not that much stronger. Huang Jihao continued, "That's right, the Raincoat sect has appeared and is still targeting the Jade Pure sect. After I recover, I plan to challenge them." Tang Han nodded and said, "Although the Raincoat sect started to decline 1,000 years ago, its foundation can't be underestimated. Previously, the great grand elder of the Jade Pure sect came to me, hoping that the righteous path would join forces to fight against the Raincoat sect. I didn't agree. If that person doesn't die, the Raincoat sect can't perish." "Who is that person?" "The leader of the Raincoat sect. This person was like you when he was young. He was high-spirited and by chance, he fell into the demonic path and became the leader of the Raincoat sect. I heard from Grandmaster that in his generation, the leader of the Raincoat sect was the strongest. This time, you can test his strength, but don't be reckless. If you can't defeat him, quickly retreat. Don't worry, I may be arrogant, but I'm not stupid." Of course. 7 years passed quickly after Fairy Shizan visited him. Hanju's cultivation level had reached the 7th level of the nascent soul realm, and he was already chasing after the 8th. Besides training, Hanju had been paying attention to other people's situations through the interpersonal relationships function and emails. After Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan were caught by the Raincoat sect, their cultivation levels increased. In the past few years, they had not been attacked by the Raincoat Saint either. It seemed like they had given in. However, their identities didn't become disciples of the Raincoat sect. Hanju guessed that they were only pretending to give in. Li Qingzi, on the other hand, was frequently attacked by the Raincoat sect and was frequently injured. This sect master was really working too hard. For the sake of his disciples, he had been running around everywhere. He was injured all the time and would continue to be injured when he recovered. In addition, Guan Yugong had never come to find Hanju. Hanju could understand, even Huang Jihao was no match for him. How could this fellow dare to challenge him? It was worth mentioning that the Black Hell Chicken had grown faster and faster recently. Its strength was already equivalent to an 8th level Qi refinement realm cultivator. Not to mention a chicken, even if it was a cultivator, very few could achieve this speed. The more it grew, the more curious it became about the outside world. Hanju had to brainwash it. It's very dangerous outside. Many people want to eat you. You must be invincible before you can leave. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Even I, your master, don't dare to leave either. As time passed, the Black Hell Chicken no longer dared to think about leaving. It only wanted to cultivate. One fine day, Li Qingzi visited again. Hanju noticed that his aura was weak and his expression was not good. It seemed that he was seriously injured this time. Li Qingzi gritted his teeth and said, "Something terrible has happened. Maple Leaf Valley has been destroyed by the Raincoat sect. The next target is most likely our Jade Pure sect. Before Maple Leaf Valley's sect master passed away, he sent a message to me. He said that there are 10 soul formation cultivators in the Raincoat sect, and they are enough to sweep through the cultivation world of the Great Yan dynasty." When Hanju heard that, he asked, "Then, why aren't we running?" Li Qingzi was stunned. Chapter 45. Innate Tao Heart, Attention from the Demon Lord. "Why aren't we running? Is this something you should say?" Li Qingzi roared in his heart. The reason why he came to find Hanju was to let him know so that he could prepare. He didn't expect Hanju to want to leave directly. Li Qingzi said gloomily, "Where can we escape to? There are so many disciples. Even if we escape, we have to escape from the Great Yan cultivation world. However, if we go to other cultivation worlds, those sects will definitely not let us have a foothold and will only swallow us. The Jade Pure sect will still perish." Hanju frowned. He wanted to say that it was fine if the Jade Pure sect perished, as long as they were still alive. The Jade Pure sect is in danger of being annihilated. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately run away. You will be hunted down by the Raincoat sect as you wander the world. You can obtain equipment. 2. Protect the sect. People only live once, you cannot retreat forever. After defeating the Raincoat sect, you can obtain a numinous treasure, a sword technique manual, and an egg of a divine beast of Providence. Hanju didn't make a decision immediately but thought carefully. Even if he escaped, where could he run to? After exterminating the Jade Pure sect, the Raincoat sect would definitely continue to attack and sweep through the cultivation world of the Great Yan dynasty unless they joined them. Join if he couldn't win. This was no longer keeping a low profile, it was cowardice. Why don't we wait and see? If we can't beat him, we can still escape. He wore the golden cicada's mystic divine robe and held the burning fiend bell. With the wind god technique, how could he not escape? Hanju asked, when will the Raincoat sect come? 10 years at most. It will take them time to clean up the mess in Maple Leaf Valley. Hanju sighed and said, Sect Master, why is our Jade Pure sect being targeted one after another? I thought that our sect was very strong. Li Qingzi was embarrassed and blushed. He gritted his teeth and said, the Jade Pure sect is indeed powerful, but the strongest one, who is also the founding ancestor, went to search for the path of becoming a land deity. He left for 500 years without any news. If he was here, how would they dare to attack us? 1,000 years ago, in the final battle against the Raincoat sect, the founding ancestor was the greatest contributor. Hanju raised his eyebrows. In other words, the Raincoat sect is seeking revenge. Li Qingzi nodded helplessly. To mortals, 1,000 years was extremely long, but in the cultivation world, it was not. Especially to a sect, Li Qingzi was the third-generation sect master of the Jade Pure sect and his master, the Great Grand Elder, was the second. The founder left behind a treasure to contact him. The Great Grand Elder and I have already used it. I wonder if the founder can sense it. If he can return, the Raincoat sect will be nothing to worry about. At that time, we will definitely become the strongest sect in the Great Yan cultivation world. Elder Han, we have to grit our teeth and endure this. As long as we can endure it, we won't have any threats in the future. You can cultivate in peace. The founder might even be able to teach you the cultivation techniques from the land of immortals. Li Qingzi grabbed his hand and said in a serious tone. Hanju almost had goosebumps. He quickly pulled his hand back and sighed. All right, I'll face the Raincoat sect with you. But let me say this first. If I can't win, I can only run. Li Qingzi nodded solemnly and said, if we really can't win, I won't let you die with us. The two of them chatted for a while more before Li Qingzi left. Hanju wanted to ask him to take some pills to help him increase his cultivation, but Li Qingzi awkwardly said that the Jade Pure sect did not have any pills suitable for nascent soul realm cultivation. The Jade Pure sect lacked alchemists. Hanju turned to look at the Black Hell Chicken and said, do you see? It's really dangerous. Even if we don't cause trouble, there are enemies who want to kill us everywhere. The Black Hell Chicken nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Master, are you confident? No. Shall we run quietly? Not bad, you've already received my teachings. Really, we'll wait for a while. That day, Hanju came to the inner sect and bought a beast-taming bag. It was convenient to bring the Black Hell Chicken along like this. After leaving the pavilion, just as he was about to return, a line of words suddenly appeared before his eyes. Detected bearer of Conate Providence, checking its origin. Another bearer of Conate Providence. The Jade Pure sect was truly a Providence magnet. Hanju immediately chose to check. Zan Qingjun, third level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Her true identity is the Demon Lord's mortal body. She was born with an innate Tao heart and is extremely talented. 800 years ago, the Demon Lord wanted to surpass the Tao and ascend. Therefore, she created a mortal body. The main body is sealed in the depths of the essence soul. The mortal body travels the world and experiences the various aspects of life, consolidating the Tao heart. There are traces of her everywhere in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. 3 years ago, she joined the Jade Pure sect and has been hiding there since. Demon Lord, that was impressive. She had an innate Tao heart even as a demon. What kind of reverse cliché was this? Hanju was speechless. He followed the system's instructions and saw Zan Qingjun. This woman wore the Taoist robe of the Jade Pure sect. Her figure was average and she was not outstandingly beautiful from the back. When she turned her head, Hanju assessed her. Her looks were average. She was a very ordinary female disciple. If one scanned the streets, they would easily pass her by without noticing her. Zan Qingjun stood by the street, watching people argue. 2 male disciples fought over a beautiful female disciple. Should I seduce the Demon Lord? She's about to ascend and is at least a Mahayana cultivator. Hanju thought silently. Then, he shook his head. Forget it. He wanted to avoid trouble. Hanju turned around and left. At this time, he didn't notice Zan Qingjun glancing at him. Zan Qingjun has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Hanju paused, his face full of question marks. What the hell? He turned around and met Zan Qingjun's gaze. Crap. The demon lord was paying attention to him. Hanju panicked for some reason and smiled politely at her. Zan Qingjun's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. Hanju hurriedly left. Zan Qingjun turned around and followed him. After leaving the intersect city, Hanju immediately used the wind god technique and returned quickly. After returning to the Konate cave abode, Hanju sat on the bed in a panic. I hope she just thinks I'm pretty and doesn't really have her eyes on me. Hanju thought silently. He wasn't stupid. Even if Zan Qingjun liked him, he wouldn't have a better life. After all, she was the demon lord. How many years had she been roaming the mortal world? How could she fall in love with someone at first sight and give up everything? If Hanju tried to please her, there would only be one outcome. Slavery. Zan Qingjun came to the cave abode and saw the words on the mountain wall. Endure today, freedom tomorrow. She tried not to laugh. This kid is interesting. Zan Qingjun smiled, but then, her expression suddenly turned serious. These words make sense. Zan Qingjun thought for a moment and left. After she left, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. I hope she'll give up the desire for me, Hanju muttered to himself. The black hell chicken asked, what desire? Hanju said angrily, my desire to eat you. Ah, that woman wanted to eat you, master. In other words, was that woman stronger than Hanju? Hanju had a strange expression and said, in a sense, yes. Chapter 46. Tao Companion, Mystical Power Somersault Cloud. Because of the pressure brought by the Raincoat sect, Hanju cultivated even harder. The black hell chicken could only suffer in silence. As Hanju tried his best to absorb qi, the spirit qi in the cave abode surged into his body. The speed at which the black hell chicken drew in spirit qi was suppressed. 7 years later, Hanju finally broke through to the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. He still felt that time was tight. If he could break through to the soul formation realm before the Raincoat sect attacked, he would be even more confident. Hanju absorbed qi while checking his interpersonal relationships. Your friend Zhou Fan was attacked by the Raincoat sect X87. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by the Raincoat sect X87. Your good friend Mo Zhu was attacked by a fellow disciple. Your good friend Li Qingzi was attacked by a fellow sect member and was severely injured. Why was Li Qingzi attacked by a fellow sect member? Hanju was stunned. Was there another spy? He immediately checked the Jade Pure sect. Nascent soul realm cultivators were not spies. Wait. Could it be Guan Yugong? Hanju was right. It was Guan Yugong. Guan Yugong didn't dare to challenge the deity-slaying elder, so he gave up on becoming the sect master. However, he couldn't take it lying down, so he looked for Li Qingzi to spar and took the opportunity to vent. The elders of the sect were extremely displeased with him due to this. The Jade Pure sect was in danger now, but he was still causing trouble. Did he still want to be the sect master in such circumstances? After Guan Yugong was scolded, he went into seclusion in anger and no longer showed himself. However, he didn't leave the sect. He obviously had the Jade Pure sect in his heart. Hanju didn't know any of this. He continued to read the emails. Fairy Shizan, Chang Yue, and Xing Hongxuan were all fine. The other good friends were more or less fighting with others, including Zan Qingjun. Zan Qingjun's cultivation was still at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Hanju suspected that she didn't cultivate at all and only observed others. When Hanju was thinking to himself, he suddenly sensed a presence. Zan Qingjun, this woman was here again. As fellow Taoist here, can I pay you a visit? Hearing Zan Qingjun's voice, Hanju became nervous. He thought about it. The other party definitely knew that he was here. If he pretended to be out, the favorability might be gone. The other party was the Demon Lord. Her favorability was definitely better than hatred. After thinking, Hanju opened the cave abode's stone door. Zan Qingjun walked over. She couldn't help but smile when she saw him. Hanju was helpless. The black hell chicken still remembered Zan Qingjun's aura. It screamed in terror, please, don't eat my master. Zan Qingjun was confused. Hanju felt a little awkward. He glared at the black hell chicken, who dared not speak again. She walked in front of Hanju and said with a smile, I'm a disciple of Jade Bamboo Peak, Zan Qingjun. I met you in the intersect a few years ago and was shocked. From then on, your figure was buried in my heart. I came to visit you rashly this time. I hope that you won't blame me. How direct. Hanju felt awkward and didn't know how to reply. Senior's handsomeness is truly rare in this world, you're simply unparalleled. Junior is willing to offer a treasure. I hope that senior brother won't reject me. Zan Qingjun smiled. With a flip of her hand, a jade piece appeared. Hanju asked curiously, what is this? This is the Heavenly Immortal Abode token. The Heavenly Immortal Abode is the cultivation holy land of the cultivation world. Only by obtaining the Heavenly Immortal Abode token can one cultivate there. Once there, one can reach the nascent soul realm at the very least. Zan Qingjun smiled and explained. She snorted in her heart. I don't believe you won't be tempted. Brat, I want you simply due to your good looks. Hanju shook his head and said, thank you for your kind intentions, Junior. It's just that I don't want to leave the Jade Pure sect. I plan to cultivate in the sect forever. Zan Qingjun froze on the spot. She changed treasures again and said, this is the Earth Spirit Sword. It can easily kill Golden Core Realm experts. Not enough. I'll give you another bottle of pills to break through to the Golden Core Realm. I'll give you another body tempering cultivation technique. I'll add 3 more spell techniques. Damn, she was really rich. If it was 100 years ago, Hanju definitely wouldn't have been able to resist. He really didn't want to work hard anymore. Hanju hesitated for a moment and said, actually, I'm already at the nascent soul realm. He no longer hid his cultivation level. He revealed his 8th level nascent soul realm cultivation level and then hid it again. Zan Qingjun was shocked. She instantly guessed the truth and asked, you are the deity-slaying elder. Hanju nodded. The other party was the demon lord. Since she had targeted him, she would definitely not let this matter rest. Zan Qingjun was even more delighted. She had not expected that her judgment would be so good that she would directly capture the most mysterious and powerful deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect. Zan Qingjun's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars. She took out another bottle of pills from her sleeve and said, this is a first-grade nascent soul pill. It can help you increase your cultivation speed. Is 1 bottle enough? If not, I'll give you another. As she spoke, she took out another bottle of nascent soul pills. This time, Hanju really couldn't take it anymore. He carefully asked, Junior, what's your background? Zan Qingjun finally realized that she had been exposed. But it didn't matter now. My identity isn't important. I want to become Dao companions with you. I wonder if senior brother is willing. Zan Qingjun asked with a smile. Hanju frowned and asked, since you can take out so many treasures, you must be extraordinary. Can you help us deal with the Raincoat sect? If the demon lord took action, then it would be safe. Zan Qingjun shook her head. No, I only care about you and not the Jade Pure sect. Could it be that you cultivate for the sect? Hanju remained silent. Indeed, it was not so easy to command the demon lord. But these 2 bottles of nascent soul pills were very fragrant. It was very difficult for him to reject them. If I promise you, what price will I pay? Hanju asked cautiously. Zan Qingjun covered her mouth and laughed. I won't eat you. We'll cultivate together. You'll only become stronger. That's great news for you. Zan Qingjun wants to become your Dao companion. You have the following choices. 1. Reject. How can we male cultivators be threatened by a woman? You will obtain the demon lord's hatred and a sword Dao mystical power inheritance. 2. Accept. The 2 of you will become Dao companions. You will be affected by karma and providence. You will be able to obtain the favor of the demon lord and obtain a mystical power inheritance. What would happen if he rejected Zan Qingjun? Would the demon lord show up? That was a big shot who was about to ascend. Hanju sighed in his heart and said, in that case, I will become Dao companions with you. You have successfully become Zan Qingjun's Dao companion. You have obtained a mystical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining mystical power, Somersault Cloud. Somersault Cloud. Movement mystical power. 1 somersault can travel 100,000 miles. Zan Qingjun's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4.5 stars. Somersault Cloud. Amazing. Hanju's eyes lit up. This was a godly escape technique. Haha, if the demon lord acted recklessly at this time, he would immediately do a somersault and escape for 100,000 miles. Zan Qingjun smiled and put down the 2 bottles of nascent soul pills in her hand. From now on, you're my cultivation partner. Cultivate well. I'll come to you when I need you. With that, she turned and left. Hanju couldn't help but ask, other than me, do you have any other Dao companion? Zan Qingjun paused and snorted. How can that be? I don't like mortals. If not for the fact that I needed a companion and that you were extremely handsome, I wouldn't have chosen you. She quickly left. Han Li looked at the 2 bottles of nascent soul pills beside his bed in despair and remained silent for a long time. The black hell chicken asked timidly, Master, will she still eat you? Chapter 47. Reaching the Soul Formation Realm, 10,000 Sword Sect. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. After Zan Qingjun left, Hanju opened one bottle. There were 12 pills in each bottle. He first used the 6 paths spirit energy to test it. After confirming that it was not poison, he started to take it. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the effect was very strong. It was more than twice as powerful as Yi Sanlang's pill. As expected of the Demon Lord, she was generous. Hanju held back his surprise and started cultivating. In a dark underground palace. Pa, 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 the sound of the whip striking flesh could be heard. Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan were tied to wooden stakes. 2 Raincoat sect members lashed out with their whips, causing blood to splatter all over the ground. Many cultivators who were cultivating in the distance could not bear to watch. Sigh, these 2 from the Jade Pure sect are really stubborn. Yes, every year, they have to run away and get beaten up. Yet, they don't give up. How pitiful, why didn't the sect kill them? If we kill them, how will we win their hearts? Actually, it is a good idea to join the Raincoat sect. The cultivators discussed. After a while, Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan were put down. One had the demon saint's bloodline. The other was the reincarnation of a Mahayana cultivator. At this moment, both of them were gasping for breath. The whips of the Raincoat sect members were not ordinary. They were made from the tendons of some kind of demonic beast. When it struck his body, it was as if a piece of flesh had been torn off by a rake. It was extremely painful. Yang Tiandong lay on the ground and gritted his teeth. This is your plan. We were caught before we even got out. Zhou Fan was extremely aggrieved. His eyes were filled with tears. How many years had it been? They failed to escape every time. Damn it, if I succeed in the future, I will definitely make your sect suffer. Let's stop struggling and wait for Master to come. Yang Tiandong sighed. Master, Master, why aren't you here yet? 10 years ago, Li Qingzi came and wanted to save them but failed. However, before he left, Li Qingzi sent a voice transmission to him, telling him that Hanju would come sooner or later and asked him to help stabilize the hearts of the other disciples. It was these words that made Yang Tiandong persist. Zhou Fan said angrily, your master is so timid, it's impossible for him to come. He already knew that Hanju was the deity-slaying elder. Although he was shocked, he understood his personality. This person's talent was indeed terrifying, but he was too afraid of death. A person who was so afraid of death would not save them. If he wanted to, he would have saved them already. Yang Tiandong gritted his teeth and said, don't worry, my master will definitely come. He might be secretly watching to see if I can endure this and if my Dao heart is stable enough. Zhou Fan rolled his eyes. He felt that this kid had gone mad. Sigh, not only him, even Zhou Fan himself could not hold on much longer. 2 years later, Hanju forcefully broke through to the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. It had to be said that the Demon Lord's pills were very useful. He had to think of a way to ask for more in the future. At first, Hanju was worried that Zan Qingjun would look for him often, but he was just dreaming. It seemed that Zan Qingjun was not greedy for his physical body. She had become his companion so that she could use him as her Demon Lord self in the future. Hanju didn't dare to trust her completely. Before that, he had to become as strong as possible. What if Zan Qingjun wanted to squeeze him dry? 0.5 stars of favorability did not mean that Zan Qingjun would not harm him. How many people were killed for love? In his previous life, foreign movies often promoted this spirit, especially those superhero movies. Hanju began to inherit the somersault cloud mystical power. The somersault cloud's movement distance was related to the spiritual power infused into it. It did not have a fixed distance to travel. After the inheritance succeeded, he would then test it using the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect. The strongest was Guan Yugong, who was at the 2nd level of the soul formation realm. Hanju continued to search for nascent soul realm cultivators. He heaved a sigh of relief when he didn't find anyone from the Raincoat sect. There was still time. He could continue cultivating and strive to break through to the soul formation realm as soon as possible. Hanju perked up and continued absorbing qi. A month later, Li Qingzi came to find him. Hanju frowned and asked, is the Raincoat sect here? He was already close to the soul formation realm, but the enemy came at this time. How annoying. That's not the case. Huang Jihao of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect ambushed the Raincoat sect and ended up being captured by them. The Vermilion Bird Sword sect is furious and wants to join forces with us to attack them. The situation has turned around. Li Qingzi became more and more excited. He really loved Huang Jihao now. This guy really knew how to cause trouble. He had done the right thing this time. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Not bad, my little Huang. Then all of you can go. Call Elder Guan over. I'll guard the Jade Pure sect. You can even mobilize all the nascent soul experts. I alone am enough, Han Ju said seriously. Li Qingzi's face twitched. You're really low profile. Han Ju said in a low voice, I'm about to break through to the soul formation realm. I need time. Hearing that, Li Qingzi's body shook and he was overjoyed. Han Ju could slay a soul formation realm cultivator at the nascent soul realm. When he broke through to the soul formation realm, wouldn't that mean? He dared not imagine. Li Qingzi said excitedly, all right. You can stay here and break through. Leave this matter to us. Other than the Vermilion Bird Sword sect, other sects should join forces with us. Then, I wish Sect Master success. The two of them did not chat for long before Li Qingzi left excitedly. Before leaving, he played with the Black Hell Chicken. Annoyed, the Black Hell Chicken took advantage of the moment when he turned to peck his ass. Li Qingzi was furious. However, after sensing Han Ju's gaze, he quickly left. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. This cockroach is just like a child. Cockroach was the nickname he had given Li Qingzi. He simply could not be killed. Half a year later, Li Qingzi and Guan Yugong left the Jade Pure sect with a dozen nascent soul elders, core disciples, and elite disciples. This matter caused a huge commotion in the inner sect. Everyone knew that something big was about to happen in the cultivation world. On the other hand, Han Ju came to the Pet Beast Pavilion, took out his elder token, and entered the 10,000 demon realm. He planned on transcending the tribulation there. The soul formation tribulation would cause too much commotion and could easily level a mountain. He didn't want to destroy his Conate cave abode, so he thought of the 10,000 demon realm. Before coming, he had asked Fairy Shizan and she had suggested that he come to the 10,000 demon realm. If he were to face tribulation outside the sect, it would be troublesome if he encountered enemies. After entering the 10,000 demon realm, Han Ju found a plane and meditated. He took out a first-grade nascent soul pill and consumed it. Half a year passed. Han Ju relied on the pills and quickly reached the state of breaking through. He took a deep breath. Before transcending the tribulation, he clicked on interpersonal relationships. Li Qingzi and the rest were still alive. That was good. However, it seemed that some of the elders were gone. Han Ju couldn't remember who they were. After killing Duan Tongtian, many elders had a favorable impression of him. For the time being, nothing major had happened. He could break through. Han Ju immediately perked up and prepared to break through. As the spirit chi of heaven and earth surged into his body, the rolling thunderclouds also began to gather. All the beasts in the 10,000 demon realm became uneasy. A terrifying heavenly might enveloped this small world. With the golden cicada's mystic divine robe and the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, Han Ju's tribulation was naturally nothing difficult. It had to be said that the power of the soul formation heavenly tribulation far exceeded that of the nascent soul heavenly tribulation. Fortunately, the 6 paths spirit energy was strong enough. Han Ju didn't use the burning fiend bell. He wanted to rely on his own strength to transcend the tribulation. Many cultivators died during the tribulation transcendence. Han Ju's potential and cultivation technique naturally wouldn't let him fail. Several days later, Han Ju successfully broke through. First level of the soul formation realm. You have successfully broken through to the soul formation realm and obtained a Sword Dao mystical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining the mystical power, 10,000 Sword Sect. 10,000 Sword Sect. Using one's own sword chi to summon the sword shadows of ancient swords in the long river of history. Summoning quantity is related to one's own spirit energy. Han Ju opened his eyes, and the 6 paths spirit energy in his body started to increase. It was like a stream turning into a river, then a sea. At that moment, a shadow flew out from the top of his head. It had his appearance. His essence soul left his body. Chapter 48. The Demon Lord's Gift. Name: Han Ju. Lifespan: 158 3,007ths. Race: mortal. Cultivation: Level 1 of the Soul Formation Realm. Technique: 6 paths of reincarnation can be inherited. Magic: Unparalleled Finger Divine Sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword unparalleled, 9 dragons devil expelling seal, major chiliocosm thunderstorm wind god technique. Mystical power: 6 paths soul absorption, heavenly punishment ghost deity sword, imitate heaven and earth, somersault cloud, 10,000 sword sect can be inherited. Equipment: Golden Cicadas Mystic Divine Robe, 7th Grade Numinous Treasure, Little Universe Belt, Keelan Sword, Demon Binding Rope, Burning Fiend Belt, 6th Grade Numinous Treasure. Cultivation Potential. Spiritual Physique of the Six Paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potentials. Increases providence to a certain extent. Conate providence is as follows. Unparalleled. Immortal beauty, top-notch charm. Destined sword fanatic. Top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao learning ability. Unparalleled movement technique. Top-notch movement technique aptitude. Descendant of the immortal emperor. After the game begins, you will receive an unparalleled cultivation technique and 1000 superior grade spirit stones. Check interpersonal relationships. First level of the soul formation realm. 3000 years of life. Hanju was pleasantly surprised. The nascent soul realm was only a little over 1000 years old, but the soul formation realm directly tripled his lifespan. Great. Immediately, Hanju took out the burning fiend bell and covered himself before continuing to consolidate his cultivation. 2 days later, Hanju began to inherit the legacy of the 10,000 Sword Sect. 10,000 Sword Sect was a large-scale killing technique. The heavenly punishment ghost deity sword was more like a straight-line attack. Both had their strengths. Relying on his top-notch sword cultivation potential and comprehension ability, Hanju grasped the 10,000 Sword Sect in less than half a day. He stood up and left. Arriving at the teleportation formation, the disciples guarding it looked at him with admiration. The commotion from the tribulation was too terrifying. The disciples immediately thought of the deity-slaying elder. Before long, Hanju returned to his cave abode. The moment it saw him return, the black hell chicken immediately perked up and rushed over. "Master, you're finally back. I thought you were eaten by that woman." Hanju glared at it and said angrily, "What are you thinking all day with that chicken brain of yours?" "Master, am I not a phoenix? But you're a chicken now. Cultivate before you become a phoenix." "Fine." The black hell chicken was stunned. "Cultivate well. How long do I have to cultivate?" Hanju sat on the bed and continued cultivating. He absorbed chi as he activated the simulation trial. He set Huang Jihao's cultivation level to the 9th level of the soul formation realm. Insta-kill. Hanju was satisfied. It's settled. When the raincoat sect comes, I'll teach them a lesson. Hanju thought for a moment and set Huang Jihao's cultivation level to the 1st level of the void amalgamation realm. It took Hanju 5 minutes to kill him. He frowned. "No, too long. I've to continue cultivating." The smugness in Hanju's heart dissipated, replaced by a strong sense of danger. If he couldn't insta-kill the enemy would have a chance to turn the tables. In a dark underground palace, Zhou Fan and Yang Tiandong sat in a corner. Paying attention to the Raincoat sect members, Zhou Fan asked, "Why are there so few of them?" Yang Tiandong opened his eyes when he heard this, and then he said in a low voice, "Something might have happened." He immediately became excited. "Is Master coming to save me?" Zhou Fan narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Little brother, do you want to escape again?" Yang Tiandong shuddered. "Senior, forget it. Let's just wait for the sect to save us." "Useless. I don't want to be beaten. We cultivators are not afraid of such pain. How can you prove your Dao heart? How can you pursue the path of immortality?" "I understand, but it's really painful." Yang Tiandong's expression was as if he was wearing a mask of pain. Recalling the torture, he couldn't help but tremble. Zhou Fan was frustrated and felt that Yang Tiandong was useless. Boom! The underground palace shook violently. Li Qingzi's voice followed, "All disciples of the Jade Pure sect, prepare to resist. Kill your way out and destroy the Raincoat sect with me." Zhou Fan and Yang Tiandong were overjoyed. They were finally here. A year passed in the blink of an eye after breaking through to the soul formation realm. Hanju was still in seclusion. Occasionally, he would pay attention to the emails. By the looks of things, the Jade Pure sect and the Raincoat sect were at war. Guan Yugong and Li Qingzi were heavily injured again. It was truly tragic. His disciple, Yang Tiandong, had also been attacked by the Raincoat sect. It seemed that he had already joined the main force, which was why he had been able to keep fighting. Hanju could only cheer for them in his heart. He had an even more important duty, which was to protect the Jade Pure sect. Now, Hanju was not worried about the Raincoat sect launching a sneak attack on the Jade Pure sect. Instead, he was worried about enemies far away. What was worth mentioning was that the cultivation of the Black Hell chicken was already equivalent to a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. Its cultivation speed was getting faster and faster. It was lying in a corner like an elephant. Its feathers were extremely magnificent. Although it was a chicken, it had the aura of a divine pheasant. When Hanju sized up the black-held chicken in satisfaction, Zan Qingjun suddenly came to visit. Seeing her again, Hanju's expression was very unnatural. Although Zan Qingjun was only at the Foundation establishment realm, there was a Mahayana demon lord hidden in her soul that he could not offend. I heard that our deity-slaying elder broke through in the 10,000 demon realm. Zan Qingjun sat beside him and asked with a smile. For the past year, there had been rumors that a mighty figure had transcended the tribulation in the 10,000 demon realm. Even the nascent soul elders did not dare approach. The disciples guessed that it was the mysterious deity-slaying elder. Hanju was very unnatural. His body was a little stiff. He pretended to be calm and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Was she going to start? Oh, his virginity. Hanju panicked. "I'm leaving. I came to say goodbye." Zan Qingjun smiled. Hanju was stunned. "Leaving?" Zan Qingjun asked, "What do you want before I leave? I'll try my best to satisfy you. I don't know how long it'll be before we meet again." Hanju asked in surprise, "You're leaving just like that? You're not going to?" Zan Qingjun rolled her eyes at him and snorted. "You seem excited for it, keep dreaming. I need you, but not now. Don't think that I'll stay with you every day. It's not time yet." "That's good." Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He almost lost his virginity. He muttered, "Are there any pills that can increase the cultivation of soul formation realm cultivators?" Zan Qingjun immediately took out 4 pill bottles from her sleeve. "These are soul formation spirit enhancing pills. I only have these 4 bottles on me. I'll give them all to you." Hanju thanked her hurriedly. Zan Qingjun reached out and used her finger to lift his chin. She smiled and said, "I won't be able to bear not seeing your face for many years. However, it's inconvenient for me to bring you along. In the future, you should stay in the Jade Pure sect and cultivate well. Don't run around. The cultivation world is very dangerous. Although you're already at the soul formation realm, you're not invincible." Hanju nodded unnaturally. Zan Qingjun teased him and left. Hanju wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. The pressure the demon lord gave him was truly great. It seemed that the demon lord was really only passing by the Jade Pure sect and did not have any ulterior motives. She was probably going to other places to comprehend the Tao and experience the myriad forms of life. Sigh, my damned unparalleled charm. Even the demon lord couldn't resist it. But then again, how fragrant. Han Li looked at the 4 bottles of soul formation stage spirit enhancing pills beside him in joy. After Zan Qingjun left, the black hell chicken said excitedly, "Congratulations, master. You don't have to worry about being eaten by her anymore." Hanju couldn't be bothered with it and continued practicing. He wanted to master the 5th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique first before taking pills to strengthen his cultivation. Chapter 49. Sect Master's Concern. Raincoat Sect. In the Sect Master's palace, several elders stood side by side. All of them had extraordinary auras. They wore black robes and looked like ghosts. In front of them, a man sat on a golden chair. This man wore a white robe. His hair was disheveled, and his skin was fair. However, his face was covered in wrinkles, making him look very old. He was the sect master of the Raincoat sect, Huang Zuntian. Huang Zuntian frowned and asked, "Does the Vermilion Bird Sword sect really want to fight us to the death?" The elders immediately replied, "That's right, they're courting death. I suggest that we kill Huang Jihao to intimidate them. Huang Jihao's mouth is too foul. I also feel that it's better to kill him. The Vermilion Bird Sword sect only wants to save him. There are only 2 soul formation cultivators in the Vermilion Bird Sword sect, and there are only 2 in the Jade Pure sect. One of them doesn't dare to come. With this strength, even if they fight for 100 years, they won't be able to take down our small world." Exactly. Hearing the elders' words, Huang Zuntian's brows did not relax. He asked hesitantly, "If they're so fearless, could there be a mysterious force supporting them?" A tall elder couldn't help but say, "Sect Master. You're thinking too much. We're the strongest in the Great Yan cultivation world. Don't be so fearful, can you have some confidence?" Ever since the great battle 1,000 years ago, Huang Zuntian had changed. He always thought of the worst. It was because of his change in personality that the Raincoat sect had remained hidden for 1,000 years. Now that the sect had become stronger, the elders forced Huang Zuntian to give the order to unite the Great Yan cultivation world. However, Huang Zuntian was too cautious. In fact, it could be said that he was cowardly, causing the unification plan to be delayed. If not for Huang Zuntian's orders, those captured disciples would have long died. I suggest that we send 2 elders to attack the Vermilion Bird Sword sect and the Jade Pure sect. Their sects will definitely lack combat strength. This is a good opportunity. An elder suggested. His words were approved by the other elders. This was indeed a good opportunity. Huang Zuntian frowned and said nothing. Finally, the elders looked at him, waiting for him to make a decision. Huang Zuntian asked hesitantly, "Must we fight?" "We must fight." "Alright, then I'll do it myself. I'm worried about you guys. I'll go to the Vermilion Bird Sword sect and the Jade Pure sect myself." "Will that do?" "Sect master is wise." The elders laughed, but their smiles were helpless. If the sect master went, he would probably stall for time. Several months later, Hanju had mastered the 5th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique and comprehended a new mystical power. More accurately, it was the advanced version of 6 paths soul absorption. He could absorb souls and store them in the depths of his essence soul. This move could protect the soul and also confine it. In addition, he could also leave a 6 paths insignia. The 6 paths insignia would exist forever. No matter how many times the other party reincarnated, it would still remain. It was equivalent to crossing the reincarnation cycle to find the other party. That was good. If he met someone he cared about in the future, he could leave behind the 6 paths insignia and meet them in their next life. The higher his cultivation realm, the more domineering the 6 paths spirit energy became. He took out the pills and continued cultivating. The first level of the soul formation realm was not enough. He wanted to be stronger. His next target was the void amalgamation realm. Hanju no longer cared about the Raincoat sect. He was worried about the demon taming sect. He didn't forget about Xiaowei. This guy's image was still in his interpersonal relationships. He was still as ugly as ever. His hatred was still so great that he wouldn't rest until he was dead. The key was that Xiaowei was not the sect master. That was ridiculous. How powerful was the demon taming sect? While Hanju was worried, Chang Yue came to visit. To be precise, Fairy Shizan invited her. Fairy Shizan rarely invited Hanju, so Hanju naturally had to give her face. He immediately went forward. When he arrived at the Jade Serene Hall, most of the disciples were present. The eldest disciple, Lu Sangxin, had already finished his apprenticeship and became a core disciple. The current eldest disciple was the 7th senior from back then, Meng He. When Meng He saw Hanju again, he was a little embarrassed, but he still bowed respectfully. Under his command, the other disciples followed suit. The disciples were puzzled but quickly guessed the truth. There were rumors that deity-slaying elder came from Jade Serene Peak. He was extremely handsome and unparalleled. Could it be this person? They secretly sized him up. They couldn't help but be stunned by Hanju's appearance. What a handsome man. It was definitely him. All the disciples looked at Hanju with admiration. Chang Yue stood in front of him very proudly. She even wanted to hold Hanju's arm, but he cleverly avoided her. Meng He instructed all the disciples not to reveal Hanju's identity. The disciples promised. Soon, Fairy Shizan arrived, and all the disciples sat down. Hanju was still sitting at the back. "Elder Han, come sit beside me," Fairy Shizan said. With a wave of her right hand, a meditation cushion appeared beside her. Hanju hesitated for a moment before walking over. He sat beside Fairy Shizan in puzzlement. What's Master trying to do? Is she going to pass her position to me? No way. It's too troublesome to manage Jade Serene Peak. Hanju thought worriedly. The sect master has sent a message back. He said that they have already met up with the Vermilion Bird Sword sect and are currently attacking the Raincoat sect. The imprisoned disciples have also been rescued, but he's worried that the Raincoat sect will attack us because they only encountered 5 soul formation experts. The other 5 must have other arrangements. For the time being, I hope that everyone will leave seclusion and patrol the inner and outer parts of the sect. Fairy Shizan spoke with a solemn expression. Among the disciples of the 18 peaks, our Jade Serene Peak contributed the least. Other than us, it's also because of the sect master's favoritism towards us. Do you understand? Her voice was very soft, but it made all the disciples feel a surge of strength. Everyone's spirit was ignited. After cultivating for so many years, it was time to draw their sword. Hanju nodded slightly. He wasn't as excited as the disciples. Fairy Shizan glanced at him and asked, "Elder Han, are you confident in dealing with the soul formation stage cultivator from the Raincoat sect?" The disciples quietened down and looked at Hanju expectantly. Soul formation was too far away for the disciples. If they were really sent to deal with soul formation stage cultivators, wouldn't that be suicide? Not even their master, Fairy Shizan, could do it. Hanju took in their expressions and finally understood why Fairy Shizan looked for him. So it was to calm them down. Sigh, I only wanted to cultivate in secret, but the sect keeps getting beaten up. After thinking about it, Hanju said, I have experience dealing with soul formation cultivators. He spoke very humbly, but to the disciples, it was domineering. The elder before them had killed a soul formation cultivator before. It was said that it was an insta-kill. The disciples cheered and showed their respect for Hanju. Alright, you can go and prepare. This matter will be arranged by your eldest senior brother. Also, regarding the deity slaying elder's identity, you're not to spread it. Only the Jade Serene Peak knows about this. Fairy Shizan instructed. The disciples bowed and left. Soon, only Hanju and Fairy Shizan were left in the Jade Serene Hall. Fairy Shizan tilted her head and looked at him. She asked softly, which level are you at? Stunned, Hanju asked curiously, what level? Cultivation level. Oh, first level. Why are you still at the first level? Fairy Shizan frowned. After being in seclusion for so many years, even with Hanju's absurd aptitude, he couldn't improve much. Hanju coughed and said, first level of the soul formation realm. Did Li Qingzi not tell her that he was about to break through? Fairy Shizan was stunned. Chapter 50. Attack of the Raincoat Sect, 9th level of the soul formation realm. Fairy Shizan shook her head and laughed, not knowing what to say about Hanju. This kid, he really knew how to keep people in suspense. HMPH, you want to see me make a fool of myself? Looks like you no longer treat me as your master. After all, as your master, I've never taught you anything. Fairy Shizan snorted. Hanju shrugged and said, you asked too suddenly. I didn't take a detour. Besides, I asked you before for a suitable location to undergo tribulation. Fairy Shizan shook her head and laughed. How could she have thought that Hanju would break through to the soul formation realm so quickly? How many years had it been since he entered the nascent soul realm? Then, she continued to ask, if you have any needs, feel free to ask. You have done more for the sect than the sect has done for you. There's no need to be polite. Needs? Hanju thought for a moment. Is there a cultivation pill for the soul formation realm? No. Then try your best to help me strengthen the spirit chi in the cave abode. Yes, I'll think of something. Hanju had his own cultivation technique and spell inheritance, so he didn't need the teachings of the Jade Pure sect. The reason why he had stayed in the sect was that he had no other good place to go. Instead of wandering around, it was better to cultivate here in peace. After a short conversation, Hanju got up and left. Fairy Shizan looked at his back and asked, how long can you stay in the Jade Pure sect? Hanju stopped and turned to look at her. Why do you ask? If I wanted to run, I would have run away long ago. Fairy Shizan shook her head and said, I'm not afraid that you'll run away. It's just that you've grown too quickly. When the time comes, this small temple won't be able to hold a giant Buddha like you. There are many sects more powerful than the Jade Pure sect in the cultivation world. It is in man's nature to strive for better, especially for ascetics like you. Back then, the founding ancestor left the Great Yan to pursue a higher realm. She sighed as she thought of that. Hanju smiled and said, perhaps. If I really want to leave one day, I will tell you in advance. With that, he turned around and left. To seek the great Tao in a wider world? Nonsense. He'd rather be the peak of this world than the bottom feeder of a higher realm. In any case, his potential was top-notch. If he cultivated in peace, he could constantly become stronger. Why would he need to go out and adventure? After returning to the Conate cave abode, Hanju began to meditate. The black hell chicken suddenly said, Master, I heard the cries of the chickens from the foot of the mountain. When I heard their voices, my heart inexplicably throbbed. I wanted to rush out. Why, could it be the demonic technique you spoke of? Hanju raised his eyebrows and said, yes, you must restrain this urge. If you follow it, you will fall into eternal damnation and never become a phoenix. This is a test of the heavenly Tao. Could it be that sexual urge had arrived? It couldn't resist the sound of a hen. The moment the black hell chicken heard that, it tensed up. Its feathers stood up as though it was a rooster about to fight. Thank you for your reminder, Master. I almost fell for it. The path of cultivation is truly fraught with danger. The black hell chicken lamented. Hanju secretly laughed. Even I'm still a virgin, you can forget about having fun. Just be a child, forever. Immediately, Hanju and the black hell chicken entered cultivation. When he was free, Hanju would instill his ideas into the black hell chicken. Everything was inferior, only cultivation was superior. Cultivators were all superior. A cultivating chicken was a superior chicken among chickens. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Hanju had yet to break through to the second level of the soul formation realm, but by relying on the pills, he was already approaching it. He did not stop. Instead, he continued to cultivate and strive to break through as soon as possible. One fine day, the Raincoat sect was finally here. It was Sect Master Huang Zuntian and an accompanying elder. This elder was known as Spiritual Master Shan Kui, and he was also in the soul formation realm. Huang Zuntian landed on the top of the mountain and looked warily at the 18 peaks of the Jade Pure sect. Spiritual Master Shan Kui wore a raincoat. Under the brim of his hat, his eyes were extremely cold and contained killing intent. Sect Master, attack, Spiritual Master Shan Kui said with disdain. This is the Jade Pure sect. So weak, not even a single soul formation expert is present. There were less than 10 nascent soul experts left. They were not enough to kill. Huang Zuntian hesitated. Too weak. Could it be a trap? If it were me, I wouldn't dare to attack the Raincoat sect like this. Spiritual Master Shan Kui was speechless. What's there to be afraid of? They're just going all out. Otherwise, they'll be swallowed up by us sooner or later. Huang Zuntian was silent. Seeing how cowardly he was, Spiritual Master Shan Kui was furious. If not for the fact that he could not win, he really wanted to snatch the position of Sect Master. No, I feel uneasy. There's something wrong. Huang Zuntian frowned. Spiritual Master Shan Kui went mad and said in a low voice, Sect Master. This opportunity will never come again. If the Raincoat sect is buried in our hands, how can we face the previous Sect Master? Huang Zuntian frowned. Inside the Conate Cave abode. Raincoat cult is about to invade the Jade Pure sect. Hanju opened his eyes and immediately inspected the strongest person present. Huang Zuntian, 9th level of the soul formation realm, sect master of the Raincoat sect. He's extremely cautious and doesn't like killing. The sect master was here. Extremely cautious, doesn't like killing. Hanju blinked and thought that he had seen wrongly. Was the Raincoat sect really not a fiendish cult? Hanju no longer thought about it. He cautiously activated the simulation trial and first fought with Huang Zuntian. 3 breaths later, he opened his eyes again. He breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly stood up and prepared to leave the cave abode. The Black Hell Chicken was extremely nervous. Master, are you running away? It quickly stood up and prepared to run. Hanju said angrily, we'll run away if I can't beat him. Wait here. With that, he turned into a gust of wind and rushed out of the cave abode. Soon, he found Huang Zuntian and Spiritual Master Shan Kui. The two were still arguing. Spiritual Master Shan Kui tried to persuade him, but Huang Zuntian stopped him from moving abruptly. Seeing Hanju flying over, the two of them immediately stopped and looked at him warily. Hanju stopped less than 100 feet away from them. He looked around curiously and asked, just the two of you? Huang Zuntian's heart raced. This tone, it was indeed a trap. When Spiritual Master Shan Kui saw that he was only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm but dared to rush over and even said such words, he knew that this person definitely had a cultivation concealment technique. He had naturally heard of the legendary deity-slaying elder. Could this person be the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect? However, Duan Tongtian had just entered the soul formation realm. He was completely incomparable to them. Spiritual Master Shan Kui said in a low voice, isn't the two of us enough? Fellow Taoist is really arrogant. Then, I'll properly test your cultivation. Hanju ignored him and looked at Huang Zuntian. This was the sect master of the Raincoat sect. He was indeed very imposing. However, his gaze seemed evasive, almost like he was afraid. Hanju said, Sect Master, I heard that you don't like killing. Why are you targeting our Jade Pure sect? Huang Zuntian hesitated to speak. Spiritual Master Shan Kui shouted angrily, cut the crap. He suddenly attacked, the silver dagger in his hand shooting at Hanju. A cold light flashed, so fast, ding, the silver-white dagger was repelled just as it was about to touch Hanju as if it had hit an invisible bell. Spiritual Master Shan Kui's pupils widened. He was about to cast a spell and prepare for his next move. Hanju raised his hand at lightning speed. The 3 pure shadow sword materialized out of thin air and charged towards Spiritual Master Shan Kui. Spiritual Master Shan Kui instinctively dodged, but the 3 pure shadow sword was too fast. It was so fast that even he, a soul formation cultivator, could not dodge in time. Boom! Spiritual Master Shan Kui was directly killed and his body turned into a bloody mist. Huang Zuntian's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 51. Huang Zuntian's terror, which sect is Chong Mountain? After spiritual master Shan Kui's corporeal body was destroyed, his essence soul had just emerged when Hanju appeared out of thin air in front of him. He raised his hand and used the six-path soul absorption to suck his essence soul into his hand. Hanju then squeezed hard and directly crushed it. It was a complete slaughter. Huang Zuntian's eyes widened. He didn't even have time to help. Too fast. Hanju killed spiritual master Shan Kui as easily as stepping on an ant. There really was a trap. Huang Zuntian immediately turned around and chose to escape. Hanju jumped and moved in front of Huang Zuntian, stopping him. Somersault cloud. His movement distance was related to the amount of six-path spirit energy he used. It might be difficult to move 108,000 miles, but moving for a short distance was nothing to Hanju. Huang Zuntian was stunned. He looked at him in shock. Hanju took out the Qilin sword and pointed it at him. Wait, don't make a move, I can make the raincoat sect cease fire. Huang Zuntian said in a low voice as a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Hanju raised his eyebrows. I need to cut the weeds by the roots, understand? Huang Zuntian actually admitted defeat. Hanju thought of his introduction. Huang Zuntian did not like killing. Could it be that he didn't want to attack the Jade Pure sect? Because of that, the actions of the Raincoat sect were delayed like this. Huang Zuntian said helplessly, actually, I don't want to create so many conflicts, but I'm the leader. I bear the responsibility of the entire sect. If I didn't take the initiative, countless disciples of the Jade Pure sect would have died. Right now, all of them are still alive and well. That was the truth. Zhou Fan and Yang Tiandong were still alive. Hanju hesitated. If it was really as Huang Zuntian said, then he could still control the Raincoat sect. If he killed him, the entire Raincoat sect would go crazy. At that time, they would take revenge crazily, and Hanju wouldn't be able to hunt them down all over the world. As long as you let me go, I'll definitely order the Raincoat sect to stop attacking the Jade Pure sect. Huang Zuntian said solemnly. Hearing this, Hanju's eyes flickered. Huang Zuntian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they could negotiate. At this moment, Hanju suddenly attacked, slashing with his sword. Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword. Huang Zuntian was shocked. He hurriedly raised his hand to block, and his surging spiritual chi forcefully blocked the terrifying sword chi. However, he was still forced back, blood spilling from his mouth. Fellow Taoist, you. Huang Zuntian was furious. Huang Zuntian developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points. 2 stars. Hanju sneered. Perhaps Huang Zuntian had no choice in this matter, but how could Hanju let him go so that he could attempt to change the situation? He could make the Raincoat sect stop attacking. If he couldn't do it before, why could he do it now? It was better to just kill him and intimidate the Raincoat sect, preventing the Holy Ghost from creating more trouble. Hanju raised the Qilin sword and pointed it at the sky. The six-path spirit energy in his body erupted and soared into the sky. In an instant, a blue light appeared in the sky like an ocean. It was dazzling. Sword shadows appeared from it and quickly solidified. Huang Zuntian formed hand seals with both hands. 4 scepters appeared and revolved around him. He looked at the sword shadows in the sky and panicked. What kind of spell is this? No, it's a mystical power. Hanju was using the 10,000 sword sect. 10,000 sword shadows hung high in the sky. How spectacular was that? All of them pointed at Huang Zuntian, causing his limbs to turn cold. He quickly activated the formation, and the 4 scepters immediately pulled away. Spiritual energy burst out from the 4 corners and formed a rectangular formation. Hanju brandished his sword. 10,000 sword shadows attacked Huang Zuntian. Like a school of carps crossing the river, divine weapons descended from the sky. Boom! The 10,000 sword sect collided with Huang Zuntian's formation, scattering the surrounding clouds. Huang Zuntian's robe fluttered wildly. He gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might. What a powerful technique! Huang Zuntian was extremely nervous and regretful. If he had known, he would have followed his instinct. He wouldn't have listened to those fools and personally come to the Jade Pure sect. I knew it. The Jade Pure sect was truly fearless. As Huang Zuntian cursed in his heart, his spirit formation shattered. The violent sword shadow collided with his body, causing him to spit out blood and fly backward. He was not directly killed. It seemed Huang Zuntian was not so weak. As he flew back, he quickly turned around and flew into the sky. He seemed to have used some sort of mystical power as well. His body transformed into a streak of light and disappeared without a trace. He couldn't be allowed to escape. Hanju immediately used the somersault cloud while tracing his aura. Since they had already fought, he had to kill the enemy. Hanju moved faster. After a somersault, he stood in front of Huang Zuntian. Huang Zuntian was almost scared to death and immediately waved his hand. In a flash, Hanju took out the burning fiend bell and smashed it at him. With a boom, Huang Zuntian's right palm struck the burning fiend bell, causing him to feel dizzy. The burning fiend bell rapidly expanded as Hanju waved his right hand. The bell was first raised, then smashed down heavily, directly pressing Huang Zuntian down. He crashed into the forest. The burning fiend bell continued to slam repeatedly as the ground shook violently. The forest within a radius of several hundred meters was flattened. Huang Zuntian's corporeal body was smashed. He quickly summoned his essence soul and wanted to continue escaping. But his speed was nothing compared to Hanju. Hanju used the six-path soul absorption and directly sucked Huang Zuntian's essence soul into his palm. The battle ended. Huang Zuntian, who was at the 9th level of the soul formation realm, faced Hanju but was just like Duan Tongtian, unable to fight back. Another boss was defeated by me. I'm really strong. Hanju smiled in satisfaction and returned to the Jade Pure sect. The location of the previous battle had already attracted the elders of the sect. Hanju used the wind god technique and circled around them, quickly returning to the Konate cave abode. The black hell chicken saw him and quickly asked, "Master, how is it? Should we run?" "I'm ready." Hanju rolled his eyes at it and said, "Your master, don't attack without full confidence. If I do, the enemy will definitely die." The black hell chicken was stunned for a moment before slowly lying down. Hanju sat on the bed. He raised his right hand and released Huang Zuntian's essence soul. Trapped by the six-path spirit energy, his essence soul could not escape. Upon seeing Hanju, Huang Zuntian's face was filled with fear. He asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" "He's too powerful." Although Huang Zuntian was cautious, he was still confident. He had never thought that he would lose so badly. Hanju said expressionlessly, "Zhao Zilong of Chong Mountain." The black hell chicken was confused. Who was Zhao Zilong? Which sect is Chong Mountain? Huang Zuntian was also puzzled. Hanju asked, "There aren't any great grand elders in your sect, right?" The reason why he did not destroy Huang Zuntian's essence soul was to obtain information. Now, his six-path soul absorption could seal essence souls or normal souls, making interrogation easier. Huang Zuntian hesitated and said, "Yes, but he's already left the Great Yan. Now, I'm the strongest in the Raincoat sect. Can you let me go? If you really can't, I'll leave the Raincoat sect and join the Jade Pure sect." In order to survive, he could let go of his dignity. Hanju raised his eyebrows. This fellow's personality was very similar to his. How despicable, Hanju snorted. "Let's see how you perform." With that, he closed his right palm and threw Huang Zuntian's essence soul into the depths of his soul, imprisoning it. With Huang Zuntian gone, the Raincoat sect was nothing to worry about. He could cultivate in peace. Hanju smiled and continued cultivating, charging towards the second level of the soul formation realm. Chapter 52. 9-Star Spirit Trampling Boots, Chaotic Heavenly Dog. The sect master of the Raincoat sect, Huang Zuntian, and the elder, spiritual master Shan Kui, headed to the Jade Pure sect. However, there was no news from them for several years. Being attacked by the Jade Pure sect and the Vermilion Bird Sword sect, the Raincoat sect started to panic. Especially the elders. With Huang Zuntian and the elders' abilities, they should be back soon. Why did it take so long? Did something happen? They recalled Huang Zuntian's worries and couldn't help but panic. Thus, they ordered all the outer sect disciples to rush back to the sect and defend against the attacks of the Jade Pure sect and the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Previously, when dealing with the two sects, the Raincoat sect seemed very relaxed. Just the cultivators guarding the sect were enough. Now they were afraid. They were afraid that a mysterious enemy would appear. After a long time, the Jade Pure sect and the Vermilion Bird Sword sect received a request from the Raincoat sect. The latter released all the captives from the two sects, including Huang Jihao. The Jade Pure sect and the Vermilion Bird Sword sect also retreated and returned home. After fighting for so many years, they were indeed tired. It had been 5 years since he defeated Huang Zuntian. Relying on the pills, Hanju quickly broke through to the 3rd level of the soul formation realm. He had also used up all his pills now. Without soul formation realm cultivation pills, he discovered that the spirit chi in the Konate cave abode was actually a little thin to him. How many years would it take for him to break through to the void amalgamation realm? No matter how powerful a cultivation technique was, it still depended on the surrounding spirit chi. When Hanju was a little troubled, Yang Tiandong suddenly returned. After entering the cave abode, he pounced in front of Hanju and started crying. Master, after so many years, I've finally seen you again. Do you know how much I've suffered all these years? I always believed that you would come and save me, Master. Sect Master told me that if not for you presiding over the Jade Pure sect, he wouldn't have dared to come and save us. Yang Tiandong cried in an earth-shattering manner. The black hell chicken cocked its head and blinked, staring at the stranger. Hanju felt ashamed. He didn't save Yang Tiandong mainly because he was afraid. Hanju said, "Disciple, you performed well. I will teach you spells next." Yang Tiandong's favorability toward you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. Yang Tiandong was moved to tears and kept kowtowing. Then, Hanju introduced the black hell chicken to him. Yang Tiandong had already discovered the black hell chicken, but he had no time to ask. You must be Master's disciple. You can call me Brother Chicken from now on. Brother Chicken, Hanju was speechless. Yang Tiandong was also stunned. The black hell chicken harumphed. I'm a phoenix, sooner or later, I'll bring Master up to the 9 heavens. For some reason, the moment it saw Yang Tiandong, it felt inexplicably hostile. It did not like his aura. It was the first time Yang Tiandong saw such a big chicken. He was a little flustered, afraid that he would say something wrong and offend Hanju. Alright, go cultivate at the side. In a few days, I'll teach you a spell, Hanju said. Yang Tiandong was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. He nodded obediently and hurriedly walked to the side to meditate. Hanju continued cultivating. It seemed that Li Qingzi and the rest had returned. Indeed, the next day at noon, Li Qingzi came to visit. Ha ha ha, Elder Han, the spy I planted in the Raincoat sect told me that the sect master is missing. Did he come to the Jade Pure sect? Did you kill him? Li Qingzi asked excitedly. Yang Tiandong looked at Hanju expectantly. Hanju hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. It was good that he revealed this so that Li Qingzi would not worry and disturb him all day long. As expected of Elder Han, you're the greatest contributor to our Jade Pure sect. The sect master of the Raincoat sect is dead. They probably won't dare to cause trouble for a long time. Li Qingzi was extremely happy and couldn't stop talking. Most of the time, Hanju responded politely. After he finished speaking, Hanju smiled and said, "It's time for the Jade Pure sect to cultivate peacefully. Sect master, stop running around and cultivate properly." Every time he saw Li Qingzi getting beaten up, Hanju would worry for him. Li Qingzi smiled and said, "Right, there's one more thing. In at most half a year, the ancestor will be back. In another 5 years, it will be the Jade Pure sect's millennium ceremony. It will be a joyous occasion for the sect. Although it was delayed for 2 years, it doesn't matter. I will invite all the sects to participate and build a good relationship with them. At that time, do you want to appear? I can help introduce you to the cultivation world and let them know who the most powerful deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect is so that your name can shake the cultivation world." Hanju hurriedly said, No, I can't tell anyone that I killed the leader of the Raincoat sect. Let's pretend that we don't know about this. I don't want to show my face, either. I just want to cultivate properly. If the sect master wants to create hype for me, you'll be harming me instead. I've killed so many enemies for the Jade Pure sect. If this gets out, I'm dead. At that time, I can only run and leave the sect." Li Qingzi agreed after hearing these reasonable words. Before leaving, Hanju expressed his recent problem and asked Li Qingzi to help increase the concentration of spirit qi in the cave abode. Li Qingzi immediately agreed. After leaving the cave abode, Li Qingzi began to worry. How else can I raise it? The spirit qi here is already the densest in the entire sect. I can only wait for the ancestor to return. Li Qingzi was vexed. He had already transplanted the best natural treasures over, but Hanju was still not satisfied. This fellow's breakthrough speed is too fast. As soon as Li Qingzi left, words appeared in front of Hanju. You successfully protected the sect and defeated the Raincoat sect. You obtained a numinous treasure, a sword technique manual, and an egg of a divine beast of Providence. Congratulations on obtaining a 5th grade numinous treasure, 9-star spirit trampling boots. Congratulations on obtaining the manual, heartless flying sword. Congratulations on obtaining the chaotic heavenly dog. 9-star spirit trampling boots, 5th grade numinous treasure. It can step on and absorb spirit qi. Its flying speed is extremely fast. It can increase the effect of movement mystical powers and movement techniques. Heartless flying sword, heartless sword technique. After cultivating this sword technique, one's emotions and lust will decrease. The lethality of this sword technique is extremely high. Chaotic Heavenly Dog, one of the ancient divine beasts of Providence. Legend has it that the heavenly dog devours the moon. Currently in an egg state. Hanju couldn't help but smile. Finally, the 9-star spirit trampling boots were good, being very suitable for running away. Great. In the blink of an eye. 3 years passed. Hanju was still at the 3rd level of the soul formation realm. During this period of time, he passed the heartless flying sword to Yang Tiandong while not cultivating it himself. Yang Tiandong liked it very much. With his outstanding aptitude, he became proficient in the heartless flying sword in 3 years and made a name for himself in the inner sect. He only advanced to an elite disciple half a year ago. He was about to break through to the golden core realm. The chaotic heavenly dog had already hatched. It was even hatched by the black hell chicken. The black hell chicken did not know how to hatch an egg. Hanju had taught it. It had yet to establish its own values and morals, so it did not object. After the chaotic heavenly dog hatched, it would especially take care of it. The present chaotic heavenly dog was already the size of a calf. It had silver fur and looked like a fat wolf. That's right, it was fat. The black hell chicken's plump body made it think that it looked better that way. Therefore, it also fattened the chaotic heavenly dog. Hanju didn't stop it. Plump pets were the cutest. His cultivation level far exceeded the chaotic heavenly dog. Since it couldn't surpass him, he didn't expect the pet to fight. What was worth mentioning was that the chaotic heavenly dog was arrogant by nature. It dared to challenge the black hell chicken when it was only 2 years old. This often caused the black hell chicken to go berserk, so the connate cave abode was often in chaos. Chapter 53, Taoist 9 Cauldrons, Tathagata Incantation. One fine day, when Yang Tiandong returned from his mission, he was very excited. Ancestor, the ancestor is back, Yang Tiandong said. Hanju did not open his eyes. He immediately checked the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect. Taoist 9 Cauldrons, 8th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, founding ancestor of the Jade Pure sect. 8th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Nice. Hanju immediately felt a sense of security. With such a powerful figure guarding the sect, it shouldn't encounter any more tribulations, right? Hanju said softly, cultivate well. With that, he started the simulation trial and fought Taoist 9 Cauldrons. Yang Tiandong rubbed his nose awkwardly. He originally had a lot to say, but seeing that his master did not want to listen, he could only obediently walk to the side and start cultivating. The chaotic heavenly dog stared at him and whispered, "Brother Chicken, his aura is so irritating." The black hell chicken narrowed its eyes. Yes, I feel the same. Although their voices were low, Yang Tiandong could hear them clearly. He was speechless. Was his half-demon bloodline so irritating to demons? Yang Tiandong felt wronged, but he didn't dare to say anything. After a while, Hanju opened his eyes and thought, is this the Void Amalgamation Realm? Not bad. He had lost. With the Wind God technique and the somersault cloud, he barely lasted for a few minutes. It was still very difficult for a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Soul Formation Realm to fight a cultivator at the 8th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Hanju took a deep breath. He had a goal. He wanted to defeat Taoist 9 Cauldrons as soon as possible. For the next period of time, the entire Jade Pure sect was very lively. Firstly, the Millennium Ceremony was coming. Secondly, the founder had returned. Under the publicity of the elders of the 18 Peaks, all sorts of legends about Taoist 9 Cauldrons spread. A cultivator who had lived for more than 1,000 years was extremely rare in the entire cultivation world of the Great Yan. Hanju was still in seclusion and did not go out. Several days later, Li Qingzi came to visit. Taoist 9 Cauldrons followed. He was tall and had a head full of white hair. He had the bearing of an immortal. Hanju stood up and bowed. Yang Tiandong followed suit. The black hell chicken and chaotic heavenly dog sprawled on the ground as they quietly looked at Taoist 9 Cauldrons. After Taoist 9 Cauldrons entered the cave abode, he first looked at the black hell chicken and the chaotic heavenly dog and then said in surprise, "These two beasts are not simple. Young friend, where did you get them?" The others of the Jade Pure sect could not see the origins of the two beasts, but Taoist 9 Cauldrons could sense that they were extraordinary. After all, he had traveled the world and was very knowledgeable. Li Qingzi couldn't help but turn around. Since when was there a dog? Hanju smiled and said, "I got them by chance." Taoist 9 Cauldrons smiled and didn't ask further. He walked to a chair and sat down. He looked at Hanju and said, "Young friend, it's all thanks to you that the Jade Pure sect was able to survive. Otherwise, the sect would have been destroyed. I came especially to thank you and also brought an opportunity." Opportunity. Hanju frowned. In his understanding, as long as it was not something directly given to him, it was a risk. Danger. It was easy to get into trouble. I left the great Yan cultivation world 1,000 years ago to seek the land of immortals. After that, I went overseas and lived in the mortal world. Now, I'm already the vice sect master of a sect. This time, I'll bring some geniuses to cultivate there. When their cultivation reaches a phenomenal stage, they can return to the Jade Pure sect. Are you willing to go? Taoist Nine Cauldrons stroked his beard and smiled. Overseas vice sect master. Hanju was speechless. Your hometown was almost gone, but you went to join someone else's sect and made a name for yourself. Hanju asked cautiously, is your sect invincible overseas? It's difficult to be invincible, but it's still one of the overlords. Overlord, are there enemies? Of course, but there's nothing to be afraid of. It's very difficult to overturn our sect. There are many void amalgamation realm experts in our sect. Oh, thank you for your kind intentions, ancestor. I won't be going. Hanju shook his head and rejected. The outside was so dangerous. If they weren't an invincible sect, they would definitely face danger. In the Great Yan, the Jade Pure sect no longer had any enemies. The strongest Raincoat sect was about to fall. Taoist Nine Cauldrons smiled. They said that you are very cautious. It seems that you are afraid that it will be dangerous to go overseas. That's true. Back then, He began to brag about his adventures. Indeed, no matter what world it was, old men were always talkative and loved to brag. Hanju listened quietly. After Taoist Nine Cauldrons spoke for a long time, Li Qingzi finally had a chance to speak. Elder Han, it's fine if you don't want to go. It's also good to stay in the Jade Pure sect. Next, the ancestor will help our sect develop. At that time, the Jade Pure sect will definitely become the overlord of the Great Yan cultivation world. You want to cultivate diligently, right? No problem. I'll try my best to help you search for natural treasures. From now on, the entire mountain will be yours. I can expel the disciples from the other cave abodes and leave them for you and your disciples in the future. Li Qingzi smiled. He was the sect master and naturally didn't want Hanju to leave. Taoist Nine Cauldrons had put it nicely. How could the geniuses be willing to return from a better sect? Of course, this was unless they were not doing well and were often oppressed. If Hanju left with him, what would happen if the Jade Pure sect encountered danger again? Taoist Nine Cauldrons smiled and said, that's right. I'll stay for at least 50 years before leaving. I'll first reform the Jade Pure sect and turn it into the holy land of the Great Yan cultivation world. During this time, you can consider it. A line of words appeared in front of Hanju. You are invited by Taoist Nine Cauldrons and Li Qingzi. You have the following choices. 1. Follow Taoist Nine Cauldrons and go overseas. You can obtain a bottle of cultivation pills, equipment, and a numinous treasure. 2. Continue to stay in the Jade Pure sect. Cultivate while keeping a low profile and strive for stability. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance. Hanju smiled and said, thank you, ancestor and sect master. I'll stay in the Jade Pure sect first. He silently chose the second option. In terms of choices, the first option may be better, unlike in the past. But he thought about it. There was no need for him to go overseas. Perhaps the spirit chi here was far inferior, but he had no enemies and could cultivate peacefully. If he went overseas, he might encounter many troubles. Hanju didn't have any blood feuds or terrifying enemies. Why would he want to go out? In addition, Li Qingzi's suggestion was also good. This cave abode was indeed small and the entire mountain was just right for him. As for the other disciples on the mountain, Hanju could only apologize. He believed that Li Qingzi could weigh the pros and cons. You choose to stay in the Jade Pure sect. Obtained a mystical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining the mystical power, Tathagata Incantation. Tathagata Incantation. Buddhist mystical power. It can vanquish ghosts and suppress evil spirits. Buddhist mystical power. Interesting, Hanju thought silently. The three of them continued to chat. Less than 3 days after Li Qingzi and Taoist Nine Cauldrons left, all the other cultivators on the mountain moved out. Under Li Qingzi's arrangements, a group of mortal servants came to plant the treasures. This batch of treasures was likely brought back by Taoist Nine Cauldrons. Their quality clearly exceeded the previous ones. Not only that, Li Qingzi even personally came to the foot of the mountain to set up a formation for Hanju. The treatment was as good as it got. When this matter reached the inner sect, the disciples thought that the sect master wanted to nurture a cultivation holy mountain. All of them began to look forward to it. Little did they know that this mountain only belonged to one person. Hanju didn't interfere with the matters outside the cave abode and cultivated in peace. The black hell chicken and the chaotic heavenly dog were also cultivating diligently. Soon, Yang Tiandong left the cave abode. Li Qingzi intended to nurture him and let him take over the Jade Pure sect. Firstly, it was because of his potential, and secondly, it was to rope Hanju in. Half a year passed quickly. On this day, Xing Hongshuan came to find Hanju. The disciples of the various peaks had been ordered not to come to this mountain. However, Xing Hongshuan had Taoist Jingshu's support, so she dared to come. Hanju let her in. "Husband, I picked up a treasure recently and specially came to give it to you." Xing Hongshuan happily sat down next to Hanju and took out a jade pearl the size of a baby's fist. After Hanju took the bead and scanned it with his divine sense, his expression immediately turned strange. Xing Hongshuan said excitedly, "This pearl can automatically gather the spirit chi of heaven and earth and create chi gathering pills automatically. This is a good treasure." Chapter 54. Heavenly Quartz Jinx, Unparalleled Talent. Hearing Xing Hongshuan's words, Hanju's expression became even stranger. The reason was that his divine sense discovered a soul hidden in the jade pearl. This soul was a fierce spirit filled with a malevolent aura. It was obviously not a good thing. Hanju asked, "Where did you find this pearl?" After he explained the situation of the ferocious spirit in the jade pearl, Xing Hongshuan's eyes widened in disbelief. After that, she frowned and said in a low voice, "I obtained it in a cultivation market. I participated in the auction and obtained a treasure. However, someone targeted me. He followed me and wanted to seize my treasure. In the end, he was killed by me and I received this item from his storage ring. The fellow Taoist who accompanied me told me that this is a connate spirit gathering jade, and it's extremely rare. It's a cultivation sacred treasure. I heard that it was so amazing, so I brought it over to you." Hanju felt that something was amiss. But he couldn't figure it out. He immediately used the six-path soul absorption technique and eliminated the ferocious spirit inside. Then, he returned the connate spirit gathering jade to her. "Take it, I've already gotten rid of the evil spirit inside. This treasure won't be of much help to me. You, on the other hand, are about to break through to the golden core realm. You just happen to need this treasure," Hanju said seriously. Xing Hongshuan subconsciously wanted to reject him, but Hanju continued, "Your cultivation is too slow. At this rate, the possibility of me becoming your husband will decrease. You should be thinking of increasing your cultivation speed." Xing Hongshuan's smile turned bitter. Hanju couldn't bear to watch this. After all, this was the woman who had the highest favorability towards him. With a flip of his right hand, he handed Xing Hongshuan the spirit pills that he had seized in the past. These pills could help her break through to the golden core realm and help her increase her cultivation level. "You were the one who gave me treasures in the past. I'll do the same to you now. Also, open a cave abode in the back mountain and cultivate," Hanju said seriously. Xing Hongshuan was pleasantly surprised and smiled sweetly. When Hanju saw this, he inexplicably panicked. He said seriously, "We are not husband and wife yet. I hope that you will do your best to cultivate. Also, don't publicize our relationship. I have killed many powerful enemies for the Jade Pure sect. Don't become the enemy's weakness to threaten me, understand?" Xing Hongshuan nodded obediently. "HMPH, rascal, you still care about me." He said that he was afraid she would become his weakness, but he was actually worried about her safety. The more Xing Hongshuan thought about it, the sweeter she felt. She recalled that back then, Hanju was still a youth in her eyes. Now, he had become the powerful deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect. Such potential was unheard of in the cultivation world. She had to work hard. If this continued, she'd not be worthy of Hanju. Xing Hongshuan didn't stay for long. She wanted to seize this opportunity to get closer to Hanju, but the black hell chicken and the chaotic heavenly dog kept staring at her. Their eyes widened, making her feel embarrassed. A year and a half later. The spirit chi in the mountain where Hanju was at increased greatly. Besides the spirit gathering array, Li Qingzi also set up a protective array. Under Hanju's instructions, Xing Hongshuan quietly moved to the back of the mountain and enjoyed the boundless spirit chi there. One fine day, the Jade Pure sect's millennium ceremony was about to begin. All the righteous sects of the cultivation world sent people to congratulate them. The Jade Pure sect welcomed an unprecedentedly lively event. It was said that the sect master of the Raincoat sect vanished after heading to the Jade Pure sect. In other words, it was very likely that he died there. This greatly elevated the Jade Pure sect's status in the cultivation world. No one dared to slight them. After Taoist Nine Cauldrons returned, he began to personally clean up the sect. The spirit chi in the 18 peaks and the intersect cities also increased greatly. Although it wasn't as good as Hanju's mountain, it was several times stronger than before. Not only that, but Taoist 9 cauldrons also captured several great demons comparable to the nascent soul realm and imprisoned them in the 10,000 demon realm. The Jade Pure sect was growing day by day. Hanju wasn't interested in the Millennium Ceremony, so he did not attend and continued cultivating. What was worth mentioning was that as the Black Hell Chicken and Chaotic Heavenly Dog grew larger, the cave abode could no longer contain them. Hanju chased them out half a year ago. They had to make their own cave on the mountain. At the same time, they were strictly forbidden from leaving the mountain's vicinity. The Black Hell Chicken had been instilled with values by Hanju from a young age. Now, it was already a very timid, a very cautious chicken. It often taught the Chaotic Heavenly Dog to have the same temperament as it. However, the Chaotic Heavenly Dog was naturally arrogant and despised it. Although the Chaotic Heavenly Dog did not respect it, the Black Hell Chicken still relied on its strength to forcefully control it. No matter what, this dog was hatched by it. In Hanju's words, this was its son. One fine day, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Hanju. Detected bearer of connate Providence, checking its origin. Another bearer of connate Providence. Hanju already had an understanding of connate Providence. These were people with extraordinary fates. Some were jinxes, while some were children of destiny. A person with connate Providence was not absolutely powerful. Hanju immediately chose to check the person's background. Su Qi, the reincarnation of the jinx of the heavenly court. He was born with bad luck and would bring calamity to the people around him. He had an extremely overpowering destiny, and the people around him were often forced to death by bad luck, while he would always be able to turn the situation around for himself. When he heard that the Jade Pure sect was the strongest sect in the cultivation world, he wanted to join it and learn an orthodox cultivation method. Special hint: because you have the providence of the descendant of an immortal emperor, you are not affected by the jinx's bad luck. In addition, you are not allowed to kill the jinx. Otherwise, even your providence as the descendant of an immortal emperor cannot stop the overwhelming bad luck. What the heck? Reincarnation of a jinx? Hanju was speechless. Although his providence as a descendant of the immortal emperor could avoid the influence of the jinx, the Jade Pure sect could not. Hanju hurriedly scanned with his divine sense. Su Qi was walking towards the mountain. This was not good. Hanju hesitated for a moment before deciding to meet this jinx. At the foot of the mountain, a youth sat on a large rock, panting and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Although he wasn't handsome, his eyes were filled with spirit. He turned to look at the 18 peaks with blazing eyes. Why are you, a mortal, here? Hanju's voice suddenly floated over. He appeared in front of Su Qi. Su Qi shivered in fear and hurriedly knelt in front of Hanju. Suppressing his excitement, he said, "My name is Su Qi. I want to cultivate. I know the rules of cultivation sects, but I want to skip the outer sect and directly bring my talent into the inner sect of the Jade Pure sect." How arrogant! Hanju was speechless. Also, why did that sound so familiar? Hanju shook his head and said, "You're old enough. You missed the best cultivation time." For the sake of peace and stability in the future, Hanju could only chase him away. "Impossible, my talent is unparalleled. How about this, I'll teach you the chi gathering technique. You can find another place to cultivate and not join the Jade Pure sect." "No, I have to join this sect. Are you not a member of the Jade Pure sect? I heard that the sect is holding a millennium ceremony and is inviting all sects in the cultivation world." Su Qi looked at him warily. Hanju was puzzled. How did this mortal know so many things? "Are you really not leaving?" "No." "All right." Hanju grabbed Su Qi and brought him back to the connate cave abode. Su Qi was thrown to the ground on his butt, hurting it. Hanju sat on the bed again and said, "From today onwards, you can only stay here. You can forget about going out for the rest of your life." Since he was immune to Su Qi's bad luck, he was not afraid. As for why he did not kill him, he couldn't stand the overwhelming bad luck himself. Hanju was still worried that after killing Su Qi, this fellow would immediately regain his identity as an immortal of the heavenly court and find trouble with him. It was better to be cautious. Chapter 55, 5th level of the Soul Formation Realm, Unlimited Revival. Hearing Hanju's words, Su Qi was stunned. Then, fear and despair filled him. He asked while shivering, "Who are you?" "This is the Jade Pure sect." From what he knew, the Jade Pure sect was a righteous sect and would not do such a thing. Su Qi has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points: 2 stars. Hanju said calmly, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You have no choice now. Stay here from now on. Su Qi was terrified. He thought about it. Something was wrong. If Hanju was a bad person, he should have killed him directly. He was only an ordinary mortal and not a disciple of the Jade Pure sect. What was the point of capturing him? Wait, could it be that the expert of the sect was testing him? When Su Qi thought of this, he immediately calmed down. He immediately walked to the corner of the cave abode and imitated Hanju. He began to meditate. Su Qi's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. Hanju was stunned. From 2-star hatred points to 3-star favorability. What's happening? Is this kid mentally ill? Hanju ignored him and focused on cultivating. To prevent Su Qi from eating, drinking, and defecating in his cave abode, he taught him the simplest qi absorption technique he had obtained. He would only teach him the first level so that he won't become too hard to control. Hanju only wanted this kid's cultivation to not catch up to his. After being taught, Su Qi's favorability towards him reached 5 stars. The Millennium Ceremony was also in full swing. Even in the cave abode, Hanju and Su Qi could hear Li Qingzi speaking to the entire sect. He recounted the history of the Jade Pure sect, causing Su Qi's blood to boil. He was indeed still in the Jade Pure sect. Hanju must be an expert of the sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so daring. Su Qi made up his mind to cultivate well with Hanju. The Millennium Ceremony passed very quickly. After the various sects left, the Jade Pure sect did not calm down. Instead, it became even more lively. Taoist 9 Cauldrons and Li Qingzi modified the inner and outer sects and created more and more rules. In addition, Taoist 9 Cauldrons had also placed many good resources in the sect's treasure vault. There were cultivation techniques, spells, treasures, and so on. It could be seen that he was truly prepared for this return. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Hanju successfully broke through to the 4th level of the soul formation realm. With the help of Taoist 9 Cauldrons and Li Qingzi, the spirit qi in his mountain was more than 5 times stronger than before. Hanju was very satisfied now and didn't want to run around. He also didn't want to go overseas with Taoist 9 Cauldrons. During this period of time, the Jade Pure sect recruited new disciples without restraint. The number of outer sect disciples increased greatly, but the number of inner sect disciples had yet to increase. The Jade Pure sect only took in disciples from the mortals, so as to prevent any spies. Taoist 9 Cauldrons had not left for decades. This year, he left the sect with his core disciples. Chang Yue came to visit Hanju and told him about this. The Raincoat sect is finished. It's like a beaten dog now, hated by everyone, she said excitedly. The chaotic heavenly dog nearly exploded when it heard that. It couldn't help but ask, what did you say about dogs? To prevent Chang Yue from meeting Su Qi and getting unlucky, Hanju specially came out to see her. The two of them chatted in the woods. The chaotic heavenly dog and the black hell chicken also liked to stay here. Chang Yue smiled and said, I'm talking about a dog raised by mortals. You're different, don't take it to heart. The chaotic heavenly dog felt that this made sense. She continued, under the founder's leadership, the Raincoat sect was utterly defeated. The founder emptied out all of their resources and let the Jade Pure sect use them in the future. Hanju was very satisfied. Taoist 9 Cauldrons helped the Jade Pure sect unify the Great Yan cultivation world before he left. This way, the sect wouldn't face the threat of annihilation again. Hanju's impression of him improved. How's your cultivation recently? When are you preparing to break through to the Golden Core realm? Hanju asked. Chang Yue blinked and said, I have something to tell you. Master wants me to follow the ancestor overseas. Hanju nodded slightly. He was not surprised. That was good. Under Taoist 9 Cauldrons, she should be able to quickly increase her cultivation. Junior brother, are you really not coming with us? Chang Yue asked expectantly. If Hanju followed them overseas, Xing Hongshuan and Mo Zhu wouldn't have a chance anymore. Hanju shook his head and said, it's too dangerous overseas. Now that the Jade Pure sect has become stronger, it's safer to stay here. Of course, for mortal cultivators like you, it's also good to go out and take a look. Chang Yue was stunned and almost died of anger. Hanju said seriously, when you're overseas, you have to be careful when cultivating. Don't be fooled by other men. The path of cultivation ultimately depends on yourself. Emotions like love will delay you. When we pursue the great Tao together in the future and travel the mortal world, won't it be beautiful? Chang Yue's eyes lit up. Junior brother's words. I knew it. I'm in your heart, He was right, love couldn't tie down the path of cultivation. Chang Yuei smiled even wider. The two of them chatted for 2 hours before parting. After she left, the chaotic heavenly dog sprawled beside the black-held chicken and asked, "Brother Chicken, that woman seems to like our master very much." After all, it was a divine beast of Providence, unlike the black-held chicken, who was still immortal for the time being. The black-held chicken said solemnly, "That's greed. She wants to eat master. Remember, if you encounter other dogs that are interested in you in the future, you have to avoid them. Otherwise, you'll never be able to obtain the great Tao. You think too much. I'm serious, master taught me about this." "Brother Chicken, you're just a silly chicken. How can a chicken turn into a phoenix?" "What?" The black-held chicken began beating the chaotic heavenly dog. In an instant, the forest was in chaos and the leaves fell to the ground. 10 years passed quickly. Hanju broke through to the 5th level of the soul formation realm, while Suchi's cultivation level actually reached the foundation establishment realm. His talent was indeed impressive. He didn't use the foundation establishment pill but still broke through so easily. Suchi enjoyed the cultivation process very much. More than 10 years had passed, but he didn't have any intention of leaving. He was very respectful to Hanju. One fine day, Taoist 9 Cauldrons brought the core disciples back, causing the Jade Pure sect to cheer. Hanju was also disturbed. He opened his eyes and prepared to relax. He clicked on his interpersonal link to check his emails. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a fiendish cultivator. Your Tao companion Zan Qingjun was attacked by demons and was severely injured. Your Tao companion Zan Qingjun was attacked by Buddhists and was severely injured. Your Tao companion Zan Qingjun was killed and revived. Your good friend Zhou Fan accidentally entered an ancient forbidden ground and his providence changed. Hanju was stunned. Zan Qingjun was killed. It seemed that her mortal body could be revived infinitely. Hanju wasn't worried. After all, she was the demon lord. He noticed that Zhou Fan's providence had changed. However, he couldn't see what the exact change was. "Ha ha ha, young friend Han, I've come to visit you." Taoist 9 Cauldrons laughed. Then, he turned into a gust of wind and rushed into the cave abode. Suchi couldn't help but open his eyes. Hanju knew that this was bad. The jinx was right beside him. Would it bring bad luck to Taoist 9 Cauldrons? Although he was a jinx, he shouldn't be able to pass on the bad luck so quickly, right? Chapter 56. Ancient Forbidden Ground, Mysterious Wooden Tablet. Taoist 9 Cauldrons noticed Suchi as soon as he appeared and asked in surprise, "Is this your disciple?" Hanju shook his head and said, "No, he's just my servant." Suchi wanted to say something but eventually chose to remain silent. Taoist 9 Cauldrons carefully sized him up, and his eyes lit up. "This child's potential is very good. It's truly a waste of his talent to be your servant. Why don't you follow me overseas and seek the great Tao?" Hanju frowned and his heart skipped a beat. "Oh, ancestor. You're courting death." Taoist 9 Cauldrons looked at Suchi and asked with a smile, "Boy, are you willing? I'm the founder of the Jade Pure sect. This is a great opportunity." He directly skipped Hanju because he already knew his personality. This kid was most afraid of trouble. If he could take Suchi away, Hanju might be grateful to him. Suchi was excited when he heard that. Hanju couldn't help but say, "Ancestor, this child's situation is special. It's best not to accept him." What could he say? Tell him that Suchi was a jinx? Who would believe that? Taoist 9 Cauldrons asked with a faint smile, "Why? Are you unwilling to let him go?" Suchi immediately said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, ancestor. I want to stay here." He wasn't stupid. Taoist 9 Cauldrons was the founder. He actually came to visit Hanju personally with such a status. What did that mean? Hanju's status was not low. He might even be on par with Taoist 9 Cauldrons. Fine. Taoist 9 Cauldrons smiled, not angry. He walked to Hanju's side and sat down. He smiled and said, "Young friend, I've already gone to all the sects in the Great Yan cultivation world. In the future, the Jade Pure sect will no longer be in danger. You can cultivate in peace." Hanju smiled and said, "Ancestor is truly the ancestor. How impressive. I'm very amazed." Taoist 9 Cauldrons stroked his beard and laughed, clearly enjoying the flattery. "When I went out this time, I discovered an ancient forbidden ground. There are abundant resources inside. I plan to take it for myself and make it the cultivation ground of the Jade Pure sect. This forbidden ground has just been discovered. There might be many treasures inside. Do you want to take a look?" Hanju raised his eyebrows after hearing this. Ancient forbidden ground. One word instantly appeared in his mind. Danger. Could it be the forbidden area that Zhou Fan had fallen into previously? Han Ju hurriedly shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's give a chance to the other disciples of the sect." Taoist Nine Cauldrons shook his head and laughed. This kid is really afraid of death. This was all so good, the other disciples were too rash. It was better for the sect to have a cultivator like Han Ju guarding it. Taoist Nine Cauldrons continued with a smile, "In 20 years, I will have to leave. The heavenly immortal abode is about to open. I'm prepared to enter to pursue the great Tao. Let me tell you, the heavenly immortal abode has an extraordinary background. Every 100 years, disciples who ascended to become immortals would appear." He began to talk. Han Ju found it familiar. Wait. Wasn't this what Zan Qingjun wanted to give him the first time she came to him? Heavenly immortal abode token. He had rejected her back then. From the looks of it, the heavenly immortal abode was indeed formidable. Even an 8th level void amalgamation realm cultivator like Taoist Nine Cauldrons wanted to enter it. Han Ju listened patiently. Su Qi also listened. After a long time, "Ha ha ha, when I come back next time, I might already be at the body integration realm. My grand disciple said that you have outstanding potential and can catch up to me in a few 100 years. At that time, you and I will fight and see who is stronger." Taoist Nine Cauldrons smiled proudly. Han Ju was speechless. He suddenly realized that Taoist Nine Cauldrons' personality was different from what he had imagined. This fellow had the heart to show off. That made sense. Taoist Nine Cauldrons' return this time could be said to be extremely sensational. He even suppressed the top cultivation of the great Yan cultivation world. Such a person would definitely have a high-profile temperament. Han Ju shook his head and smiled. "Even if you give me a few thousand years, I won't be able to catch up to you." Taoist Nine Cauldrons was delighted. "Taoist Nine Cauldrons has a good impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. He finally had a good impression of him. Han Ju had been wondering why Taoist Nine Cauldrons didn't have a good impression of him when he had contributed so much to the sect. It turned out that he wanted to hear flattery. Taoist Nine Cauldrons was finally satisfied. He was just passing by when he came to look for Han Ju. He was shocked to discover that his prestige in the sect was not the highest. He couldn't compare to the deity-slaying elder. Taoist Nine Cauldrons had led the Jade Pure sect to greater heights, but the deity-slaying elder had saved the sect. There was indeed a gap between the two. In addition, Taoist Nine Cauldrons was too high profile. He often walked around the inner sect and almost all the disciples had seen him. As for the deity-slaying elder, other than Jade Serene Peak, most of the disciples had never seen him. He had always been very mysterious. Under such circumstances, the disciples worshipped the mysterious deity-slaying elder even more. After posturing, Taoist Nine Cauldrons left in satisfaction. Han Ju didn't think too much and continued cultivating. Time flew. 10 years passed quickly. While the Jade Pure sect was growing rapidly, Han Ju had been cultivating silently. His cultivation level had broken through to the 6th level of the soul formation realm. He used the simulation trial to fight Taoist Nine Cauldrons again. This time, he lasted for an hour. But he still lost. Han Ju sighed. Taoist Nine Cauldrons, who was at the 8th level of the void amalgamation realm, was very strong. In a bad mood, Han Ju prepared to go out and wander around. He suddenly recalled that Taoist Nine Cauldrons had already come into contact with Su Qi. Would he encounter bad luck? He immediately opened the emails. Your good friend Mo Fucho was attacked by demons. Your good friend Mo Zhu was attacked by demons. Your good friend Taoist Nine Cauldrons encountered a mental demon during cultivation. Your good friend Taoist Nine Cauldrons was attacked by a mental demon, reducing his cultivation by 100 years. Your good friend Zhou Fan is dead. His soul was recalled by a mighty figure. He has been reborn. Han Ju was amused. Taoist Nine Cauldrons had truly gotten unlucky. As for Zhou Fan, this experience was the protagonist's life. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. His mood improved and he got up to leave. Su Qi was still cultivating. Han Ju didn't teach him anything. He had been cultivating with the foundational qi absorption technique until today and had never taken any youth-retaining pills. Now, he was already mature and was no longer the elegant youth from before. Xing Hongxuan went out a few years ago and had just returned less than 3 days ago. Han Ju decided to visit her. This was the first time Han Ju came to her cave abode. Xing Hongxuan was so excited that she stood up to welcome him. After the two of them entered the cave abode, Xing Hongxuan waved her hand and used the formation array to close the entrance. Han Ju sized up her cave abode. Although it was a cave abode, it had a unique charm. There were many paintings hanging on the wall, and the bed was a white jade boulder. It was spotlessly white. Xing Hongxuan immediately hugged his arm and pulled him to the table. She smiled and said, "Husband, you came at the right time. A few years ago, I went to the ancient Forbidden Ground and obtained quite a number of treasures there. You can take a look and see what you like." She waved her right hand and treasures appeared on the table. There were jades, equipment, natural treasures, and so on. They were all very small. Han Ju sat down and scanned them with his divine sense. He merely glanced at them. Although Xing Hongxuan was already a golden core realm cultivator, what treasures could she find? Han Ju suddenly exclaimed. His gaze landed on a wooden tablet that looked like a memorial tablet. Xing Hongxuan noticed his expression and smiled smugly. "How about it? If you like it, you can take it. Everything I have is also yours." Han Ju ignored her and picked up the wooden tablet. There were no words on it. It looked very ordinary. However, Han Ju could sense a faint spiritual will inside. It was very weak. Ordinary soul formation realm cultivators might not even notice. Han Ju closed his eyes and probed with his divine sense. Boom! A powerful divine sense broke through the spiritual will in the wooden token. Immediately after, a memory surged into Han Ju's mind. Xing Hongxuan raised her hands and looked at him. It had been a long time since she had seen him so close. Why was this face so handsome? Xing Hongxuan was no longer young and often went out to train. She could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable. However, no matter how many talented people she saw, she still thought that Han Ju was the best. He was indeed the man she fell in love with at first sight. Chapter 57. 4th Grade Numinous Treasure, Successor of the Poison King. After a long while, Han Ju opened his eyes and looked surprised. There was a secret technique hidden within the wooden tablet. Heavenly puppet. This kind of puppet was made of spiritual energy. Han Ju could create a puppet with the same cultivation level as him. The weakness was that the puppet didn't last long enough. After the spiritual energy was exhausted, the puppet would stop moving until the next time spiritual energy was poured in again. The heavenly puppet was not able to fight automatically. It required a trace of the user's soul thought to control. It was similar to a clone, but the destruction of the heavenly puppet would not affect the creator. Because there was no need for breathing, the heavenly puppet could be stored in his storage ring. This was a good secret technique. Han Ju could create some heavenly puppets for the people he wanted to protect. Han Ju immediately stood up and said, "It's indeed a good treasure. I'll go back and cultivate first. I'll look for you again after some time." With that, he vanished. Xing Hongxuan was taken aback. Her expression turned bitter. However, on second thought, it must be a good treasure to make Han Ju so impatient. She felt happy again. He would definitely like her more now. After returning to the Conate Cave abode, Han Ju immediately started creating the heavenly puppet. He mobilized his spiritual energy with both hands as if he was creating an invisible clay figure. He was pleasantly surprised to find that using the six-path spirit energy to create the heavenly puppet was not an obstacle. The inherited memories told him that the creation process of the heavenly puppet was very difficult. The difficulty was related to spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for spiritual energy to materialize, let alone create puppets. However, according to the heavenly puppet secret technique, it was indeed possible. This was extremely miraculous. At the same time, the secret technique to create a soul thought was rather rare and could be used on other techniques. Soul thought was equivalent to having an extra pair of eyes. Han Ju planned to create some heavenly puppets for Xing Hongxuan, Chang Yue, and Fairy Shizan. Oh, one for his disciple, Yang Tiandong, as well. The next time they encountered danger, his puppet would save their lives. However, Han Ju still underestimated the difficulty of making the heavenly puppet. It took a full year. Han Ju had only created one heavenly puppet. Although it was not difficult to create, it was too cumbersome and required a lot of time and effort. The newly formed heavenly puppet was already fully charged. This puppet was like a wooden puppet with a crude appearance. Han Ju didn't dare to carve his face onto it. Wasn't that just drawing attention to him? Then, Han Ju flashed into Xing Hongxuan's cave abode. Still cultivating, she was shocked by Han Ju's sudden appearance. However, when she saw that it was him, she smiled happily again. Han Ju immediately took out the heavenly puppet and said, "Put this puppet in your storage ring. No matter where you go in the future, you must bring it with you. At the critical moment, it can save your life." With that, he returned to the Conate Cave abode. Xing Hongxuan was pleasantly surprised as she looked at the heavenly puppet. Its figure was very similar to Han Ju. On the other side, Han Ju continued to create more heavenly puppets. With the first experience, Hanju created 2 more heavenly puppets in the next year. The heavenly puppet was equivalent to his avatar. Apart from not having his Dharma treasures, it could unleash his true strength. It was very powerful. Hanju had thought about creating an army. However, after creating the 3 puppets, he dismissed the idea. Creating a soul thought was equivalent to cutting off a piece of his soul. A few soul thoughts were fine, but a few dozen would be problematic. Any more and his soul would be reduced to a remnant soul. In addition, creating the heavenly puppet would delay his cultivation. In the past 2 years, his cultivation level had not increased at all. If he was obsessed with creating heavenly puppets, wouldn't that affect his true pursuit? That wouldn't do. It would delay his cultivation. Hanju took a deep breath. He put away the 2 puppets and left. Su Qi was secretly curious. What were those 2 wooden puppets? In the past 2 years, he had personally seen Hanju create the heavenly puppets and felt that they were amazing. He couldn't figure it out and decided not to think about it. Hanju gave the 2 puppets to Chang Yue and Fairy Shizan. Chang Yue was pleasantly surprised and kept pestering him. It took a long time for him to escape. Fairy Shizan was very calm about it. The 2 did not talk much. One was passionate, while the other was cold. Hanju clicked his tongue in wonder. Yang Tiandong followed the sect master and was always outside. He couldn't be found for the time being. Previously, he was still considering if he should refine a heavenly puppet for Mozu. In the end, he heard from Chang Yue that Mozu had already headed to the secret hall. The secret hall was the ancient mystic realm that Taoist 9 cauldrons had discovered. He had created a new location for the sect inside, and the spirit chi there was richer than that of the inner sect. To join the secret hall, one had to be an elite disciple at the very least. In other words, the Jade Pure sect now had a new hierarchy. The secret hall, the inner sect's 18 peaks, and the outer sect. The ancient mystic realm had yet to be fully explored, so only the secret hall was the safest. The inner sect had a teleportation formation leading there. However, the concentration of spiritual energy in the secret hall was not comparable to Hanju's mountain. So, he was too lazy to move over. Back in the cave abode, Hanju perked up and started cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of Hanju. You are already 200 years old. You have already lived for a long time. You have the following choices for your future cultivation. 1. Cultivate in a low-profile manner, just like you did in the first part of your life. Cultivate quietly and don't fight for fame and fortune. From now on, the rewards will favor keeping a low profile. You can obtain a numinous treasure. 2. Cultivate in a high-profile manner, become a prodigy, and become famous throughout the world. From now on, the rewards will be more focused on cultivating in a high-profile manner. You can obtain equipment, a spell technique manual, and a mystical power inheritance. Unknowingly, Hanju was already 200 years old. Time truly passed quickly. Hanju didn't hesitate and chose the first option. A prodigy of a generation. It sounded great, but he refused to accept it. My aptitude is so amazing already, why should I be high profile? When I reach the great Tao, won't I be able to travel the world more freely? Hanju thought proudly. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a 4th-grade numinous treasure, Frost Lord's Glazed Crown. Frost Lord's Glazed Crown, 4th-grade defensive numinous treasure. It can reflect all attacks below the Void Amalgamation Realm, except for some special mystical powers. It can effectively defend against soul and consciousness attacks. Another defensive numinous treasure. The system knows me well. Hanju thought in surprise. He immediately took out the Frost Lord's glazed crown and began to connect with it using his blood. This crown was very cool looking, being purple-blue in color, and looked very exquisite. From now on, Hanju was armed with numinous treasures from head to toe. He was armed to the extreme. Nobody at the Soul Formation Realm could hurt him at all. As for the Void Amalgamation Realm, they could forget about instantly killing him. Su Qi noticed the glazed crown and his eyes widened. It was his first time seeing such a handsome crown. After half a day, Hanju finally made the Frost Lord's glazed crown recognize him as its master. He put the crown on, feeling more secure. Hanju continued cultivating happily. Another 5 years passed. Taoist 9 cauldrons left with a group of disciples and headed overseas. Before leaving, Chang Yue came to bid him farewell. It took Hanju a long time to send this crying senior sister away. After Taoist 9 cauldrons left, Hanju became bored. He used the simulation trial to check the person with the highest cultivation in the Jade Pure sect other than him. Li Qianlong, 5th level of the Soul Formation Realm, the successor of the Poison King. Chapter 58, 8th level of the Soul Formation Realm, Book of Misfortune. Li Qianlong, Poison King's successor. Han Ju had a strange expression. Li Qianlong's name was very familiar. He seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Wait, more than 100 years ago, Mo Zhu had asked him to look for opportunities together. It seemed like she was looking for Li Qianlong's cave abode. He didn't expect that after so long, Taoist Li Qianlong would actually come here. The 5th level of the Soul Formation Realm was extremely high in the cultivation world of the Great Yan. If he returned openly, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Han Ju had never heard of such a thing. Yang Tiandong, Chang Yue, and Xing Hongshuan often came to look for him, but none of them mentioned it. What did this mean? It meant that Li Qianlong had infiltrated them. Han Ju immediately searched for him. Li Qianlong was actually at the main peak. At that moment, Taoist Jingshu summoned all the disciples of the main peak. Xing Hongshuan was also present. Li Qianlong had an ordinary appearance and his aura was suppressed at the 1st level of the Golden Core realm. He had an honest appearance, yet who would have imagined that he was the successor of the Poison King? Han Ju didn't send his divine sense into the main peak to avoid alerting the enemy. The reason why Taoist Jingshu had summoned all the disciples was to inform them of Taoist 9 Cauldrons' departure. When Li Qianlong found out, he was overjoyed, but he hid it well. He had finally found an opportunity. Previously, with Taoist 9 Cauldrons around, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Now that Taoist 9 Cauldrons had left, he finally felt as if the clouds had parted and he could finally see the sun. Calm down, there's one more standing in my way. Li Qianlong thought silently. The most mysterious person in the Jade Pure sect. Deity-slaying elder. He had heard that the reason why the Raincoat sect was defeated was that the sect master slaughtered his way to the Jade Pure sect and never returned. At that time, Taoist 9 Cauldrons had yet to return. In other words, Deity-slaying elder had the terrifying ability to kill the sect master of the Raincoat sect. Before Li Qianlong carried out his plan, he had to think of a way to deal with the deity-slaying elder. However, he had yet to find out who the deity-slaying elder was. It was said that he came from Jade Serene Peak. Jade Serene Peak. When he thought of that person on Jade Serene Peak, Li Qianlong's gaze became bitter. Ever since he discovered Li Qianlong, Han Ju would often pay attention to him while cultivating. If Li Qianlong didn't want to harm the Jade Pure sect, he naturally couldn't kill him directly. He had sent a voice transmission to Xing Hongshuan. The inner sect of the Jade Pure sect was very peaceful, and there had been no incidents. Just like that, 5 years passed. Han Ju broke through to the 7th level of the Soul Formation Realm. He was getting closer and closer to the Void Amalgamation Realm. Han Ju was very happy. He checked Li Qianlong's location again and discovered that he had already left the Jade Pure sect. Han Ju didn't mind. It was fine as long as Li Qianlong didn't cause trouble. Han Ju checked the emails. Your Tao companion Zan Qingjun experienced the aspects of life and comprehended a mystical power. Your good friend Mo Fucho has fallen to the demonic path. Your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, has comprehended its innate mystical power. Your good friend Taoist 9 Cauldrons was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. Your good friend Taoist 9 Cauldrons is furious and his Tao heart is damaged. Your good friend Zhou Fan obtained the domination physique, shaking heaven and earth. Han Ju was stunned. FCK. So much had happened in the past 5 years. Mo Fucho had fallen to the demonic path. What had happened to him? That dog actually didn't tell him that it had comprehended its innate mystical power. Taoist 9 Cauldrons was truly pitiful. Served him right for attempting to recruit the Jinx. As for Zhou Fan, wow, he really lived up to his protagonist-like name. Han Ju took a deep breath and felt that he couldn't relax. His cultivation might be the apex in the cultivation world of the Great Yan, but that did not mean that it would be the same in the future. He had to cultivate diligently. A protagonist like Zhou Fan might change an era. Although he was still a golden core cultivator, his recent encounter was very similar to the early stages of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. He was constantly building his foundation. After so many years, the natural treasures in his mountain also began to mature one after another, and the spirit chi entered a period of explosive growth. Han Ju decided to try his best to reach the Void Amalgamation Realm. In the blink of an eye. Another 10 years passed. Hanju's cultivation level had reached the 8th level of the soul formation realm, and he was not far from the 9th level. Every time he thought of the void amalgamation realm, he would be very excited. One fine day, Li Qingzi came to visit. To prevent Su Qi from passing on his bad luck to him, Hanju walked out of the cave abode. Elder Han, long time no see. How's your cultivation going? Li Qingzi asked warmly. He was in the limelight now. With Taoist 9 cauldrons, help, his cultivation level had already reached the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. Apart from his cultivation, he was also the leader of the righteous path in the great Yan cultivation world. All these years, Hanju didn't see him being attacked. Not bad. May I know why you were looking for me? Hanju asked with a smile. Li Qingzi smiled and said, the righteous path's cultivation conference is about to begin. Do you want to go? This conference is located in the imperial capital of the great Yan dynasty. You can obtain the providence of the human race that can aid in cultivation. A notification appeared in front of Hanju. Sect Master Li Qingzi invites you to participate in the cultivation conference. You have the following choices. 1. Reject. Continue cultivating. You can obtain a numinous treasure. 2. Accept it. If you leave the sect with the sect master, you can obtain a superior grade spirit stone. The difference in rewards between the two was huge. However, Hanju was already used to it. It was not that the system forced him to make such a choice, but that he had chosen to cultivate in a low-profile manner. This was the path that the system had planned for him forward. Hanju silently chose the first option. It was very easy for something to happen during the cultivation conference. It was a big deal. Hanju shook his head and said, forget it, I won't go. Sect Master, be careful. Although things have been going smoothly for the Jade Pure sect recently, the matter of the ancestors' departure will definitely be known by other forces. Li Qingzi sighed. This Elder Han's heart of cultivation was ridiculous. If it was him, with Hanju's ability, he would have long been out enjoying life. You rejected the sect master's invitation and obtained a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the supreme grade numinous treasure, Book of Misfortune. Book of Misfortune, unparalleled numinous treasure. It can curse living beings and bring misfortune to them. At the same time, it will not be detected by them. The Book of Misfortune, curse. Hanju became interested. However, with Li Qingzi in front of him, he couldn't take it out. Sect Master, what do you think of Li Qianlong? Hanju suddenly asked. Li Qingzi was about to leave the sect. If Li Qianlong returned and wanted to cause trouble, Hanju had to know if he could kill him. Li Qingzi's expression changed when he heard that. Why do you ask, Elder Han? As soon as he said that, he felt that his attitude was not good. He hurriedly explained, this person was once my junior. His talent was unparalleled, but both he and Guan Yugong liked Fairy Shizan. The two of them had a life and death battle and forced my master to make a move. However, Li Qianlong was not convinced and actually dared to make a move on my master. While imprisoned, he secretly fled the sect. Before he left a letter saying that he would definitely overturn the Jade Pure sect when he returned. He was very displeased when Li Qianlong was mentioned. Hanju blinked. It was another tragedy caused by jealousy. No wonder Fairy Shizan did not allow her disciples to talk about love. Hanju said softly, Li Qianlong has returned, but he went out recently. He disguised himself and entered the main peak. Li Qingzi widened his eyes and trembled in anger. He grabbed Hanju and said, if he comes back again, Elder Han, you have to catch him. That's right, don't kill him. Don't be too ruthless and kill him accidentally. Chapter 59, Preparing to Break Through, Jinx's Secret Mission. Hearing Li Qingzi's words, Hanju was very curious about the gossip of this generation. Why did it feel like all of them liked Fairy Shizan? Wasn't Taoist Jingshu good enough for them? Well, that was true. Taoist Jingshu was not beautiful. Li Qingzi left after leaving some parting words. Li Qianlong's appearance made him uneasy. He frowned as he left. Hanju returned to his cave abode and took out the Book of Misfortune. This was a supreme grade numinous treasure. Hanju was very excited and started to drip blood on it. Su Qi opened his eyes and looked at the Book of Misfortune in Hanju's hand. The Book of Misfortune looked more like a black drawing scroll than a book. For some reason, when Su Qi saw the Book of Misfortune, he felt an inexplicable closeness. He liked this treasure, but liking was just liking. Su Qi did not dare to ask for it. He continued to cultivate. Because of his outstanding aptitude, Hanju had imparted the Jade Pure technique to Su Qi some time ago. The Jade Pure technique was the ultimate technique of the Jade Pure sect. It wasn't difficult for Hanju to obtain it with his status. The two of them already had a master-disciple relationship. It took Hanju an entire day to make the Book of Misfortune recognize him as its master. He injected six-path spirit energy into it and started cursing Li Qianlong. He imagined Li Qianlong's face in his mind. Between the mountains and rivers was a bamboo house. Li Qianlong knelt at the entrance. He asked in a low voice, "Master, what must I do for you to leave the mountain?" An old voice came from inside. "I've already left the cultivation world for 1,000 years. I don't want to participate in its disputes anymore. You can take revenge yourself. I've already passed on my legacy to you. Don't push your luck." Li Qianlong was extremely unwilling when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master, then pass me the recipe for the divine poison pill. I'll rely on myself. No, that's my ultimate treasure. If I pass it to you, won't I be stupid if you used it to poison me to death?" Li Qianlong almost spat out blood. He cursed in his heart. Becoming a disciple of the Poison King was not a stroke of luck. He had been the Poison King's pill tester for 100 years. He had tried all kinds of poisons. That period of time could be said to be worse than death. The only consolation was that he would be the Poison King's only successor. In the end, this scoundrel, the Poison King, actually held back and did not impart all his skills. The Poison King's voice floated out again, "Taoist Nine Cauldrons has already noticed my existence. I can't offend him rashly. Right now, the Jade Pure sect is like the sun in the sky. Not many sects dare to offend them. However, if you insist, you can look for the Wei family. Although they aren't considered top-notch in the Great Yan cultivation world, they often roam the world and have a wide network." Li Qianlong's eyes flickered as he pondered. 5 minutes later, he left. He hadn't walked more than 5 kilometers when a bolt of lightning struck him. He was caught off guard. Fortunately, Li Qianlong's cultivation was high and he wasn't injured. He looked up at the sky and cursed. What a coincidence. Hanju cursed Li Qianlong for a period of time. He couldn't test the results and could only give up and focus on cultivating. A month later, Yang Tiandong returned. To prevent him from meeting Su Qi, Hanju walked out of the Conate Cave abode. Yang Tiandong had already completely displayed his talent. After entering the Golden Core realm, he first advanced to an elite disciple before advancing to a core disciple. He was one of the most prominent figures among the younger generation of the Jade Pure sect. "Master, I plan to go to the cultivation convention. When the time comes, the various sects will spar. Can you?" Yang Tiandong asked nervously. After learning the Heartless Flying Sword, Yang Tiandong's strength increased greatly, but he still felt that it was not enough. Hanju nodded and said, "Then, I'll teach you another ultimate technique to win honor for the sect. This ultimate technique is called the Wind God Technique." Yang Tiandong was excited and quickly thanked him. 3 days later, he left. Hanju felt like he had forgotten something. Oh, he had forgotten to create a heavenly puppet for him. Oh well, his luck was strong, so he should be fine. 5 years later, Hanju finally broke through to the 9th level of the Soul Formation realm. Next was the Void Amalgamation realm. But before that, he had to raise his cultivation level to the Major Perfection Soul Formation realm. Hanju looked at Su Qi. He felt that it was time to throw this kid out. It was not convenient if he stayed here every day. Hanju coughed. Su Qi looked at him. Hanju asked expressionlessly, "You've been with me for some time. You can be considered to have stepped on the path of cultivation." Su Qi said gratefully, "Thank you, senior." Hanju said, "I'll give you a mission. If you can complete it, I'll take you in as my disciple." Upon hearing this, Su Qi's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked what the mission was. "I want you to go to the North State and join the demon taming sect. You don't have to do anything. Just hide in there and cultivate. In the future, I will personally head there and destroy their sect in the future. You will be my spy. Let me say this first. The demon taming sect is very strong. Even someone at the Void Amalgamation realm can only be considered an elder." Hanju spoke in a meaningful tone. Su Qi was shocked. He had already understood the cultivation realms. The strongest in the Jade Pure sect was only at the Soul Formation realm. How powerful was the demon taming sect? Most importantly, Hanju wanted to destroy it. How strong was he? Su Qi's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5.5 stars. A question mark appeared above Hanju's mind. Su Qi hurriedly guaranteed, "I will complete the mission. This is a secret mission. You can leave now. Leave the Jade Pure sect and don't interact with anyone here." "All right." Su Qi stood up excitedly. After walking out of the Konate cave abode, the sunlight fell on Su Qi. He couldn't help but feel as if a lifetime had passed. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. I must complete Master's test. Su Qi immediately went down the mountain. On the way down, he saw the chaotic heavenly dog and the black hell chicken fighting. Yeah, they were fighting. The black hell chicken's bloodline was still awakening. As for the chaotic heavenly dog, it had the talent of a divine beast. Its cultivation level was second to the black hell chicken's. This fat dog did not want to remain in its current status. It wanted to be the elder. Naturally, the black hell chicken had to educate it. The two beasts often fought. Of course, their fights were non-lethal. Although the chaotic heavenly dog was arrogant, it was very close to the black hell chicken. After all, it was hatched by the chicken. After all, the black hell chicken was its father. Su Qi smiled and said, "What a fat dog. This chicken and dog battle is really interesting." The chaotic heavenly dog immediately turned around and charged at him. Su Qi fled in fright. After leaving the mountain, Su Qi escaped the pursuit of the chaotic heavenly dog. He suddenly realized something. Where was the North State? Forget it. That wasn't important. He would definitely find out eventually. This was definitely one of Master's tests. After Su Qi left, Han Ju continued to cultivate. 2 years later, his cultivation finally reached the major perfection soul formation realm. He was about to break through to the void amalgamation realm. Han Ju held back his excitement and checked his emails first. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. Your disciple Yang Tiandong had a fortuitous encounter and awakened the demon saint bloodline. Your divine pet, chaotic heavenly dog, made a mistake in cultivation. Cultivation has been reduced by 20 years. Your good friend Mo Fucho was attacked by righteous cultivators, X104. Your good friend Chong Yuea accidentally obtained a fortuitous encounter and her cultivation level increased greatly. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X27. Your disciple Su Qi was captured by the Green Ghost sect. Your disciple Su Qi spread his bad luck. The Green Ghost sect encountered an extremely rare heavenly tribulation that struck once in hundreds of years. The entire sect has been destroyed. Chapter 60. Finally achieving the void amalgamation realm. Birth Dharma treasure. Destruction of the entire sect. Han Ju was stunned and gasped at his amazing power. As expected of Heavenly Court's Jinx, he was a walking nuclear bomb. However, Han Ju had never heard of the Green Ghost sect. It was probably a small sect somewhere. A truly powerful cultivation sect would not be unable to overcome a heavenly tribulation that was rare even in a few hundred years. Perhaps with Su Qi, Han Ju would be able to finish off the demon-taming sect. Han Ju noticed that Mo Fucho was being pursued by the righteous cultivators. He had completely fallen into the demonic path. It had to be said, the outside world was truly exciting and things were ever-changing. Fortunately, he chose to cultivate in a low-key manner. If he was like Mo Fucho, Zhou Fan, and Li Qingzi, how painful would that be? There was also his disciple. He said that he had gone to participate in the cultivation conference but was attacked by a demon king. Fortunately, he had survived. If he died outside, Han Ju would be speechless. Something worthy of mentioning was that Li Qianlong had not appeared recently. Could it be that he had successfully cursed him? Han Ju shook his head and prepared to head to the 10,000 demon realm. In a dark valley, Li Qianlong leaned against the wall and held his breath. A dozen cultivators stood beside him. Looking up, countless demons circled above the valley. A young cultivator by Li Qianlong's side couldn't help but grumble, "Senior Li, don't you know the way? Why did you bring us to the demon cave?" The other cultivators were also frightened. They were all cultivators of the Wei family. Li Qianlong followed the Poison King's instructions and found the Wei family. He spent a few years taking in their eldest son and established a good relationship with him. This time, he left the Great Yan with the Wei family and was prepared to rope in other powerful sects in the cultivation world. However, something went wrong when they used a teleportation formation. They were directly teleported to the demon cave. There were countless demons here, and there was even a demon king whose strength was extremely terrifying. Even Li Qianlong found it difficult to defeat him. Li Qianlong was also very depressed. In recent years, his luck had been extremely bad. He had been struck by lightning during his journey and encountered a mental demon during his cultivation. He had robbed a young cultivator, but in the end, he was a soul formation cultivator pretending to be weak. This time, it was even worse for the Wei family. "No, I haven't had my revenge. I can't die here." Li Qianlong gritted his teeth. Pet Beast Pavilion. Dozens of disciples were gathered, including Taoist Jingshu. From today onwards, all disciples are not to enter the 10,000 demon realm and must await the open notice, Taoist Jingshu said expressionlessly. A disciple of the main peak couldn't help but ask, Master, what happened in the 10,000 demon realm? The other disciples were also very curious. Every disciple would go to the 10,000 demon realm to capture demon beasts and increase their confidence in traveling the cultivation world. Taoist Jingshu said calmly, deity-slaying elder is undergoing tribulation. Perhaps he's cultivating a mystical power. She never thought that Hanju would break through to the void amalgamation realm. It had only been a few decades. Impossible. It had taken Taoist 9 cauldrons more than 1,000 years to reach the void amalgamation realm. One had to know that Taoist 9 cauldrons was the #1 genius in the great Yan cultivation world. Whoosh. The disciples were in an uproar. Deity-slaying elder is inside. Wow, I've never seen the deity-slaying elder before. It's said that deity-slaying elder is the strongest pillar of the Jade Pure sect. He has been cultivating in seclusion. No one can match deity-slaying elder's cultivation persistence. It's said that deity-slaying elder looks better than all men and women in the world. I really want to see deity-slaying elder's true appearance. Is deity-slaying elder accepting a disciple? The disciples were very excited and discussed non-stop. The news spread very quickly. More and more disciples rushed over, completely blocking the Pet Beast Pavilion. All the disciples had heard of the legendary deeds of the deity-slaying elder. Some people even said that the reason why the Jade Pure sect could be where it was today was because of the deity-slaying elder. Several days later, Guan Yugong rushed over. When he saw so many people gathered outside the building, he cursed angrily. All of you, scram. Whoever dares to gather here will be banished to the outer sect. With that said, all the disciples scattered. Guan Yugong came to the counter and said, activate the formation. I'm going to the 10,000 demon realm. The person in charge hesitated. Taoist Jingshu said that no one is allowed. Who do you think I am? After hearing that, the person hurriedly activated the teleportation formation. After 7 days and 7 nights of persistence, Hanju finally survived the powerful heavenly tribulation and advanced to become a void amalgamation realm cultivator. With his ability, the heavenly tribulation could not kill him. Congratulations on breaking through to the void amalgamation realm and obtaining a birth dharma treasure. The birth dharma treasure will fuse with your soul and only recognize you. As you become stronger, the birth dharma treasure will also become stronger. As for the birth dharma treasure, you have the following choices. 1. Sword. 2. Defensive dharma treasure. Hanju was covered in defensive numinous treasures already, so he naturally chose the sword. After all, he was a sword cultivator. He chose the first choice without hesitation. Congratulations on obtaining the Primordial Judgment Sword. Primordial Judgment Sword. Since you are not reincarnated normally, but have transmigrated here by crossing the primordial chaos, the primordial chi in your body has been refined into your birth dharma treasure. Primordial chaos. Hanju was stunned. Was it the primordial chaos? The system did not answer him. He didn't think too much and continued to consolidate his cultivation. His attributes now were: name, Hanju, lifespan, 227 8,940ths. Race, human mortal transcendence stage. Cultivation, first level of the void amalgamation realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation can be inherited. Magic, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword unparalleled, 9 dragons devil expelling seal, major chiliocosm thunderstorm, wind god technique. Mystical power, 6 paths soul absorption, heavenly punishment ghost deity sword, imitate heaven and earth, somersault cloud, 10,000 sword sect can be inherited Tathagata incantation. Equipment, golden cicadas mystic divine robe, 7th grade numinous treasure, little universe belt, Keelan sword, demon binding rope, burning fiend belt, 6th grade numinous treasure, 9-star spirit trampling boots, 5th grade numinous treasure, frost lord's glazed crown, 4th grade numinous treasure, book of misfortune, supreme grade numinous treasure. Birth dharma treasure, primordial judgment sword. Cultivation potential, spiritual physique of the 6 paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potentials. Increases providence to a certain extent. Connate providence is as follows. Unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm. Destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao learning ability. Unparalleled movement technique, top-notch movement technique aptitude. Descendant of the immortal emperor, After the game begins, you will receive an unparalleled cultivation technique and 1000 superior grade spirit stones. Check interpersonal relationships. His lifespan increased to 8,940 years. Awesome. Hanju also noticed that his identity as a human had changed too, mortal transcendence stage. Was this a hint that he was on the path to becoming an immortal? Hanju was in a good mood. After 200 years of boring cultivation, anyone else would have gone mad. But he was used to this, he even enjoyed it. This feeling of steadily becoming stronger was too good. The reason why mortals hated cultivation was that they could not feel themselves becoming stronger most of the time. However, Hanju was different. His potential was outstanding and he became stronger almost every day. Reaching the void amalgamation realm meant that he was truly invincible in the great Yan cultivation world. Next, of course, he had to continue charging into the body integration realm. Hanju thought firmly. At this moment, a voice sounded, "Deity-slaying elder, I'm Guan Yugong. After you consolidate your cultivation, let's spar. If I defeat you, I will become the sect master." Chapter 61. Amazing cultivation world, the sect master wishes to run. Hanju couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard Guan Yugong's words. He saw Guan Yugong looking at him from several kilometers away. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and he had a confident expression. Hanju had opened a barrier during his tribulation transcendence, so the pressure of the heavenly tribulation was not that terrifying. This caused Guan Yugong to feel that Hanju's breakthrough was nothing much. "Sigh, you didn't come earlier, but now." Hanju shook his head and laughed. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. 4 days later, Hanju's cultivation had completely stabilized. The six-path spirit energy in his body far exceeded what he had before his breakthrough. He stood up and stepped into the air, heading towards Guan Yugong. Guan Yugong couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't be bothered to show respect. He took out a sword and charged at Hanju. While flying, he quickly cast a spell with both hands. He circulated his spirit energy, causing his robes to flutter. "As long as I defeat him, I can become the sect master of the Jade Pure sect. At that time, junior sister Shizan will definitely marry me." Guan Yugong's eyes burned. Thinking of the beautiful future, his entire being was ignited. He was prepared to use the unparalleled mystical power that he had recently comprehended to instantly defeat the other party. Swish! There was a piercing sound. Sword chi. Guan Yugong's pupils widened. He subconsciously wanted to block. However, the sword chi was too fast. It was so fast that even he, a soul formation cultivator, could not react in time. Gu! The sword chi of the unparalleled finger divine sword directly penetrated Guan Yugong's abdomen, scattering the spirit energy within his body. Guan Yugong spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew back like a kite with its string cut, landing on the hill. After landing, he clutched his stomach and spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened. Pathetic. Impossible. Guan Yugong felt as if he was struck by lightning. He stared at Hanju, who was walking in the air. Wearing the golden cicada's mystic divine robe, Hanju had a stunning temperament. He wore a Frost Lord's glazed crown on his head, a little universe belt around his waist, and a pair of 9-star spirit trampling boots on his feet. When he was meditating, Guan Yugong didn't feel much. But looking at Hanju now, he felt that this was a true immortal, especially that perfect face. If there were immortals in the world, they would look like this. Wait, what am I thinking? Guan Yugong suddenly awoke, followed by a sense of defeat. He couldn't even take a single strike from his opponent. Ridiculous. Previously, he had smiled and wanted to defeat his opponent with one strike, but in the end, he was defeated with one strike. At that moment, Guan Yugong wished there was a hole in the ground for him to hide in. Hanju landed in front of him. Guan Yugong lowered his head in shame, not daring to look at him. Hanju said softly, "Don't be disheartened. You're strong enough, but you chose the wrong opponent. In the entire Jade Pure sect, you're the only one worthy of fighting me." With that, he disappeared. Guan Yugong was stunned. He didn't feel that the other party was bragging. Instead, he felt slightly comforted. "Deity-slaying elder, just how strong are you?" Hanju quickly left the 10,000 demon realm and didn't stay in the inner sect city. He returned to the cultivation mountain. He suddenly had an idea. With a flash, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. He cast a spell with his right hand, causing the soil to rise and quickly form a stone tablet. Hanju used his finger as a pen and wrote 4 words on the stone tablet. Cultivate diligently, become immortal. This was the name of this mountain from now on. Cultivate diligently, become immortal mountain. Hanju smiled in satisfaction and returned to the mountain. The black hell chicken and the chaotic heavenly dog were still cultivating. Xing Hongshuan was nowhere to be found. Hanju chatted with the black hell chicken and chaotic heavenly dog for an hour before returning to his cave abode. Sitting on the bed, he took out the primordial judgment sword. The sword was crimson in color and there were black patterns on it, making it look even more extraordinary. Holding this sword, Hanju felt inexplicably close to it. He poured his spirit energy into the sword. Boom! The entire mountain began to shake violently, scaring Hanju so much that he hurriedly cut off the 6-path spirit energy. So strong, Hanju was pleasantly surprised. As it was a birth dharma treasure, he didn't need to bind it with blood. Then, Hanju entered the simulation trial and fought with Taoist 9 cauldrons. Half a minute later, Hanju opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He muttered, "I can finally defeat you. You're really shameless. You actually know so many movement techniques." In the battle, he had severely injured Taoist 9 cauldrons with a single strike. After that, Taoist 9 cauldrons kept dodging and prolonged the battle. The 8th level of the void amalgamation realm was nothing much. Hanju's confidence increased greatly. He no longer feared the demon-taming sect in Xiaowei. From his interpersonal relationships, he could see that Xiaowei was still at the 2nd level of the void amalgamation realm. How could Xiaowei kill him? How? At the thought of him, Hanju immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Xiaowei. In the future, he would curse this guy whenever he had free time. Although Hanju wasn't afraid of him, he didn't want this troublesome person to delay his cultivation. 10 days later, Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune in satisfaction and began to cultivate the 6th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. A year later, Hanju had mastered the 6th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique and could cultivate in the void amalgamation realm. At the same time, he comprehended a new mystical power. 6 paths ultimate seal. If this seal landed on the enemy, it could directly kill the enemy's essence soul. Before the body was destroyed, the essence soul would be eliminated. This was a technique that could be used as a finishing move. Hanju stretched and sighed. I've gotten stronger again. In no hurry to cultivate, he opened his interpersonal relationships and checked his emails. He wondered if anything had happened to his friends recently. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a ghost cultivator X12. Your disciple Su Qi has caused the deaths of tens of thousands of lives. His negative karma has increased. Your good friend Li Qingzi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X58. Your good friend Li Qingzi was attacked by a righteous cultivator X44. Your good friend Li Qingzi is seriously injured. His life is hanging by a thread. Your beloved Zan Qingjun has left the world. Your good friend Mo Fucho massacred an entire region, his negative karma is overflowing. Your good friend Xing Hongshuan accidentally entered an ancient great cultivator's mystic realm. Her fate is unknown. So many exciting things in just a short year. Hanju blinked. Damn it, who attacked my Jade Pure Sect master? Are the righteous and demonic factions rebelling? Was Mo Fucho on a path of no return? And Xing Hongshuan? She was clearly immortal. How could she always obtain treasures and encounter opportunities? Could it be that she was infected by my Providence as an immortal emperor's descendant? Hanju made up the scenes in his mind. After a while, he continued to cultivate. Although the cultivation world was interesting, he did not want to be involved. The Jade Pure sect had the backing of Taoist 9 cauldrons. Who could guarantee that the other sects did not? The void amalgamation realm alone was not enough. The reincarnated Mahayana cultivator, Zhou Fan, was still suffering. Now, Hanju would cultivate with all his might and strive to reach the body integration realm within 100 years. 2 years later, Li Qingzi came to visit. Hanju let him enter the cave abode. This fellow's expression returned to the sickly and weak state he had been in for decades. It seemed that his injuries were not light. Hanju sighed and said, "Sect Master, you really can't live in peace. Can't you cultivate properly for a few hundred years?" Embarrassed, Li Qingzi said helplessly, "I'm the Sect Master. There are many things I can't control. In the past few years, a core disciple of our Jade Pure sect fell into the demonic path and caused a lot of hatred. I had no choice but to deal with this karma. Who knew that I would fall deeper and deeper? Now, there's trouble. The righteous and demonic cultivators of the Great Yan cultivation world are working together to attack my Jade Pure sect. There are only 2 soul formation cultivators in the Jade Pure sect. For some reason, Elder Guan is severely injured and is still recuperating in seclusion. Sigh, Elder Han, we might really have to escape this time." Chapter 62. 19 sects attack the Jade Pure Sect. Chapter 62, 19 sects attack the Jade Pure Sect. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The righteous and demonic factions were ganging up on the Jade Pure Sect. Hanju had a strange expression. He couldn't help but ask, how do you deal with karma? Kill all those who are not convinced. Li Qingzi immediately became angry and scolded, those dogs. I personally went to apologize, but they directly attacked me. Most of the time, I didn't even have the chance to speak. You seem to know the core disciple who fell into the demonic path. His name is Mo Fucho. He didn't fall into the demonic path on his own accord. I suspect that someone is defaming him. Hanju raised his eyebrows and said, tell me more about it. Li Qingzi started to describe his ordeal. He first spoke of Mo Fucho's origins. Mo Fucho came from a cultivation family. Due to evidence of collusion with the fiendish cultivators, they were wiped out by the righteous sects. Only Mo Fucho and Mo Zhu survived. Old immortal Taoist Thunder had personally accepted Mo Fucho as his disciple and given him a new name. Mo Fucho was a name that old immortal Taoist Thunder had personally given him, hoping that he would forget his hatred and turn over a new leaf. Mo Fucho had gone out to train and had met his former enemies. He had slain many of the sect's disciples and then attacked the other disciples of the righteous sects who had committed the crime. Li Qingzi felt that there was something fishy about this matter. After all, he had seen Mo Fucho before. He was humble, and even if he could not hold back from killing the enemy, he should have returned after the first time. He shouldn't have been seeking revenge and gone mad. Now, more than 5 sects were chasing after Mo Fucho. A few years ago, Mo Fucho had no choice but to use his family's mystical power. In the end, it was a demonic path mystical power, causing him to become a demon. More and more people were killed by this mystical power. Mo Fucho became a demonic cultivator and could not turn back anymore. This matter is too fishy. These sects didn't even ask me and directly pursued Mo Fucho for revenge. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. I can accept that, but when I went to apologize, I was beaten up. The matters of the younger generation can involve the sect masters. It's obvious that they're using this opportunity to start a war. The more Li Qingzi spoke, the more agitated he became. He felt like he was about to cry. In the end, he still chose to give up. He sighed, now that both the righteous and demonic paths are attacking us, we can't stop them. We should just run as you think. Taoist 9 cauldrons left, while Guan Yugong was severely injured. How could Hanju alone stop the righteous and demonic paths? Some powerful sects still had soul formation realm existences. For example, the Vermilion Bird Sword sect had 2. If all the sects joined forces, Hanju alone would definitely not be able to stop them. Hanju asked cautiously, did they have void amalgamation realm existences? Body integration realm existences? Li Qingzi said with widened eyes, how is that possible? Previously, Huang Zuntian's cultivation level was already at the 9th level of the soul formation realm. If they had a cultivator at the void amalgamation realm, how could they continue to be bullied? Could they be like our Jade Pure sect, where our ancestors went out to cultivate and seek fortuitous encounters? Definitely, but I've never heard of anyone at the void amalgamation realm. Back then, when the ancestor went to look for them one by one, they all acted like grandchildren. Li Qingzi couldn't help but sigh. If only Taoist 9 cauldrons was still here. It was a rare opportunity for the Jade Pure sect to grow. There was no need to fight. After a few hundred years, it would become the strongest sect in Great Yan. However, at this juncture, something happened. Li Qingzi felt very helpless. Ever since he became the sect master, he had sacrificed so much and suffered so much. In the end, it was all for nothing. Hanju had a strange expression. Li Qingzi understood his thoughts. He sighed and slowly stood up. Prepare yourself well. In 3 days at most, the Jade Pure sect will prepare to flee to the sea and seek refuge with the ancestor. Hanju hurriedly said, what are you saying? If I'm not running, why are you running? Stunned, Li Qingzi asked carefully, what do you mean? Hanju said calmly, let them come. They will understand one thing. The most terrifying person in the Jade Pure sect is not the ancestor. All along, Hanju's imaginary enemy had always been the demon-taming sect. What did he think of the Great Yan cultivation world now? Come at me, how dare you disturb my cultivation? I'll make sure you never return. Li Qingzi was overjoyed. He understood Hanju's character. Such a cowardly Hanju dared to say such words. He was absolutely confident. What realm are you at now? Li Qingzi suppressed his surprise and asked. Hanju replied, at least not inferior to the ancestor. Yeah, not inferior. It would take him half a minute to kill Taoist 9 cauldrons. This old man's movement techniques were too absurd. After a long while, when Li Qingzi walked out of the Konate cave abode, he was still stunned. He felt as if he was dreaming. After Li Qingzi left, Han Ju cautiously tested the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect other than him. It was still Guan Yugong. No enemy lurked. Han Ju felt a little pity. Where was Li Qianlong? Was he cursed to death? Han Ju was still looking forward to teaching Li Qianlong a lesson. In the end, he disappeared into thin air. What a pity. Han Ju shook his head and took out the Book of Misfortune. He cursed Xiaowei for a few days to vent his anger before continuing to cultivate. A year quickly passed. The great Yan cultivation world was in chaos. Mo Fucho had killed his way to fame. The righteous and demonic sects had formed an alliance and were preparing to attack the Jade Pure sect. There were 19 sects involved. This matter had already spread to every corner of the cultivation world. All cultivators discussed this matter. 19 sects were attacking the Jade Pure sect. However, the Jade Pure sect did not panic, which made the 19 sects panic instead. The 19 sects did not dare to act rashly, afraid that Taoist 9 cauldrons would return. On this day, Han Ju suddenly opened his eyes from cultivation. Sensing a familiar aura, he immediately sent his divine sense out. Huang Jihao of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. At this moment, Huang Jihao stood by a small river and gazed at the 18 peaks of the Jade Pure sect. His expression was indifferent. He looked calm, but he was panicking inside. Why are you here again? Han Ju's voice entered his ears. Huang Jihao trembled in fear and hurriedly said, Fellow Taoist, don't do anything. I'm only here to visit you. I have no ill intentions towards the Jade Pure sect. Visit me. Han Ju was baffled. He hesitated. Should he attack? Without receiving a reply, Huang Jihao grew even more panicked. He continued, recently, someone has been leading the righteous demonic alliance to deal with the Jade Pure sect. Our sect master sent me to inquire if the Jade Pure sect needs help. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Is the Vermilion Bird Sword sect trying to stab the alliance in the back? Han Ju thought of a plan and said with a voice transmission, the Jade Pure sect doesn't need any help. I will wait for all of you here. No matter how many of you come, you will all die. These words caused Huang Jihao's heart to beat wildly. What an arrogant tone. If it had been anyone else, Huang Jihao would have scoffed. However, he believed Han Ju. However, this matter is fishy. There might be someone behind this. If your Vermilion Bird Sword sect can find the mastermind, then I don't mind having the sect master maintain an alliance with you. Han Ju's words surprised Huang Jihao. Huang Jihao has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 4 stars. Han Ju was speechless when he saw this line. This fellow. Chapter 63, The Mysterious Power of Curses. Chapter 63, The Mysterious Power of Curses. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Huang Jihao left. However, Han Ju couldn't look at him anymore. The favorability increased inexplicably. Han Ju even suspected that this fellow had improper thoughts about him. Then, Han Ju continued cultivating. It was still unknown if the Vermilion Bird Sword sect could find the mastermind. Han Ju didn't care if they could. Even if the 19 sects attacked tomorrow, he would not be afraid. There was only one thing in his eyes. I should break through to the second level of the Void Amalgamation Realm as soon as possible. In a cave with a flickering flame, Xing Hongshuan sat in front of a fire. Roar! A deafening roar came from outside the cave. It was terrifying. Xing Hongshuan slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the words carved on the mountain wall and frowned slightly. Why do I feel like something is missing? Xing Hongshuan thought bitterly. This was a mystic realm belonging to an ancient cultivator. Xing Hongshuan had discovered by chance that there was a cultivation technique recorded here. It was unfathomable. She mustered up the courage to cultivate it. Her cultivation level had improved significantly in the past year, but she was still far from completely mastering this cultivation technique. Xing Hongshuan couldn't help but think of Han Ju. If he were here, he might be able to answer her questions. With these thoughts in mind, Xing Hongshuan took out the heavenly puppet. Putting it next to her, she leaned her head against it and began to rest. Ever since she got the heavenly puppet, whenever she missed Han Ju, she would take it out. She often told the puppet what was on her mind. Because Han Ju's soul thought was hidden in the puppet, he was not worried that anything would happen to her. After a long while, Xing Hongshuan sat up straight and prepared to continue cultivating. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the cave. Xing Hongshuan immediately took out her equipment. A gray-robed old man with long hair and a youthful face walked in. Upon seeing the nervous Xing Hongshuan, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, Junior. I'm also here to study the cultivation technique. Here to comprehend the cultivation technique." Xing Hongshuan frowned in confusion. Could it be that this person had already discovered this mountain wall before she came here? Ignoring Xing Hongshuan, the gray-robed elder walked to the mountain wall and sat down. He stared at the words on the mountain wall and thought hard. Neither of them noticed the light in the eyes of the heavenly puppet. Inside the conate cave abode, Han Ju hesitated. Should he let the heavenly puppet attack? Ever since Xing Hongshuan had fallen into the ancient mystic realm, he had kept an eye on her, fearing that something would happen to her. However, the gray-robed elder did not seem to have any ill intentions. Forget it, he decided to wait and see. It would be awkward if he couldn't defeat him. He continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. Xing Hongshuan and the gray-robed elder were still studying the cultivation technique on the mountain wall. They did not disturb each other. Han Ju opened his eyes and checked his emails. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by the Lu family cultivators X43. Your disciple Su Qi was forced to marry into the Lu family. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X8. Your good friend Chang Yue has learned a mystical power. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by the Wei family cultivators X288. Your good friend Huang Jihao was severely injured and his life is hanging by a thread. He managed to escape. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The Lu family encountered a plague that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. The entire family perished. Your good friend Fairy Shizan had an epiphany during cultivation. Her cultivation has improved and her soul strength has increased greatly. Su Qi is too terrifying. Wherever he went, life perished. Han Ju was secretly shocked. It seemed like the providence of the immortal emperor's descendant was really strong. He could actually withstand such bad luck. Poor Lu family. Also, what was going on with Huang Jihao? Could the Wei family be the mastermind behind Mo Fucho? The Wei family was amazing. They had actually managed to severely wound Huang Jihao. Since when was there such strength in the cultivation world of Great Yan? Han Ju immediately sent a voice transmission to Li Qingzi, who was recuperating on the main peak, asking about the Wei family. He immediately rushed to his cave abode. Elder Han, why are you asking about the Wei family? Li Qingzi asked nervously. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Are they very strong? Li Qingzi replied, the Wei family is not strong, they only have one nascent soul ancestor. However, they have countless beauties who can topple cities and countries. The Wei family has all sorts of marriages and even business outside of the Great Yan. They have the most connections in the Great Yan cultivation world. Han Ju asked, is it possible that the Wei family is the mastermind? Li Qingzi was stunned when he heard that. He hesitated and said, I don't think so. The Wei family has no feud with the Mo family and is on good terms with the Jade Pure sect. He didn't have the confidence to continue. He felt that anyone could be the mastermind at this point. It's fine, sect master, rest well. If the enemy comes, I'll be here. Han Ju nodded. Li Qingzi nodded and left. Before leaving, he looked worried. Could it really be the Wei family? Han Ju didn't think too much. He took out the Book of Misfortune and habitually cursed Li Qianlong and Xiaowei. Now, whenever he had the time, he would curse the pair. Cultivate, read emails, curse, cultivate, read emails, curse. This was Han Ju's daily routine. In the middle of a mountain range that was like an immortal realm, Xiaowei sat in the bamboo forest. The surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy turned into mist and coiled around his body. Boom! Xiaowei suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his ugly face turning pale. He slumped. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, what's going on? Why is there always an issue? For the past 10 years, for some reason, he had often encountered mental demons during his cultivation. They disturbed his cultivation and almost caused him to go berserk. At this rate, when would he recover? Xiaowei was very depressed. Ever since he had gone to the Great Yan cultivation world, he had felt that nothing was going his way. It was very strange. He made up his mind to never go to the Great Yan cultivation world alone. As for Han Ju, although he hated him, he didn't have the strong urge to take revenge immediately. He had hated too many people in his life. Han Ju wasn't even ranked highly in his mind. So, he didn't even think that it was because of him. The more Xiaowei thought about it, the more depressed he became. He could only take out a pill and recuperate first. In a magnificent palace sat dozens of cultivators. Li Qianlong and a black-robed cultivator sat at the head of the table. Everyone, this is Senior Wei Yuan, a great cultivator at the Void Amalgamation Realm. He's willing to help us eliminate the Jade Pure sect. Li Qianlong introduced him to the cultivators present. Wei Yuan was the black-robed cultivator beside him. The sect master of the Raincoat sect was at the 9th level of the Soul Formation Realm. In other words, the Taoist 9 cauldrons of the Jade Pure sect is very likely to be at the 9th level of the Soul Formation Realm. The Wei family and I specially invited Senior Wei Yuan to uphold justice for us. As for Taoist 9 cauldrons, we've received news that he has indeed gone overseas. His sect is also facing trouble and has no time to care about the Jade Pure sect. Li Qianlong's words caused the cultivators present to look at each other. These cultivators were the sect masters or vice-sect masters of the righteous and demonic sects. They had come to discuss the invasion of the Jade Pure sect. When they heard that Wei Yuan was a Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator, they were not surprised. Instead, they were hesitant. If they took down the Jade Pure sect, would the Wei family become the next Jade Pure sect? They couldn't defeat a Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator. Li Qianlong took in everyone's expressions and continued, Senior Wei Yuan has his own sect. This time, our Wei family has spent a lot of effort to invite him. After this matter is over, Senior Wei Yuan will leave. After the Jade Pure sect is overthrown, the Wei family only wants the Jade Pure sect's mystic realm and will not participate in the power struggles of the cultivation world. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the sect leaders eased. Li Qianlong was secretly pleased. Deity-slaying elder, I want to see if you can stop a Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator. At this moment, the spirit energy in Li Qianlong's body suddenly surged as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sect masters were stunned. They stood up and looked around warily. Chapter 64. Su Qi feels touched, attack of the Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator. Chapter 64. Su Qi feels touched, attack of the Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator. Translator. Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. 3 years later. Han Ju broke through to the 2nd level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Xing Hongshuan was still comprehending her cultivation technique and did not disturb the gray-robed elder. After the breakthrough, Han Ju habitually checked his emails. Your disciple Yang Tiandong became a demon king. Your good friend Mo Fucho was attacked by righteous cultivators X109. Your good friend Taoist 9 Cauldrons was attacked by an itinerant cultivator. Your disciple Su Qi has obtained a fortuitous encounter and has comprehended a mystical power. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X287. Your good friend Mo Fucho was attacked by righteous cultivators X302. Your good friend Mo Fucho was severely injured and managed to escape. Your good friend Zhou Fan has fallen into the demonic path. FCK. Another disciple had fallen to the demonic path. In fact, it was someone with connate Providence. Han Ju was speechless. What's going on with this heavenly Thunder Peak? The Peak Master was a spy and the 2 core disciples had betrayed the sect. Mo Fucho and Zhou Fan's cultivation levels had both reached the 5th level of Golden Core Realm and above. They had advanced by leaps and bounds. He wondered what they had been through. Just as Han Ju was wondering, he suddenly sensed the chaotic heavenly dog's aura. The fat dog squatted at the entrance of the cave abode and did not say a word. It looked like it wanted to say something but hesitated. Han Ju asked, what is it? The chaotic heavenly dog immediately asked, Master, can I go out and gain experience? I can't stay in seclusion anymore. Han Ju frowned. The chaotic heavenly dog waited uneasily. You're a divine beast. Once your identity is exposed, it will easily attract the attention of others. At that time, it will be very difficult for me to save you, Han Ju said seriously. The chaotic heavenly dog had a troublesome personality indeed. It was unlike the black hell chicken, which had already become as stable as Han Ju through his teachings. However, as a chaotic heavenly dog, it was difficult to convince it of its yearning for the outside world. Master, don't worry, I'll definitely be careful, I won't cause trouble or expose my identity. I'll be back after I take a walk. Han Ju thought for a moment and said, then go. As a divine beast of Providence, it was difficult for the chaotic heavenly dog to die. He could let it go out and suffer a beating. Only then would he understand how good it was to keep a low profile and cultivate by his side. Pleasantly surprised, the chaotic heavenly dog immediately rushed down the mountain. Before long, the black hell chicken came. Han Ju asked angrily, what? You want to go out, too? The black hell chicken trembled in fear. How is that possible? I won't leave even if you beat me to death. I have to follow Master. It's too dangerous outside. That fat dog is finally gone. Master, can you teach me how to cultivate now? Hanju immediately stood up. Indeed, he should teach the Black Hell Chicken some skills. The Black Hell Chicken had an intrinsic cultivation technique, but it lacked spells and mystical powers. The current Black Hell Chicken was the size of a pavilion. Seeing how big it was, Hanju had an idea. He decided to imitate heaven and earth, to it. He first briefly introduced the power of imitate heaven and earth. The Black Hell Chicken was pleasantly surprised and thought to itself, "Damn fat dog, you didn't expect this, did you? Once you leave, I'll secretly learn mystical powers from my master. When you return, I'll see if I can beat you up." Just like that, Hanju began to teach the Black Hell Chicken the cultivation technique. In a bustling city, Suchi walked on a street with stalls on both sides as cultivators came and went. After leaving Hanju for so many years, he was no longer so childish. There was no smile on his face, and he gave off the feeling of someone who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Suchi looked around as he walked. After the destruction of the Liu family, he had emptied their fortune before escaping. Now, he had spirit stones and spirit gathering pills in his storage ring. After so many difficulties, he still didn't forget the mission Hanju gave him. Perhaps the outcome of the mission doesn't matter. What matters is the process. Suchi thought silently. Thinking of all these years, he couldn't help but sigh. Whenever he was on the verge of despair, he would always turn the situation around. He guessed that Hanju was definitely protecting him secretly. That's right, that was definitely the case. Otherwise, how could he escape peril every time he fell into danger? Moreover, he remembered that Hanju had said that he wanted to personally go to the demon-taming sect and flatten it. This senior was nurturing him to become a qualified disciple. Every time he thought of this, Suchi's blood would boil. He was not alone, he would never be alone. In his heart, Hanju was already his master. With master secretly protecting me, I have to complete my mission. Bang! Just as Suchi was fantasizing, he accidentally bumped into someone. The other party immediately used his spirit energy to force him back. Suchi took a few steps back and looked up to see a woman. He immediately apologized, "Sorry." The woman had a pretty face but a fiery temper. She immediately pointed at him and scolded, "You don't have eyes. I'll dig them out, do you believe me?" So fierce. Suchi shook his head and laughed. Not angry, he prepared to walk around the woman. However, seeing that he did not care, the woman became even more furious. She drew her sword and slashed at him. The sound of a sword being unsheathed alerted the nearby beasts waiting to be sold. A few of them immediately pounced on her, causing her to swing her sword in a panic. She ended up in a sorry state. When Suchi saw this, he smiled silently. "I knew it. Master is quietly helping me again." Warmth flowed through Suchi's heart. Less than a year after the chaotic heavenly dog left. Under the lead of Li Qianlong and Wei Yuan, the 19 sects finally prepared to attack the Jade Pure sect. Every sect brought tens or hundreds of disciples. All of them were at the 8th level of the Foundation establishment realm and above. In total, there were several thousand people. They did not come from all directions but gathered together as one group. They were worried that they would encounter a soul formation cultivator, especially the mysterious deity-slaying elder, so they decided to follow behind Wei Yuan. Once Wei Yuan killed the deity-slaying elder, they would be able to charge in. Wei Yuan walked in the air, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He had the disposition of an immortal. Using his divine sense to scan the Jade Pure sect, he frowned slightly. There's only one soul formation cultivator in the Jade Pure sect, and he's severely injured. He glanced at Li Qianlong unhappily. That gaze seemed to ask, "Are you toying with me?" Wei Yuan came all the way here, but in the end, it was to deal with an injured soul formation cultivator. Fortunately, before he came, he specially prepared for battle. All kinds of immortal equipment and talismans were prepared. In the end, that was all. Li Qianlong was pleasantly surprised when he heard that. He's injured, that's a good thing. His goal was to overthrow the Jade Pure sect, so he didn't care about anything else. Wei Yuan snorted unhappily. He was already here. He could only continue forward. At the same time, inside the Conate Cave abode, a notification appeared in front of Hanju. The Jade Pure sect has been attacked by 19 righteous and demonic sects. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately run away. Stay away from trouble. You can obtain a numinous treasure. 2. Kill the enemies and protect the Jade Pure sect. You can obtain a spell manual. Hanju didn't make a choice immediately. Instead, he cautiously used the simulation trial to detect the strongest person nearby. Wei Yuan, First level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, 9 Dragon Sect's Deputy Sect Master from the West Abyss State. First level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Not bad. Hanju entered the simulation trial and fought with him. 3 seconds later, he opened his eyes and shook his head. He had the same thought as Wei Yuan. That was all. Chapter 65. Sect Master, are we still attacking? Chapter 65. Sect Master, are we still attacking? Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. News of the attack by the 19 sects quickly spread throughout the Jade Pure sect. However, Li Qingzi did not panic. He asked the elders of the 18 peaks and the outer sect elders to stabilize their morale. He activated the sect protection formation first and all disciples were not allowed to go out to fight. The disciples did not panic, either. They were all waiting for someone. Deity Slaying Elder. The elders had already revealed that Deity Slaying Elder wanted to face the 19 sects alone to reduce casualties. Li Qingzi did not plan to do so initially, but to their surprise, the 19 sects did not split up. This was the perfect opportunity for Deity Slaying Elder to capture them all. Hanju had already moved. The moment he walked out of the Conate Cave abode, the Black Hell Chicken appeared. Master, there are many auras in the distance. Are there enemies invading? Are we going to escape? The Black Hell Chicken asked anxiously. Hanju walked around it and said, they're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Why do we need to run? With that, he turned into a gust of wind and left the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. The Black Hell Chicken looked in the direction he had left in worship. Wait, what did he mean by chickens and dogs? The Black Hell Chicken felt offended. But on second thought, it was a phoenix, not a chicken. The one who was offended was that fat dog. The Black Hell Chicken was amused instead. The cultivators of the 19 sects were nervous and excited at the same time. The Jade Pure sect is up ahead. Is that Senior Wei Yuan really a Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator? Of course. The Jade Pure sect's Deity Slaying Elder is the #1 cultivator in the Great Yan. Without Void Amalgamation Realm cultivation, who would dare to come? This battle will definitely go down in history. The Jade Pure sect is doomed. Zhou Fan and Mo Fucho are so arrogant, but the Jade Pure sect still doesn't kick them out. They're the scum of the righteous path. The cultivators discussed and encouraged each other. Li Qianlong and Wei Yuan walked at the front. They did not move quickly. Wei Yuan was full of confidence and did not care about the Jade Pure sect at all. He thought, if I end the battle too quickly, how can I display the strength of a Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator? At this moment, Hanju appeared. He flew over on top of the Qilin sword. He could fly directly, but he felt that flying on a sword was cooler. With the help of the six-path spirit energy, his face was covered by mist, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Wei Yuan's gaze landed on Hanju. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. What the heck? Wait, his body. Wei Yuan widened his eyes. He had lived for more than 1,000 years and was very knowledgeable. He could see through Hanju's numinous treasures at a glance. He was covered in numinous treasures. Wei Yuan wasn't so rich. He only had one numinous treasure on him, and it was not a defensive one, but a piece of offensive equipment. Li Qianlong didn't have Wei Yuan's vision, but he instantly guessed that this person was the Deity Slaying Elder. He immediately raised his hand, gesturing for the 19 sects to stop. All the cultivators looked at Hanju. The Jade Pure sect sent only one person to face them. Such arrogance. Could he be the legendary? Instantly, all the cultivators of the 19 sects shut up and did not dare to let their guard down. Hanju's gaze locked onto Wei Yuan. How could he have a hard time fighting someone at the first level of the Void Amalgamation Realm when he was at the second level? Should he put up a performance? Would it be a problem if he showed too much strength? Forget it. Too troublesome. He should just kill the person directly. Hanju got an idea as he was getting closer and closer to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan took out a wooden staff embedded with various crystals and prepared to fight. He sent a voice transmission to Li Qianlong and asked, is this person really not Taoist 9 cauldrons? This number of numinous treasures was too terrifying. For a moment, Wei Yuan wanted to admit defeat. Li Qianlong replied with a voice transmission, no, it should be Deity Slaying Elder. I've heard that he only has outstanding talent. It's said that he was born in the outer sect of the Jade Pure sect and is less than 300 years old. Less than 300 years old? Nonsense. Where did the Great Yan cultivation world get so many treasures? This person was definitely not from the Jade Pure sect. Just as Wei Yuan was hesitating, Hanju suddenly rushed over. He was extremely fast. Wind God technique. The strong wind blew over, and Wei Yuan subconsciously raised his wooden staff. This young man, he doesn't have any morals. Why didn't he introduce himself before the battle? Wei Yuan was furious. He waved his staff and Han Ju waved his palm. In an instant, 6 lights burst out from Han Ju's palm and spun at high speed, forming a circular seal. 6 Paths Ultimate Seal. Boom! A strong light burst forth, causing the world to lose its color. All cultivators closed their eyes. Wei Yuan felt an extremely terrifying force crushing down on him. His wooden staff couldn't block it at all. The force entered his body and melted his spirit energy. Oh no! Wei Yuan was shocked. Before he could think further, his mind went blank. The 6 Paths Ultimate Seal directly obliterated his essence soul. Instant kill. There was no doubt about it. Han Ju could kill Taoist 9 Cauldrons, who was at the 8th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm when he was at the 1st level. It was naturally easy for him to deal with Wei Yuan. When the strong light dissipated, Li Qianlong opened his eyes and saw that Wei Yuan's corpse was being carried by Han Ju. His limbs hung down naturally. Wei Yuan's eyes were widened. He had obviously died with a grievance. His pupils had lost their luster. Li Qianlong was almost frightened to death. He shouted in horror, "Senior Wei Yuan." Han Ju recognized his aura. Wasn't this Li Qianlong? Perfect timing. Han Ju raised his right index finger and used the unparalleled finger divine sword, and the sword aura pierced through Li Qianlong's chest. The overbearing 6 Paths spirit energy entered Li Qianlong's body and destroyed his golden core. It then tore apart his nascent soul and severely injured his essence soul. Boom! Li Qianlong spat out blood, and the spirit energy in his body dissipated. Another instant kill. Li Qianlong froze in the air as blood flowed from his 7 apertures. He was in an extremely miserable state. He raised his head with difficulty and asked in disbelief, "You how?" Everything happened too quickly. The battle had yet to begin, but Wei Yuan died while he got crippled instantly. The thousands of cultivators from the 19 sects were all stunned. Han Ju smiled disdainfully. "How? Because I cultivate an immortal emperor cultivation technique. I have top-notch cultivation potential. Not to forget, unparalleled providence. Isn't killing you as simple as killing a chicken or a dog?" Han Ju raised his hand and pulled Li Qianlong in front of him. He looked at the 19 sects and left without saying anything. There were too many cultivators here. If he killed all of them, the Jade Pure sect would become the public enemy of the Great Yan cultivation world. Not only that, but the entire cultivation world of the Great Yan would be weakened. At that time, the other states and dynasties might take advantage of the situation. Wei Yuan's death was enough to shock the entire 19 sects. Sweating profusely, a cultivator looked at his sect master and asked in a trembling voice, "Sect master, are we still attacking?" The sect master cursed, "Attack? What attack? Are you a spy? We're here to reinforce the Jade Pure sect. Young people like you lack foresight. The future of our sect is worrying." After Han Ju crippled Li Qianlong, he threw him onto the main peak and let Li Qingzi lead the way. He then returned to the Conate cave abode and placed Wei Yuan's corpse on the ground. With a flip of his right hand, a soul appeared in his palm. It was the sect master of the Raincoat sect, Huang Zuntian. Han Ju didn't kill him. Instead, he kept his soul in the depths of his own soul. Han Ju asked expressionlessly, "Do you want to revive?" Wei Yuan was the 9 Dragons sect's vice sect master. Killing him would definitely result in a deep enmity with the 9 Dragons sect, so Han Ju wanted Huang Zuntian to occupy his body. To be precise, Wei Yuan wasn't completely dead. His essence soul had been destroyed, but his body's life force was still there. Of course, once his essence soul was destroyed, his body wouldn't last much longer. Chapter 66. Third level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, Problematic Disciple. Chapter 66. Third level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, Problematic Disciple. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Revive. Huang Zuntian was stunned. Immediately, ecstasy filled his heart. Huang Zuntian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Han Ju raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this line. Favorability went up just like that. Han Ju was still hesitating about how to brainwash Huang Zuntian. Great, this would save him a lot of trouble. Huang Zuntian took a deep breath and looked up at him. Fellow Taoist, no, Senior, I've thought about many things in the past few decades. I'm indeed not suitable to be the master of a sect. If you're willing to revive me, I definitely won't return to the Raincoat sect. Return to the Raincoat sect? What was he thinking? The Raincoat sect was long gone. Han Ju calmly said, "This body is the vice sect master of the 9 Dragons sect of the West Abyss state. He's a genuine Void Amalgamation Realm great cultivator. I destroyed his essence soul in hope that you can replace him. I'm not afraid of the 9 Dragon sect, but I'm afraid of endless trouble. Like you, I hope to cultivate in peace. A void amalgamation realm cultivator. Huang Zuntian's eyelids twitched. He did not die in vain. Huang Zuntian was filled with fear. Han Ju said, I've left my mark in your soul. If you dare to disobey me in the future, I can crush you with a thought. If you listen to my instructions, don't worry, I'll let you live a decent life. You only need to help me stabilize the 9 Dragons sect and hide this matter. This was true. After decades of soul imprisonment, his soul had already gained control of Huang Zuntian. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique was so domineering. Han Ju didn't need to cast any special spell. He only needed to suppress the enemy's soul deep within his soul. With time, he would be able to subtly control the enemy. Huang Zuntian hurriedly nodded and said, I swear that I will never be your enemy from now on. Han Ju nodded and severed his 6 paths spirit energy. Huang Zuntian entered Wei Yuan's body. Possession took time. Words appeared in front of Han Ju. You successfully protected the Jade Pure sect and obtained a spell manual. Congratulations on obtaining the Still Phase technique. Still Phase technique. By using this spell, you can force the opponent to reveal his true form. It is effective on all living beings. Not bad. Han Ju didn't inherit it directly but waited for Huang Zuntian to succeed. On the other side, the cultivators of the 19 sects remained outside the Jade Pure sect. Their sect masters did not leave but followed Li Qingzi into the main peak. Han Ju's performance was too terrifying. All the sect masters were scared out of their wits. They no longer dared to attack the Jade Pure sect, much less leave. If they didn't resolve the animosity with such a terrifying enemy, they wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Arriving at the main peak's main hall, Li Qingzi began to investigate the truth. This time, no one dared to attack him. They even had to be careful when speaking to him. In the cultivation world, the strong were respected. After some communication, the blame was pushed onto Li Qianlong. Li Qingzi threw the crippled Li Qianlong out and confronted him. A huge calamity in the Great Yan cultivation world was successfully resolved by Han Ju's 2 attacks. 7 days later, Huang Zuntian succeeded in the possession. He felt as if he was in a dream. He had been bitterly pursuing the Void Amalgamation Realm but to no avail. He didn't expect to become a Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator like this. Was this a blessing in disguise? Huang Zuntian's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Seeing this hint, Han Ju smiled in satisfaction. He liked Huang Zuntian even more. Huang Zuntian took a deep breath and walked in front of him. He bowed respectfully. Han Ju instructed, go directly to the West Abyss State. If you can't lie, keep quiet. After all, you're a great cultivator at the Void Amalgamation Realm. They won't dare to interrogate you. Huang Zuntian nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely stabilize the 9 Dragon sect. He turned around and left. At the entrance, he suddenly turned around and asked, do you need me to become the sect master? He was very experienced in fighting for the position of sect master. Han Ju's expression turned strange, and he said, that's up to you. I won't restrict you. As long as you don't disturb me and the Jade Pure sect, you can develop as you wish. Huang Zuntian asked, how should I address you? What's your Dao title? Deity Slaying Elder was only a position, not Han Ju's Dao title. Han Ju thought for a moment and then said, reincarnation. Reincarnation. This Dao title was very meaningful. Huang Zuntian smiled and bowed again. After he left, Han Ju began to inherit the still phase technique. A month later, there was a commotion in the cultivation world of Great Yan. The Jade Pure sect wanted Zhou Fan and Mo Fucho to be arrested, while the righteous and demonic paths joined forces to expel the Wei family. The itinerant cultivators were confused. What exactly happened? Apart from having a wide network, the Wei family was not very powerful. They quickly fled with the rest of the family, far away from the cultivation world of the Great Yan. Peace came to the cultivation world of Great Yan. Li Qingzi had already declared to the various sects that the Jade Pure sect had no intention of dominating the world and only wanted to cultivate peacefully. At the same time, he hoped that the Great Yan cultivation world would be united and not give other cultivation sects a chance. Han Ju had already displayed his domineering strength. The various sects were naturally more than willing to accept Li Qingzi's suggestion. If you can't win, then don't fight. 10 years passed in a flash. Han Ju broke through to the 3rd level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. This realm was indeed not simple. He had to spend so much time in the early stages. But compared to Han Ju's lifespan, it was nothing. Xing Hongshuan had not returned for the past 10 years, but the gray-robed elder who had comprehended the cultivation technique with her had already left. With the heavenly puppet around, Hanju wasn't afraid that something would happen to her. Ever since the Jade Pure sect had issued the arrest warrant, Zhou Fan and Mo Fucho seemed to have vanished into thin air and no longer stirred up trouble. However, Hanju could still see their actions from the emails occasionally. He even suspected that they were together. After all, they had always been close. Hanju had already imagined a complete BL1 drama. The male protagonist was forced to become a demon. The second male protagonist couldn't bear it and sacrificed himself to follow him. They became demons together and accompanied each other forever. While cultivating, Hanju habitually opened his interpersonal relationships to check his emails. Your good friend Huang Zuntian was attacked by an itinerant cultivator. Your disciple Yang Tiandong has made a name for himself among the demons. He has more than 100,000 subordinates. Your divine pet chaotic heavenly dog was attacked by a demon king x68. Your beloved Zan Qingjun has returned to the mortal realm. Your good friend Xing Hongshuan had an epiphany. She has comprehended a mystical power. Your good friend Guan Yugong is afraid of you and has developed a mental demon. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck and kills millions of lives. His negative karma is insurmountable. Hanju frowned. This disciple was a true jinx. He had only left for a few decades, but he had already caused the deaths of millions of lives. Hanju suddenly regretted it. Should he have kept Su Qi by his side? However, on second thought, if he stayed by his side, he might bring disaster to the Jade Pure sect. That wouldn't do. Compared to harming the people he knew, he would rather let strangers die. Besides, Su Qi's jinx status was not given to him by Hanju. If there was anyone to blame, it would be the heavenly court. They insisted on demoting him. As for his eldest disciple, was Yang Tiandong not coming back? Did he plan to be a demon king forever? Hanju was helpless. Why were all his disciples like this? Detected bearer of connate Providence, checking its origin. A hint suddenly appeared in front of Hanju. Chapter 67. Ancient Spiritual Ginseng, 3 Great Cultivation Choices. How many years had it been? He finally encountered another bearer of connate Providence. Interested, Hanju checked his background. Xuan Chang'an, 7th level of Foundation Establishment Realm, reincarnation of the ancient spiritual ginseng. In his previous life, he was raised by the Buddhists. Due to his fate with a demoness, he fell into a love trap. The gods and Buddhas were furious and sent him into the mortal world to experience the tribulation of emotions for tens of thousands of years. Only by completely forgetting himself and severing his emotions can he escape the pain of reincarnation. This is his 39th life. Xuan Chang'an was born into a cultivation family. Even though he was talented and had an ugly appearance, he was not liked by his loved ones. After being mocked by his loved ones, he was heartbroken and shaved his head to become a monk. When he heard that the Jade Pure sect's deity-slaying elder was the #1 cultivator in the world, he specially came to acknowledge him as his master. He wanted to cultivate with the deity-slaying elder and forget the mortal world. Special reminder. Xuan Chang'an is the ancient spiritual ginseng that can increase the spirit qi within a certain range. This is also the reason why Xuan Chang'an has an outstanding aptitude. Hanju was stunned. Reincarnation of the ancient spiritual ginseng. And he came especially to find him. Hanju had a strange expression. He noticed the last sentence. The ancient spiritual ginseng could increase the spirit qi of heaven and earth. Wow, a human-shaped spirit qi producing machine. Hanju swept his divine sense over. Xuan Chang'an had already arrived at the foot of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. This fellow was really ugly. His facial features were strange. He had a unibrow and several long, black moles on his face. His figure could only be said to be ordinary. He wore a less than anno data annotation it equals 8B8E 521 DB 455 to 47F 489 DCC 845,182,566 DC, greater than Kasaya less than anno greater than and had a shiny bald head. Xuan Chang'an walked to a stone tablet and said, "Cultivate diligently, become immortal. This must be the cave abode of the deity-slaying elder." Xuan Chang'an's eyes burned as he knelt in front of the stone tablet. He put his palms together and shouted, "I'm Xuan Chang'an. I wish to become the disciple of the deity-slaying elder." With that, he began to kowtow. Ever since the 19 sects had returned in failure, deity-slaying elder had been turned into a god in the world of the great Yan cultivators. His legends began to spread. Apart from being powerful, what was most famous was his heart of cultivation. Xuan Chang'an had met Jade Pure Sect disciples before. He had heard that the deity-slaying elder was indeed an ascetic. Apart from breaking through and stopping intruders, he had never left his cave abode. Xuan Chang'an felt that this person would be able to help him out of his misery. He did not want to love again. He did not want to think about her anymore. Han Ju heard but ignored him. Although Xuan Chang'an could help increase the spirit chi of heaven and earth, it could also attract trouble. Han Ju did not want to accept a disciple so easily. Xuan Chang'an did not receive a reply and continued to kneel. Spring passed and autumn came. Xuan Chang'an had become famous in the Jade Pure Sect. He was an independent cultivator who had been kneeling in front of the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain day and night, wanting to become a disciple of the deity-slaying elder. This willpower was something that people loved talking about. From time to time, disciples would pass by here just to see him. Under the warning of the Jade Pure Sect elders, the disciples did not dare to stay in the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. Something worthy of mentioning was that no one actually came to expel Xuan Chang'an. Han Ju guessed that the cultivation family Xuan Chang'an came from was not simple. Li Qingzi might have also tacitly allowed him to come and acknowledge him as his master. Xuan Chang'an did not shout again since the first time. He knelt in front of the stone tablet and occasionally kowtowed. He knelt for 5 years. A total of 5 years. Xuan Chang'an did not even stand up. Han Ju was moved by his will. This person's cultivation heart is not bad. He shouldn't cause trouble after coming, right? On this day, Mo Zhu came to visit. It had been decades since Han Ju last saw her. She had been cultivating in the Jade Pure Sect's secret hall. Han Ju waved his hand and moved her into the cave abode. After not seeing her for decades, Mo Zhu was no longer as inexperienced as before. She was more like a fairy. She wore a black robe and looked at Han Ju with a complicated gaze. Han Ju looked at her makeup and asked with a smile, "Miss Mo, are you going to follow your brother and become a demon?" Mo Zhu sighed and said, "That's right. I plan to leave the Jade Pure Sect and follow my brother to seek revenge." Revenge? Han Ju frowned and said, "So many years have passed. Can't you let go of the grudge?" He immediately sent out his divine sense. "I thought that I had let it go, but ever since I started cultivating, the hatred in my heart has become my inner demon. If I can't get through it, the inner demon will always hold me back, making me unable to reach the nascent soul realm. I came here to bid you farewell." Mo Zhu took a deep breath and said, "In the entire Jade Pure Sect, other than my family, you are the one I care about the most. You saved me before, and you are also the only man who has moved my heart." Han Ju frowned even more. Crap, was she going to confess? "I'm telling you this not because I want you to do anything for me. I know you desire to pursue the Tao. If I can return in the future, I will cultivate together with you and pursue the great Tao." Mo Zhu smiled. "I'm afraid that if I don't say it now I'll regret it." She quickly walked in front of Han Ju and wanted to kiss him. Han Ju didn't dodge. It was just a kiss on the cheek. Like a dragonfly touching the water. Mo Zhu pulled back with a flushed face. She asked softly, "Han Ju, if I can return safely, are you willing to marry me?" Han Ju said calmly, "Isn't it good to cultivate together? We can talk about this after we become immortals." Mo Zhu smiled. Her smile was breathtakingly beautiful. He did not refuse. That was enough. Han Ju grabbed her hand, stunning Mo Zhu. She looked at him expectantly. However, Han Ju quickly let go. He had only imprinted his 6 paths insignia on her soul. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great, so she couldn't sense it. "That's all," Han Ju said expressionlessly. Mo Zhu nodded and left. The moment she turned around, she wanted to cry. She wondered if they would ever meet again. Why didn't he ask me to stay? Why didn't he follow me? Mo Zhu couldn't help but develop such thoughts. But she quickly composed herself. After all, this was the path she had chosen. After leaving the Conate Cave abode, Mo Zhu was caught. Yeah, she was caught by Taoist Jingshu and Li Qingzi. "You want to betray the sect?" "No way." When she expressed her intention, Han Ju directly used his divine sense to inform Li Qingzi. How would Li Qingzi dare to let Mo Zhu betray the sect? How much trouble had Mo Fucho and Zhou Fan caused the sect already? Han Ju. Mo Zhu's voice was filled with bitterness. Then, she was taken away by Li Qingzi and his companion. Han Ju especially reminded Li Qingzi not to mistreat her and arranged a place for her to be imprisoned for cultivation. Li Qingzi nodded understandingly. In the woods, a fat black chicken lamented, "You want to eat my master? Dream on, woman." Han Ju didn't think too much and focused on Xuan Chang'an at the foot of the mountain. This person had knelt for 5 years. There was no harm in taking him as a disciple. He shouldn't be running around. As long as he stayed on the mountain to cultivate with him, there would be no problem. Hanju waved his hand and moved Xuan Chang'an into the cave abode. Xuan Chang'an was slightly dazed, but he remained kneeling on the ground, swaying. Even though he was a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, kneeling for 5 years was still somewhat unbearable. "Why aren't you calling me master?" Hanju said coldly. Xuan Chang'an subconsciously looked up at him. Damn. He was really ugly. Up close, the visual impact was tremendous. Xuan Chang'an suddenly jolted awake. Deity-slaying elder. He hurriedly kowtowed to Hanju. Disciple Xuan Chang'an greets master. Disciple Xuan Chang'an greets master. Disciple Xuan Chang'an greets master. Xuan Chang'an wept with joy. 5 years. He had knelt for 5 years. 4 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of Hanju. You have accumulated 3 connate Providence bearers as disciples. Your Providence has increased. Your cultivation development has changed. You have the following choices. 1. The path of the sword immortal. Enter the Tao with the sword. After reaching the Mahayana realm, one can ascend to the immortal world and become a sword immortal above the heavens. 2. The path of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Use spells to break into the Tao. After reaching the Mahayana realm, one can enter the underworld and become a ghost sword immortal. 3. The path of the sword immortal of reincarnation. Cultivate both the sword Tao and the Tao of reincarnation. You can leave the 3 realms and travel freely among the 5 elements. Chapter 68. Continue to break through, paying special attention. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Hanju saw the 3 choices in front of him and didn't hesitate. The third option included the first 2, it was clearly stronger. The third option had more places to go, too. Not only to the immortal world or underworld but anywhere. So, Hanju directly chose the third option. You chose the path of the sword immortal of reincarnation and obtained a mystical power inheritance. When your 6 paths cultivation potential and sword Tao are cultivated to the peak, you will enter the next stage. Congratulations on obtaining mystical power, Firmament Sword Chi. Firmament Sword Chi, Sword Tao Mystique. Cultivates a Firmament Sword Chi in the golden core. By spitting out Sword Chi, it is extremely lethal. Spitting out Sword Chi, not bad, it was a little showy. Hanju smiled in satisfaction. He looked at Xuan Chang'an again and said, once you become my disciple, you can't leave this mountain unless you become immortal. Are you willing? Xuan Chang'an was pleasantly surprised. As expected of the #1 cultivator of Great Yan. Xuan Chang'an has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Only 3 stars. Hanju was unhappy. Looks like this fellow doesn't like men. Xuan Chang'an replied, I wanted to cultivate in seclusion and leave the mortal world, so I came to find you. Hanju nodded and said, find a place to cultivate first. When you break through to the Golden Core realm, I will teach you a spell. Xuan Chang'an hurriedly stood up when he heard this. However, he almost fell down right after. Hanju clearly heard the sound of joints cracking. He shook his head and laughed. He ignored Xuan Chang'an and started to inherit the Firmament Sword Chi. 12 years passed. Hanju successfully broke through to the 4th level of the Void Amalgamation realm. Ever since Xuan Chang'an joined, the spirit chi in the cave abode had indeed increased. Xuan Chang'an had also broken through to the Golden Core realm. Hanju asked him to go and receive the Jade Pure technique. After Taoist 9 cauldrons returned, he strengthened the Jade Pure technique and could now cultivate it to the Void Amalgamation realm. Through interpersonal relationships, Hanju noticed that the cultivation of the elders of the sect finally started to improve. Apart from cultivation techniques, the spirit chi of the sect had greatly improved after decades of refinement by the natural treasures. The spirit chi was like mist and could be seen with the naked eye. It covered the peaks like the legendary land of immortals, beautiful and mysterious. Regardless of whether it was the inner or outer sect, the cultivation levels of the disciples had all increased. It could be said that the entire sect was enjoying the benefits. The Jade Pure sect was quickly becoming the #1 sect of Great Yan. Guan Yugong's injuries finally healed. However, he seemed to have become a different person. He was no longer arrogant and domineering. He also often cultivated in seclusion. It was worth mentioning that over the years, Guan Yugong's favorability towards Hanju had increased to 2.5 stars. Hanju didn't understand what he was thinking, but it was fine as long as Guan Yugong didn't provoke him. On this day, Fairy Shizan came to visit. Hanju immediately told Xuan Chang'an to go out and let her in. Witnessing Fairy Shizan's peerless appearance, Xuan Chang'an was momentarily absent-minded. When he arrived outside the cave, he couldn't help but think of his sweetheart. His heart, which had been still for a long time, began to stir again. Shuan Chang'an sighed. He walked under a tree and gazed into the distance. It had been a long time since he last saw Fairy Shizan. When Hanju saw her again, he was still stunned. Fairy Shizan was definitely the most beautiful woman he knew, especially her temperament. No wonder Li Qingzi, Li Qianlong, and Guan Yugong fought so hard for her. Fellow Taoist Han, long time no see. Fairy Shizan smiled. Hanju shook his head and said, Master, why are you so distant from me? Fairy Shizan sighed. You're already a great cultivator at the Void Amalgamation Realm. You're 2 major realms higher than me. I didn't teach you anything and can't be considered your master. We were only related in name previously. If we continue to maintain this status, I won't be able to bear it and will lose my fortune. Hanju thought about it and didn't refute her anymore. Fairy, why are you looking for me this time? Hanju asked with a smile. Fairy Shizan said, the Jade Pure sect is preparing to send 7 nascent soul elders to the Holy Land of the West Abyss State to discuss the Tao. Are you going? Hanju immediately shook his head and said, I won't go. I don't need it. It was the truth. Fairy Shizan smiled. Then forget it. The two of them chatted a little more. Not long after, Fairy Shizan left. The conversation between them was very calm. It was as if they were friends. Hanju wasn't embarrassed. Instead, he felt very comfortable. With Fairy Shizan by his side, even if he didn't speak, his mood would still be very calm. West Abyss, I wonder how that guy is doing, Hanju muttered to himself. He clicked on his interpersonal link to check his emails. Too many people liked him. Most of them were from the Jade Pure sect. The emails dazzled him. Hanju suddenly noticed a filter for special attention next to the character profiles. He immediately set the people he wanted to pay special attention into that category. He clicked open the emails again and saw an option that only focused on these people. Hanju chose the option and the number of emails decreased greatly. Your good friend Huang Zuntian was attacked by a fellow sect cultivator X75. Your disciple Su Qi is being hunted down by 7 sects. Your good friend Taoist 9 Cauldrons comprehended nature and his lifespan increased by 300 years. Your divine pet chaotic heavenly dog was attacked by fiendish cultivators X641. Your divine pet chaotic heavenly dog was attacked by righteous cultivators X377. Your good friend Mofucho was attacked by righteous cultivators X983. Your good friend Zhou Fan is seriously injured. His life is hanging by a thread. Captured by the snow trampling sect. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by beasts X3782. Your disciple Yang Tiandong has awakened the demon saint bloodline. His cultivation has increased exponentially. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Amazing. In just over a decade, these people had been attacked more than 1,000 times. Yang Tiandong was the most exaggerated, reaching 3,000. Could it be that the numbers behind represented the number of people attacking him? Hanju felt that it should be so. How could he have been attacked 3,782 times in a little more than a decade? It was too exaggerated. Who could stand it? What was Yang Tiandong doing? Why did he go out and not return at all? Did he not want to leave after becoming a demon king? Or had he completely transformed into a demon and wanted to become the supreme demon? Seeing that Yang Tiandong had awakened his demon saint bloodline, Hanju was relieved. This kid wouldn't die now. There was no need to worry about him. As for Zhou Fan, this protagonist had been captured. What an embarrassment. What kind of sect was the snow trampling sect? Why haven't I heard of it? Perhaps it's not from the great Yan cultivation world. Hanju thought as he continued reading the emails. The more he read, the more determined he became. It was best to cultivate peacefully in the Jade Pure sect. At dusk, the setting sun was like blood and the sky was bleak. In the mountains, countless cultivators flew on their swords and floated in the air. It was a spectacular sight. All the cultivators stared in one direction. A man stood on the hill. It was Su Qi. His face was covered in blood. His hair was messy and his robes were tattered. He looked extremely pathetic. He gritted his teeth and looked at the enemies in the sky. A middle-aged man standing on the flying sword pointed at Su Qi and shouted angrily, "Demon, where are you running? You must die today." The other cultivators cursed. Su Qi was being hunted down because he had too many treasures on him. In the past few decades, he had killed countless cultivators and taken away all their treasures. Not long ago, he had accidentally displayed his wealth at the auction and was targeted by others. It wasn't easy for him to kill the intruder, but in the end, the other party's identity was too great. The elder of the deceased came to hunt him down. Just as Su Qi was about to die, the master in Su Qi's heart protected him and secretly killed the elder. Just like that, there was no end to the matter, as it involved more and more people. Su Qi had more and more storage rings, but more trouble also accompanied. This time, 7 sects had gathered to kill him. Su Qi was only at the Golden Core realm. How could he kill his way out? Seeing that the cultivators were about to cast spells to kill him, Su Qi couldn't help but shout, "Master! Save me!" Chapter 69, 5th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, Mighty Cultivator Guest Elder. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Master, save me. Hearing this, all the cultivators stopped and looked around nervously. Su Qi had always been able to turn the situation around. The cultivators chasing him had all died, so they had always suspected that there was someone behind him. So it was his master. The middle-aged cultivator who had cursed Su Qi earlier shouted, "Fellow Taoist! Why are you hiding in the dark? Are you feeling guilty?" However, no one answered him. The middle-aged cultivator looked at Su Qi again. He discovered that Su Qi had a mocking, smug look on his face as if they were the ones who would die instead of him. Su Qi's confidence made the middle-aged cultivator panic even more. Boom! Thunder clouds gathered and the sky quickly darkened. Everyone looked around nervously. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, growing stronger and stronger. The cultivators were horrified to find that the wind was very strange. There were wind blades that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. They were extremely sharp and tore their clothes apart. They were so shocked that they hurriedly used their spirit energy to defend themselves. Apart from Su Qi, everyone else suffered. Su Qi had a look of admiration. As expected of senior. Wait, no, master. Master was so powerful. Thunder rumbled and wind raged. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Only when the first bolt struck did the 7 sects realize that a nightmare had come. It was no ordinary thunder. It was heavenly thunder. A year was a long time for mortals. 18 years was enough for a person to grow up. To Han Ju, it passed very quickly, like a dream. His cultivation level had broken through to the 5th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. The speed of his breakthrough was already very fast. One had to know that Taoist 9 Cauldrons was still stuck at the 8th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm and Xiaowei was still at the 2nd level. While cultivating, Han Ju imparted the Heartless Flying Sword to Xuan Chang'an. After cultivating the Heartless Flying Sword for 10 years, Xuan Chang'an was pleasantly surprised to find that he did not seem to be thinking about the past. Little did he know that his sexual desire was decreasing. After breaking through, Han Ju habitually took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Xiaowei. The emails could only focus on the situation of people he had a good relationship with. Han Ju couldn't see the situation of the enemy, but Xiaowei's image was still there, which meant that he was still alive. Before Xiaowei died, Han Ju wouldn't give up on cursing him. Who asked this fellow to have such a high level of hatred for him? After so many years, it did not decrease at all. Han Ju cursed him as he checked the emails in his interpersonal relationships. Most people were attacked in the last 18 years. Rather than attacking, it was more like fighting. It was impossible for everyone to be attacked. Most of the time, they would be the first to attack. The world was dangerous. He had to stay away. Perhaps with Han Ju's current cultivation, he was not afraid of being attacked. However, if this happened too many times, it would affect his cultivation. Just like Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan, they were always in the top 3. The chaotic heavenly dog was catching up to them as well. Every time he saw the chaotic heavenly dog being beaten, Han Ju found it funny. Serves you right for not listening to me. Although the chaotic heavenly dog was constantly being beaten, its cultivation level kept increasing. It was the same for the others. It looked like they were all fighting for fortuitous encounters. Several days later, Xing Hongshuan came to visit. Han Ju chased Xuan Chang'an out and let her in. "Husband, I've obtained a great fortuitous encounter in the past few decades and gained enlightenment of a divine technique. Do you want to learn it? I can teach it to you." Xing Hongshuan ran to him excitedly and said as if she was presenting a treasure. Han Ju shook his head and said, "I have my own divine technique. I don't need it." Xing Hongshuan had indeed obtained a huge opportunity. Her cultivation level had soared to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. She was almost catching up to Zhou Fan, a bearer of Konate Providence. Xing Hongshuan flipped her right hand, and 2 green fruits the size of a fist appeared in her hand. She smiled and said, "These are strange fruits that I found in the ancient mystic realm. After consuming them, they can increase one's blood vitality and strengthen one's physique. They're very magical. I only ate one of them, and I can crush a small mountain with one palm. Hanju took a look and realized that this green fruit was extraordinary. He took one and started eating. The fruit entered his throat and instantly melted, turning into a hot stream that flowed into Hanju's body. Then, Hanju felt warm all over. The effect was obvious. Hanju immediately ate the entire fruit. Xing Hongshuan handed the remaining one to him. How can I accept this? Hanju said helplessly but still obediently ate the green fruit. Xing Hongshuan smiled, it's fine. As long as I can help you, I'll be happy. After eating the 2 green fruits, Hanju took out some equipment and gave them to her. They were all loot seized from enemies. Xing Hongshuan wanted to reject him, but Hanju insisted, so she could only accept it. Xing Hongshuan felt extremely happy. Take out your heavenly puppet. I'll improve it, Hanju said. Xing Hongshuan's face reddened slightly upon hearing this. She reluctantly took out the heavenly puppet. Hanju's expression turned strange. The heavenly puppet's face was actually carved out. It was Hanju's face. Although there was a difference in their looks, their facial features were similar. The strange thing was that the mouth of the heavenly puppet was a little red as if it had been rouged. Could it be? Hanju didn't dare to think about it. Pretending not to notice, he took the puppet and poured his 6 paths spirit energy into it. The heavenly puppet did not have a cultivation realm. He only needed to replace the 6 paths spirit energy inside to increase its battle prowess to the void amalgamation realm. Of course, the heavenly puppet could only be raised by Hanju. The spirit energy of others had no effect on it. The heavenly puppet was equivalent to Hanju's spiritual incarnation. Replenishing the heavenly puppet with spirit energy was not troublesome and it wouldn't take long. Xing Hongshuan sat at the side and asked softly, has Mo Zhu looked for you recently? Chang Yue had left, but she had another love rival. After not being here for so many years, she didn't know if Mo Zhu had made a move on Hanju. Yes, Hanju replied and recounted what happened. Xing Hongshuan sighed. What a pity. What's a pity? Nothing, Xing Hongshuan replied as she waved her hand. The two of them started to chat. Xing Hongshuan talked about her experiences over the years. Hanju learned about the cultivation world through her. 10 days later, Xing Hongshuan walked to the entrance. After confirming that her clothes were clean, she left with a flushed face. Hanju sat on the bed and pulled at his wrinkled clothes. He sighed. However, he still smiled. 5 years later, Li Qingzi came to visit. Hanju threw Xuan Chang'an out again and let him in. Seeing Li Qingzi's worried expression, Hanju's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen again? It had only been a few decades. Li Qingzi found a chair and sat down. He then looked at Hanju and sighed. Elder Han, something bad has happened. The cultivation world of Great Wei has been unified. The leader is the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. They've found a powerful guest elder from somewhere and have said that they want to unify the cultivation world around them. Hanju was puzzled. They're all cultivators. Instead of going into seclusion to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth and pursue eternal life, why are they fighting for territory like ordinary people? Li Qingzi shook his head. The ambitions of fiendish cultivators will only increase as their cultivation level increases. Furthermore, the more cultivation worlds they occupy, the more cultivation resources they can obtain. How powerful is that guest elder? I'm not sure. At the very least, he's at the void amalgamation realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to unite the cultivation world of Great Wei so quickly. Could he be at the body integration realm? If so, Elder Han, what will you do? We'll see when the time comes. If it's tomorrow, I might run. Chapter 70, True Martial Sect, Eternal Sword Tao. Chapter 70, True Martial Sect, Eternal Sword Tao. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Of course not tomorrow. It's a long journey. In addition to the resistance of the sects along the way, it will take at least several decades or even longer for them to reach the Jade Pure Sect. I'm just informing you in advance. Li Qingzi shook his head and smiled. He understood what Hanju meant. He couldn't help but sigh. Elder Han's talent was truly rare. After a few decades, his cultivation level would definitely increase greatly. Hanju smiled and said, in that case, I don't have to run. They smiled at each other. Unknowingly, the person Li Qingzi relied on the most had become Hanju. Although the two of them didn't interact much, whenever the Jade Pure Sect encountered danger, the first person Li Qingzi thought of was Hanju. By the way, where's my disciple? Didn't you look for him after he disappeared? Hanju asked. Speaking of which, Yang Tiandong went missing because he followed the sect to the cultivation meeting. Li Qingzi's expression turned strange, and he said, I've found him, but he doesn't want to come back. He's already a demon king and is very famous among the demons in the Great Yan cultivation world. He might become the Great Yan demon king in another 100 years. Han Ju was speechless. Indeed, Li Qingzi smiled. Recently, several nascent soul cultivators have joined the sect. I've also convinced 2 soul formation cultivators to join the Jade Pure sect most of the year. People pursued greater ambitions. Right now, the Jade Pure sect was definitely the strongest in the cultivation world of Great Yan. The spirit chi in their sect was also far superior to that of other sects. Han Ju nodded. The stronger the Jade Pure sect was, the better it was for him. To be honest, he was definitely the most leisurely elder in the Jade Pure sect. He had only made a few moves in the past 100 years and was never overly worked. The spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs that had been cultivated on the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain were specially guarded by disciples. Han Ju only needed to do one thing. Cultivate. After so many years, your deeds as deity-slaying elder are almost forgotten. Only the older generation like us still talk about your prestige. Now, it's the world of Zhou Fan, Mo Fucho, Yang Tiandong, and other favored geniuses. The 3 of them can be said to be influential figures. Unfortunately, they're no longer working for the Jade Pure sect. By the way, dozens of years ago, a demonic dog ran rampant in the cultivation world. I heard from the disciple's description that the demonic dog seems to be the one raised by you. Li Qingzi suddenly recalled something and asked. Upon arriving at the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, he did not see the chaotic heavenly dog. Han Ju replied, ignore it. It wants to go out and explore. When it's afraid, it will naturally come back. Li Qingzi shook his head and laughed. The 2 of them chatted for a while before Li Qingzi stopped disturbing him. Han Ju absorbed qi while checking his interpersonal relationships. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by beasts X578. Your good friend Zhou Fan encountered a huge fortuitous encounter and obtained an ancient numinous treasure. Your good friend Fairy Shizan was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X33. Your good friend Guan Yugong was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X421. Your disciple Su Qi has comprehended the heavenly Tao and obtained a mystical power. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a righteous cultivator X798. Your good friend Huang Jihao was captured by the true martial sect. Han Ju didn't see Yang Tiandong's situation, but this kid's profile picture was still there. It looked like he was in seclusion. That was good. Han Ju was really afraid that he would die. Han Ju noticed that Su Qi had actually learned a new mystical power. Interesting. Not only Su Qi, but other people also comprehended mystical powers during their cultivation. Ever since Han Ju started cultivating, he had always relied on the system's rewards. He had placed all his energy on cultivating qi and had never comprehended a mystical power himself. Why not give it a try? Han Ju had top-notch Sword Dao comprehension. It shouldn't be difficult for him to comprehend a Sword Dao mystical power. Cultivating all the time was boring, having an epiphany was quite interesting. Creating a divine power out of thin air required imagination. I might as well improve my mystical power. Han Ju thought for a moment and decided to gain an epiphany on the 10,000 sword sect. This Sword Dao mystical power was definitely his most handsome skill. It was worth improving. Han Ju immediately closed his eyes. The 10,000 sword sect could summon at most 10,000 sword shadows in the long river of history. Although it created a huge scene, its accuracy and lethality were still poor. Han Ju suddenly had an idea. If he combined the 3 pure shadow sword technique with the 10,000 sword sect. Gasp! How terrifying! More than 10,000 sword shadows that could freely kill. He would comprehend it just like that. In high spirits, Han Ju fully focused on his epiphany. The West Abyss state was a region without any dynasties. There were many demons here, and it was difficult for mortal dynasties to enter. However, there were many cultivation sects here, even more than in the Great Yan cultivation world. The true martial sect was one of the top orthodox sects in West Abyss state. In a pavilion, Huang Jihao sat on the bed and cultivated. The door suddenly opened and a blue-robed man walked in. He had a handsome appearance, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, as if he had walked out of a painting. The blue-robed man walked to the table and sat down. He placed his sword on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. He smiled and said, "Huang Jihao, you still haven't thought it through." Huang Jihao opened his eyes and expressionlessly said, "I lost to you not because my sword techniques are lacking. If you give me another 100 years, I will definitely be able to defeat you. The Vermilion Bird Sword sect has raised me up, so I cannot betray the sect. The blue-shirted man smiled and said, the true martial sect is stronger than the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. It's even stronger than the Jade Pure sect in the Great Yan cultivation world. If you join the true martial sect, I'll nurture you into the #1 sword cultivator in the world. You might even have a chance to become a sword immortal in the future. This is your opportunity, a chance that many sword cultivators dream of. Huang Jihao fell silent. If you were born in the true martial sect, you would be at least at the 8th level of the soul formation realm. You have a natural sword heart, so you shouldn't waste your talent. When you become a sword immortal, it will be an honor for the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. The blue-shirted man said seriously, his eyes even revealing anticipation. Huang Jihao smiled bitterly. Is my talent in the sword truly unparalleled? But I have seen a genius in the sword that is even more monstrous than me. That person's sword chi is even stronger than yours. Huang Jihao recalled the time when he faced Han Ju's sword chi and couldn't help but tremble. The blue-shirted man laughed loudly. He smiled and asked, is this man from your Great Yan? Huang Jihao nodded. The blue-shirted man said proudly, absolutely impossible. There can't be a sword cultivator stronger than me in the Great Yan cultivation world. Huang Jihao asked seriously, have you heard of the Jade Pure sect's deity-slaying elder? His strength is already comparable to a void amalgamation realm cultivator. The 9 Dragons sect's Wei Yuan returned in low spirits and did not mention a single word about the battle. It can be seen just how powerful the deity-slaying elder is. The blue-shirted man said disdainfully, Wei Yuan doesn't have the talent. He managed to reach the void amalgamation realm by chance. In order to reach a higher level, he was even hired by others and embarrassed as void amalgamation realm cultivators. Defeating him isn't difficult. At this moment, the sword on the table suddenly vibrated. Not only his sword, but the sword by Huang Jihao's leg also vibrated. The two were shocked. Huang Jihao grabbed his sword, unable to restrain it. He couldn't help but look at the blue-robed man and ask, what happened? The blue-shirted man held his sword and walked out of the room. Huang Jihao followed closely behind. The two of them arrived at the courtyard. This courtyard was located on a mountain peak and could overlook most of the scenery of the true martial sect. Many disciples of the sect unsheathed their swords and flew uncontrollably to the high school. The swords in the hidden sword pavilion also broke through the door and soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of swords floated in the air. As far as the eye could see, the tips of the swords were pointed in the same direction. The scene was extremely shocking. All the swords began to vibrate. The sounds converged and filled the world. A shocked expression appeared on the blue-robed man's face, and he muttered, worship of 10,000 swords, resonance of sword spirits. Someone has comprehended the eternal sword Tao. How can this be? Chapter 71. 3 Pure World Cleansing, Who Can Break My Defense? Chapter 71. 3 Pure World Cleansing, Who Can Break My Defense? Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. What's the eternal sword Tao? Huang Jihao asked. Shock filled his eyes. This was the first time he had seen the entire sect's swords fly high into the sky and bow in the same direction. Most importantly, the sword pointed in the direction of the Great Yan. A guess popped into Huang Jihao's head, making him feel that it was impossible. The blue-robed man took a deep breath and said, the eternal sword Tao is a realm of the sword Tao mystical power. In layman's terms, it's a sword Tao mystical power that only appears once in 10,000 years. I never expected that there would actually be such a genius in the sword Tao in the world today. It was a sword Tao mystical power that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Huang Jihao was stunned. A handsome face appeared in his mind. Could it be him? Huang Jihao gritted his teeth and asked, if I join the true martial sect, can I comprehend such a divine ability? The blue-robed man was silent. His attitude made Huang Jihao's emotions even more complicated. It took Han Ju a month to comprehend the sword Tao mystical power. He succeeded. The swordsmen in the world went mad. However, Han Ju didn't know about this. The phenomenon that happened in the true martial sect also happened in various sects in the Great Yan cultivation world, including the Jade Pure sect. Countless swords floated above the sect. All of them hummed as their sword tips pointed towards the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. The black hell chicken shuddered in fear. Han Ju heard the sword hum from outside the cave and couldn't help but open his eyes. His consciousness swept out and saw the floating swords. He was stunned. Did he cause this? He looked down at the sword shadow in his palm and clenched his right hand, causing it to vanish. The sword that floated in the sky descended. Xuan Chang'an looked at Han Ju in a daze. When Hanju comprehended the mystical power, a sword light burst out from between his brows. A strong wind circled around his body. Coupled with his numinous treasures, this image stunned Xuan Chang'an. Xuan Chang'an also heard the sword chimes. However, as soon as Hanju clapped his hands, the sword chimes outside disappeared. The sword floating in the air also fell. What did that mean? The phenomenon outside was caused by Hanju. Congratulations on comprehending the eternal level sword Dao mystical power. Please give it a name. Hanju was slightly stunned when he saw this line of words. Eternal level. Mystical powers were divided into levels. He thought for a moment and muttered, 3 pure world cleansing. You have succeeded in bestowing the name. As this is your first time comprehending a mystical power, your providence has increased. You have the following choices. 1. Go out immediately. Shock the world with the 3 pure world cleansing. You can obtain a numinous treasure. 2. Keep a low profile and cultivate. Continue to become stronger until you are invincible. You can obtain a numinous treasure. Both rewards gave a numinous treasure. That was a rare sight. Hanju silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a numinous treasure. You have obtained a 3rd-grade numinous treasure, Earth Emperor's Soul Ward. Earth Emperor's Soul Ward, 3rd-grade defensive numinous treasure. It can automatically block attacks that can injure its owner. Another defensive numinous treasure, and it was 3rd grade. Awesome, who can beat me now? Who can break my defense? Hanju thought happily. A bold thought occurred to him. If he immediately went out and did something high-profile, would the system take back the numinous treasure? Forget it, he had always wanted to keep a low profile. The system had given him a choice based on his preference. There was no need to test it. Hanju took out the Earth Emperor's Soul Ward. It was a long cloth that looked like silk. It was golden in color, and when it was waved, it looked like clouds dancing. It was very beautiful. I'm a proper man, how can I wear a scarf like this? Hanju cursed in his heart. At the same time, he started to drip blood on it. It looked like a woman's item, but he would not give it away. Such a numinous treasure would bring trouble to both Xing Hongxuan and Fairy Shizan. Wei Yuan had clearly recognized the numinous treasures on him, which was why he was so shocked. After spending a period of time, Hanju successfully made the Earth Emperor's Soul Ward recognize him as its owner. He thought for a moment and removed the Frost Lord's glazed crown from his head. Then, he tied the Earth Emperor's Soul Ward on the crown. The Earth Emperor's Soul Ward was more than 10 feet long. When it was tied to the Frost Lord's glazed crown, it automatically fluttered. It had to be said. Hanju looked even more handsome after wearing the Frost Lord's glazed crown. Xuan Chang'an was dumbfounded. Is Master the reincarnation of an immortal? The Earth Emperor's Soul Ward fluttered around Hanju. He was very satisfied. He became even more handsome. At that moment, Li Qingzi came to visit. The strange phenomenon had caused quite a commotion. He had thought that there was an enemy. Hanju replied that the enemy had already fled. Li Qingzi heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked him. Someone in the current Great Yan actually dared to attack the Jade Pure sect. It seemed like there were still many hidden experts. I've to be careful in the future and not be arrogant. Li Qingzi thought silently. He didn't want to be beaten up again. West Abyss. 9 Dragons Sect. Huang Zuntian, who was also Wei Yuan, was cultivating in the Taoist temple. The interior wasn't big and the furnishings were simple. There was a huge cauldron behind him. There were 3 incense sticks in it, and smoke filled the air. Huang Zuntian opened his eyes. An old Taoist walked into the temple. He sat down in front of Huang Zuntian and chuckled. Junior Wei, I have something to discuss with you. Huang Zuntian asked, what is it? His heart tightened. This old fox was all smiles. Had he discovered his true identity? The old Taoist said, my sect and the true martial sect have been fighting for a long time. The other resource areas in West Abyss are also more or less occupied. I want my sect's disciples to enter the cultivation world of Great Yan. They're weak, and the providence of the dynasty is also weak. It's very suitable for us to develop. After we occupy Great Yan, we can continue to march into Great Wei. Anyway, the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect has declared that they will trample Great Yan and conquer the West Abyss. You've been to the Great Yan previously and are familiar with it. You can lead a group of elite disciples there. Huang Zuntian frowned. Attack the Great Yan? Was he tired of living? After finally reviving after so many ordeals, Huang Zuntian didn't want to offend Hanju anymore. The old Taoist smiled and said, if this is done well, the position of sect master will belong to you sooner or later. Master has been in seclusion for 100 years. I don't know if he can enter the body integration realm. We can't just sit and wait for death. We have to seek opportunities. Huang Zuntian hesitated. Can we not go to Great Yan? We can go to other cultivation worlds. The world is huge and Great Yan can't bring us many benefits. The old Taoist shook his head and said, it's precisely because the Great Yan is weak that we must attack them. This matter is settled. Prepare yourself. I'll go and choose a disciple first. With that, the old Taoist stood up. Looking at his back, Huang Zuntian hesitated. Old fox, you call this negotiation? Damn it, you forced me. Looks like I have no choice but to fight for your sect master position. Huang Zuntian's eyes flashed. He had finally settled down and could cultivate in seclusion. Yet, this fellow was causing trouble for him. Although Huang Zuntian was cowardly, his life was in Han Ju's hands. He had no choice but to make a move. And so, Huang Zuntian started thinking about how to seize the sect master position. Although the old Taoist was much stronger than him, he did not panic. 1,000 years ago, after the fall of the previous leader of the Raincoat sect, Huang Zuntian was not the first choice for the position. The first choice was his senior. He was a radical and wanted revenge. His cultivation level was much higher than Huang Zuntian's. In order to keep the sect safe, Huang Zuntian plotted to seize his position. I can't compete head-on. I have to use some methods. Chapter 72, 6th Level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, Fusang Tree. Chapter 72, 6th Level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, Fusang Tree. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Han Ju created a mystical power that caused a huge commotion in the world. The world was vast and the Great Yan was only a tiny place. Other than a Taoist surnamed Huang, no one believed that the mighty figure who had created the eternal sword Tao was hidden in the Great Yan. 13 years later, no one mentioned it again. Han Ju's cultivation level also successfully broke through to the 6th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. It was all thanks to Xuan Chang'an. His presence in the cave abode increased the spirit qi, also increasing Han Ju's cultivation speed in the process. After all, this was an ancient spiritual ginseng. It was equivalent to a human-shaped treasure. It was also a natural treasure in the immortal realm. You are already 300 years old. Another 100 years have passed on the path of cultivation. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and show the world how powerful you are. You can obtain an egg of a divine beast of Providence. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and hide your achievements. You can obtain a numinous treasure. Han Ju silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a third-grade numinous treasure, Heart-Protecting Immortal Chain. Heart-Protecting Immortal Chain, third-grade defensive numinous treasure. It can automatically absorb the heaven and earth spirit qi until it reaches full capacity. It will not affect its master's cultivation and will automatically protect its master during battle. It was a defensive numinous treasure again, and it did not use up an existing spot on his body. System, you know me best. Han Ju thought happily. He took out the heart-protecting immortal chain. It was a crystal chain, exquisite and beautiful. After a while, the heart-protecting immortal chain recognized its owner. Han Ju wore it on his neck. Xuan Chang'an was secretly envious. Master has so many Dharma treasures. Could this be his inheritance? Master can only take it out and wear it after breaking through to a certain cultivation level. Han Ju was in a good mood. He ignored Xuan Chang'an's gaze and checked his emails. Who had suffered the most in all these years? Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by beasts X3911. Your good friend Mo Fucho was attacked by a righteous cultivator X672. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X3028. Your good friend Zhou Fan has killed countless people. His negative karma is overwhelming. Your good friend Huang Zuntian was attacked by righteous cultivators X105. Your divine pet chaotic heavenly dog was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X4003. Your disciple Su Qi was captured by the great Jin dynasty's royalty. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The great Jin dynasty has encountered a 1,000-year calamity of locusts, floods, and plagues. The mountains and rivers are on the verge of collapsing. Wow, Han Ju's disciples and divine pet finally reached the top 3 on the list of being beaten with their relentless efforts. They had finally done it. Forget about Su Qi, he was a jinx. Yang Tiandong and the chaotic heavenly dog were truly worrisome. Zhou Fan was really a demon. Han Ju had a feeling. Mo Fucho might have been forced, but Zhou Fan was a demon by nature. After all, what he had done in the inner sect had been criticized. Hanju shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He stood up and said, "Disciple, follow me out. I'll teach you and the Black Hell Chicken some techniques." Xuan Chang'an was pleasantly surprised when he heard this, and he hurriedly stood up and followed. In the endless desert, countless locusts spread out like dust. A figure moved forward in the storm of locusts. He walked unhurriedly as if he was taking a stroll. The locusts along the way did not dare to approach him. It was Su Qi. Su Qi had a proud look on his face as he thought to himself, "Master is really capable. Even the locust plague that's able to destroy a dynasty is staying away from me." After so many years, he had experienced many tribulations, but he had always been able to survive them. He tried to call Hanju, but there was no response. He finally understood. His master was testing him. He was meant to enjoy the feeling of being alone. After all, his master was always in seclusion alone and did not say a word. Only by enduring absolute loneliness could one achieve immortality and seek the Tao. After that, Su Qi no longer called Hanju and relaxed. Not long ago, he had been captured by the great Jin dynasty's imperial family, but he had not panicked. Instead, he enjoyed it. He fought with them, and the outcome had been as he had guessed. However, when he had truly been unable to defeat his enemies or escape death, his master had acted. Su Qi thought as he advanced. He had been traveling for decades. He looked travel-worn and tired, but his eyes were bright. Before long, Su Qi saw a 100-foot-tall crooked tree ahead. There was a figure under it. He immediately rushed over. The locust storm stopped and began to return, no longer chasing after him. Not noticing this anomaly, Su Qi hurried to the old tree. A ragged old man sat under the tree, his face as wrinkled as the bark behind him. Su Qi cupped his fists and asked, "Senior, is the North State ahead?" Without opening his eyes, the elder said, "Yes, the North State." Hearing this, Su Qi suddenly had the urge to cry. Decades, almost 100 years, he had finally arrived at his destination. The North State. He had dreamed countless times of reaching the North State. Tears flowed down his face. He immediately turned around and knelt down. His eyes seemed to say, "Master, do you see this? I didn't let you down." The old man opened his eyes and looked at him with a strange expression. He asked, "Are you that happy to reach the North State? Do you know where it is?" Su Qi stood up and turned to him. He wiped his tears and smiled. "I don't know, but the demon-taming sect is in the North State, right?" The old man frowned and asked, "Are you related to the demon-taming sect?" "I want to join them," Su Qi said firmly and confidently, just like when he had first joined the Jade Pure sect. The old man shook his head and said, "The threshold of the demon-taming sect is extremely high. Even if you already have a golden core realm cultivation, it's not that easy to join. The North State is a place where demons dance. Junior, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't enter it, this is the yellow springs of the mortal world." Su Qi smiled. "What am I afraid of? Someone is backing me." Immediately, Su Qi cupped his fists at him and walked towards the northern region with his head held high. The old man revealed a mocking smile and did not dissuade him. 5 years later, the great Yan welcomed a rare snowstorm. The entire Jade Pure sect was covered in snow, looking as beautiful as a painting. Hanju walked out of the cave abode and stood at the edge of the cliff. All he saw was white. Having lived for 300 years, this was the first time he had encountered such heavy snow. He couldn't help but think of the jinx. This sign. Could it be that the jinx had returned? As Hanju was thinking, 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that the 10,000-year-old demon is about to awaken. You have the following choices. 1. Come out and kill the demon to save the world. You can obtain a numinous treasure and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Continue cultivating and stay away from danger. Protect yourself and you can obtain a random natural treasure seed. 10,000-year-old demon. It sounded very savage. I'd be a fool to try and kill it. Hanju chose the second option without hesitation. Hanju didn't embark on the path of cultivation to save people, but to live longer. You chose to continue cultivating and stay away from danger. You will obtain a random natural treasure seed. Congratulations on obtaining the Fuzang tree seed. Fuzang tree, divine tree of heaven and earth. It can increase the spirit chi of heaven and earth. 10,000 years later, it can attract the golden crow. 1,000,000 years later, it can connect to other worlds. Chapter 73, Demon King Dian Su, Taoist Calm Sky. Chapter 73, Demon King Dian Su, Taoist Calm Sky. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Fuzang Tree. Hanju looked at the seed that suddenly appeared in his hand and raised his eyebrows slightly. The fuzang tree was very famous in Chinese mythology. It was related to the sun. It could attract the golden crow 10,000 years later, but wasn't the golden crow the sun itself? A million years later, it would connect to another world. Hanju ignored this point. A million years was too long. The fuzang tree's seed was shaped like a peach core and was not unusual. It was hard to imagine that this was the seed of a divine tree. Hanju turned around and came to the cave abode. He called Xuan Chang'an out. "Master, what's the matter?" Xuan Chang'an asked with anticipation in his eyes. "Could it be that Master wants to teach me a mystical power?" Hanju handed him the seed and said, "This is a precious seed. From today onwards, plant it here and meditate in front of it every day. You have to protect it well. If it doesn't grow well, it will be your fault." Puzzled, Xuan Chang'an asked, "My fault? The blame will be on you." "Ah," Xuan Chang'an panicked. Hanju ignored him and directly entered the cave abode to continue cultivating. Xuan Chang'an squatted down and looked nervously at the fuzang tree seed. He dug away the surrounding snow to prevent the seed from being cold. This was the first time Hanju assigned him a mission. He was very nervous. The most important thing was this seed. If it died, there would be no second chance. The vast world was covered in snow. In the mountains, countless demons crawled in the forest. They wore snow robes and looked like ice sculptures. Yang Tiandong stood under the tree and waited. His body was also covered in snow. He was dressed in black and had a demonic appearance. His hair was mostly white and his pupils were blood red. He was obviously a demon. His gaze was fixed on a mountain peak ahead. This mountain peak was like a sword that pointed to the sky. It was taller and straighter than the surrounding mountains. The snow fell on the mountain and melted, and one could vaguely see wisps of demonic aura coiling around the peak. The wind and snow swirled around the mountain like a white tornado. It was a spectacular sight. Yang Tiandong looked at an old tree demon beside him and asked, "How much longer?" Old tree demon shook the unawakened beasts on his body and said, "Perhaps soon. This is the strongest demon king of Great Yan since ancient times, Demon King Dian Su. Once he's born, we will follow him and usher in a prosperous era for the demon race." Yang Tiandong frowned. If he's really that powerful, why did he sleep for 2,000 years? Yang Tiandong curled his lips and asked. He was ambitious. He wanted to be the most powerful demon king in the Great Yan. He had finally started, but a 10,000-year-old demon was about to revive. All the demon kings of the Great Yan came to pay their respects. Yang Tiandong had no choice but to follow suit. More than 2,000 years ago, there was still no Great Yan. This place was uninhabited and was a paradise for his demons. Demon King Dian Su was the only demon king in this land. All the demons listened to him until one time, when a human cultivator accidentally entered this land, Demon King Dian Su saw that he was injured and saved him. However, that person repaid kindness with ingratitude and attracted countless cultivators to attack us. A war that lasted for decades erupted. Demon King Dian Su was sealed here. We demons either died or fled. Less than 1 in 10 remained. Old Tree Demon began to speak of the past, his tone filled with hatred. We have been waiting for Demon King Dian Su to awaken and make a comeback. The powerful cultivators from back then are already far away. The current Great Yan can't stop Demon King Dian Su. With that said, Old Tree Demon revealed a fanatical expression. Yang Tiandong frowned and asked, aren't those cultivators worried that Demon King Dian Su will revive? Old Tree Demon mocked, the human heart is uglier than the demon heart. After 2,000 years, they are no longer united against a common enemy. They might have already killed each other. Few are still alive. Yang Tiandong was speechless. He thought of his master and the Jade Pure sect and asked, when Demon King Dian Su is resurrected, will he definitely slaughter the entire human race of the Great Yan? Of course, Old Tree Demon acknowledged. Yang Tiandong's eyes flickered. The snowstorm of the Great Yan lasted for 2 years, causing countless people to die. The dynasty had no choice but to seek help from the cultivation world. With the help of the cultivators, the disaster was alleviated. One day, a towering demonic aura erupted, causing the sky to change color and making the cultivation world uneasy. Li Qingzi even came to look for him. Han Ju didn't hide anything and said that a 10,000-year-old demon had appeared. It frightened Li Qingzi so much that he immediately went back and asked the entire sect to be on guard. However, the mysterious 10,000-year-old demon did not come. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. Han Ju was still a little short of the 7th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Regarding the fact that the 10,000-year-old demon didn't engulf the Great Yan, Hanju guessed that the demon had just woken up and his cultivation hadn't fully recovered. The snow covering Great Yan had also melted. Peace returned. Hanju stopped cultivating and walked out of the cave abode. After 7 years, the fusang tree had grown into a sapling. Xuan Chang'an was very careful when taking care of the fusang tree, afraid that it would not grow well. Seeing Hanju come out, he hurriedly got up. Master, Xuan Chang'an bowed respectfully. Hanju nodded and looked at the fusang tree. The fusang tree looked like 2 intertwined mulberry trees. It looked very enchanting. Currently, the fusang tree had already begun to produce heaven and earth spirit qi. Although it was very weak, it was a good sign. The difference between a divine tree and ordinary treasures was that it had a long cultivation period. Hanju wasn't in a hurry. He just needed the fusang tree to grow smoothly. The black hell chicken raised a chaotic heavenly dog, while the ancient spiritual ginseng nurtured a fusang tree. Yeah, good match, Hanju thought proudly. After observing the fusang tree, Hanju started to stretch his body. He had been meditating for too long, so it was good to exercise occasionally. Xuan Chang'an observed carefully. He discovered that although Hanju's actions looked simple, they contained some profound meaning. He didn't understand, but it was impressive. Hanju's actions were common in his previous life, but it was very novel in this world. As he stretched his waist and raised his leg, Hanju began to test the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect besides him. He was afraid that the 10,000-year-old demon would infiltrate the sect. Taoist Calm Sky, 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, Elder of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. Blood Fire Heavenly Sect, isn't this the sect that unified the cultivation world of Great Wei? Hanju still remembered that Li Qingzi said that the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect had threatened to conquer the Great Yan. He didn't expect them to send people over so quickly. Hanju started to test the location of Taoist Calm Sky. He was disguised as an inner sect disciple and was wandering around the Pet Beast Pavilion. He probably wanted to infiltrate the 10,000 demon realm. Hanju hesitated about how to kill this person. If he were to make a move, he would probably hurt the innocent. In the Pet Beast Pavilion, disguised as a young male disciple, Taoist Calm Sky held a book that recorded the species of demon beasts in the 10,000 demon realm. This is the #1 sect of Great Yan. How weak, Taoist Calm Sky thought disdainfully. He had infiltrated the Jade Pure sect for some time and discovered that the sect's foundation in all aspects was far inferior to the Blood Fire Heavenly sect. Next, only the mysterious deity-slaying elder remained. Taoist Calm Sky put down the book and walked out of the Pet Beast Pavilion. The location of the deity-slaying elder was very easy to determine. The Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain was already the place with the richest spirit qi in the entire sect. The disciples could guess that it was where the deity-slaying elder was in seclusion. Taoist Calm Sky had already asked around. Great Yan's strongest cultivator, I wonder how pitiful you will look when you kneel before me and beg for mercy. Taoist Calm Sky thought to himself. He was at the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Even the Jade Pure sect's founder wouldn't be a match for him. After killing the deity-slaying elder, should he wipe out the Jade Pure sect without anyone noticing? Chapter 74. No matter what, don't go to Great Yan. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The Blood Fire Heavenly Sect did not send Taoist Calm Sky to Great Yan. He had been seeking immortality outside and had obtained secret letters from the sect. He knew about the sect's plans and happened to pass by the Jade Pure sect on his way back. He thought that if he could take down the strongest sect in Great Yan along the way, the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect would be able to attack the Great Yan cultivation world with ease. Before infiltrating the Jade Pure sect, Taoist Calm Sky had not taken the sect seriously. He had only hidden for a period of time in order to be cautious. In the cultivation world, carelessness was always the fatal flaw of cultivators. After ascertaining the Jade Pure sect's background, Taoist Calm Sky relaxed. He felt that such a sect wouldn't have an expert at his level. Why was Taoist Nine Cauldrons unwilling to stay in the Jade Pure sect? Because if he stayed in the sect, his cultivation would not improve. As Taoist Calm Sky thought, he flew towards the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain. He suddenly felt uneasy as he gazed at the peak of the sky filled with spirit qi. Taoist Calm Sky immediately stopped in the air and frowned. What's happening? He thought nervously. Having been in the cultivation world for so many years, he trusted his instincts. This was a form of instinct that had been tempered through countless trials. The Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain actually made him feel danger. Could it be that the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect was really not simple? But logically speaking, no matter how strong he He wouldn't be that strong. Could it be that he couldn't be assessed with common sense? Taoist Calm Sky thought for a moment and flicked his right hand. A soul fragment shot out. This way, even if he died, he could be reborn. Taoist Calm Sky adjusted his state of mind and continued rushing to the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. The closer he got to the immortal mountain, the more uneasy and curious he became. What kind of monster was the Jade Pure Sect's deity-slaying elder? At the same time, on the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, Hanju stood by the cliff and waited quietly. He could feel Taoist Calm Sky's aura approaching and couldn't help but be amused. He had been worrying about how to deal with this person, but to think that this person would come knocking on his door. A cool breeze blew past Hanju's golden cicada's mystic divine robe. The Earth Emperor's soul ward on his Frost Lord's glazed crown fluttered in the wind. He was like a god from the heavens and had a peerless temperament. Taoist Calm Sky saw him from afar. What a handsome man. He's only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Could he be the disciple of the deity-slaying elder? Taoist Calm Sky thought to himself. Hanju's cultivation level was hidden by the system. Even the Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator couldn't see through him. Taoist Calm Sky flew to the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. He formed a seal with his right hand and slapped forward. A crack appeared in the mountain protecting array formation. Without a sound, he entered. Taoist Calm Sky landed beside Hanju and asked with a smile, "Is deity-slaying elder here?" Such a good-looking person. Should I take him away now and use him when I need to undergo possession? Taoist Calm Sky thought to himself. Taoist Calm Sky has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Looking at the notification, Hanju was speechless. Is this another guy who is easily entranced by good looks? Hanju flicked his right hand and took out the primordial judgment sword. Upon seeing the sword, Taoist Calm Sky's pupils constricted. This sword, wait, his entire body, seems to be covered in numinous treasures. Is he the deity-slaying elder? Taoist Calm Sky was shocked. Hanju slashed at him the moment he held the sword. A black sword aura swept across the sky like a black crescent moon. It was extremely spectacular. Boom! Taoist Calm Sky was sent flying by the sword chi of the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. Blood splattered all over his body as he vomited blood. What domineering sword chi! Taoist Calm Sky shuddered. I knew it. His instincts were right. Before Taoist Calm Sky could stabilize himself, he saw countless sword shadows appear in all directions and attack him. 3 pure world cleansing. Thousands of sword shadows covered the sky. It was as if Taoist Calm Sky was surrounded by thousands of swords and had nowhere to run. In an instant, Taoist Calm Sky took out a numinous treasure. It was a small green pagoda that rapidly expanded and covered his body. Thousands of sword shadows collided with him, crushing his body and the green pagoda into dust. Spirit energy exploded and bright lights burst forth. They were of all colors and shook the sky. Hanju stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the dazzling fireworks in the sky. What a beautiful scenery. As expected of a 9th level Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator, he actually forced Hanju to use 2 moves. Hanju was certain that Taoist Calm Sky's body and essence soul were already destroyed. What a pity, Taoist Calm Sky's storage ring was also destroyed. Being too strong was not necessarily a good thing. Hanju sighed. At the entrance of the cave abode, sitting by the fusang tree, Xuan Chang'an was stunned. This was the first time he saw Hanju make a move. The power of 3 pure world cleansing shocked his eyes. What a domineering mystical power. The trees in the distance were still shaking from the wind, a testament to the terror of this ability. Halfway up the mountain, the black hell chicken also witnessed this scene and couldn't help but gulp. The rumbling here was very loud, attracting the inner sect elders. Li Qingzi came to Hanju first and asked nervously, what happened? Hanju said calmly, Taoist Calm Sky of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect came here. What? Taoist Calm Sky? Where? Li Qingzi trembled in fear. Hanju replied, he's dead. Li Qingzi was stunned when he heard that. He immediately revealed a shocked expression and carefully asked, Elder Han, you're already at the body integration realm. Hanju shook his head and said, how can that be? I'm far from it. Don't spread the news about what happened today to avoid unnecessary trouble. It's just nice to let the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect suffer in silence. Li Qingzi nodded and hurriedly went to evacuate the elders. After leaving the Immortal Cultivation Mountain, he recalled Hanju's words and attitude and couldn't help but shiver. Taoist Calm Sky, he's the #1 figure of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. Li Qingzi muttered to himself as if he was dreaming. Han Ju returned to the cave abode, ignoring Xuan Chang'an's admiring gaze. He noticed that the icon of Taoist calm sky had not disappeared. What's happening? He's not dead. He had clearly crushed his soul and body just now. Was there something wrong? Could it be that he has a clone or something? Han Ju couldn't figure it out, so he took out the Book of Misfortune and started to curse Taoist calm sky. 3 years later, Taoist calm sky's soul fragment finally escaped back to the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. The person who received him was the sect master, Lu Bumi. Lu Bumi wore a black robe and had a cold expression. He exuded an imposing aura and his gaze was oppressive. In the hall, Lu Bumi sat in the head seat and frowned. Senior brother, why are you in such a sorry state? Taoist calm sky's soul fragment trembled. After being defeated by Han Ju, he encountered various kinds of heavenly tribulations while escaping. He was extremely unlucky. Fortunately, he was tough and managed to survive. Junior brother, are you going to attack Great Yan? Taoist calm sky gritted his teeth and asked. When he thought of Han Ju's unparalleled face, his soul trembled uncontrollably. Lu Bumi replied, that's right. We will take action in 5 years at most. I'm ready. At that time, the guest we invited will also take action. Don't go to Great Yan. The Great Yan can't be touched. The Jade Pure sect is hiding a terrifying mighty figure. You should know my strength. My cultivation level is at the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, but I couldn't even block a single strike from that person. I was killed before I could even attack. Taoist calm sky was extremely agitated and terrified. If we go to the Great Yan, we'll definitely die. Even if our body integration realm guest elder attacks, we won't be his match. Chapter 75, Han Ju's Fatal Flaw. Chapter 75, Han Ju's Fatal Flaw. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Really? Lu Bumi's eyes widened in shock. There was such a person in Great Yan. Taoist calm sky gritted his teeth and said, look at me, isn't this enough proof? Lu Bumi was silent. Before inviting a body integration realm guest, Taoist calm sky was the strongest expert of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. Lu Bumi was able to become the sect master thanks to his help. He had originally thought that the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect's golden age was about to arrive. Unexpectedly, Taoist calm sky suffered a setback in the Jade Pure sect. Lu Bumi gritted his teeth and asked, who was that? Taoist calm sky sighed and said, the deity-slaying elder. If you send someone to investigate, you might be able to find out about his reputation. This person is very low profile, but the Jade Pure sect was able to become the #1 sect in Great Yan. He's the main reason. Lu Bumi frowned. He couldn't understand how such an expert was willing to stay in the Great Yan. Forget it. We won't provoke the Great Yan. Let's start from the West Abyss state. Lu Bumi sighed. Taoist calm sky nodded. Han Ju's face appeared in his mind again. I can't provoke him no matter what. In the 4th year after killing Taoist calm sky, Han Ju finally broke through to the 7th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. After breaking through, he clicked on interpersonal relationships. Taoist calm sky was still alive. Han Ju was depressed. This was the first time he felt so depressed. He had clearly killed him, so why was he still alive? Taoist calm sky, 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. An elder of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect, he is filled with fear because of you. He doesn't dare to face you alone anymore. Current favorability, 2 stars. The only thing that comforted Han Ju was that Taoist calm sky was frightened by him. Favorability did not just mean good feelings. Han Ju guessed that this favorability was based on Taoist calm sky's impression of his looks. Because he was extremely afraid and didn't dare to hate him, he kept this favorability. Taoist calm sky reminded Han Ju of something. Perhaps he could crush his enemies, but he might not necessarily kill them every time. In the cultivation world, there were many capable people. As the enemies got stronger, they would have many ways to protect their lives. He had to be careful when killing enemies in the future. It would be best to ambush and catch them off guard. Han Ju carefully recalled the fight. He felt that the problem could be caused by him attacking twice. Yeah, that was definitely the case. He had to kill the enemy instantly. He couldn't give the enemy any breathing space. I was too careless. He couldn't let his guard down in the future. Being careless was a fatal flaw. After finding out the problem, Han Ju's gaze became firm. The next time he attacked, he would use his full strength without hesitation. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. The northern part of Great Yan was covered in snow and ice. In the vast snow stood a terrifying figure 1,000 feet tall. It looked up at the sky and breathed out. Four huge tails twisted around wantonly, stirring up strong winds. Yang Tiandong and dozens of demon kings gathered together and knelt down to the terrifying figure. This terrifying figure was the 10,000-year-old demon, Demon King Dian Su. Yang Tiandong looked up at him. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat even in such a cold place. Demon King Dian Su's terrifying demonic aura wreaked havoc in the world, causing all the demon kings present to shiver. Besides cultivation, there was also bloodline suppression. Before the revival of Demon King Dian Su, Yang Tiandong had always doubted him. He was indignant and felt that he should be the first demon king of Great Yan. But when he faced Demon King Dian Su, he realized how ridiculous he was. Beside his was still Old Tree Demon, who had explained the origins of Demon King Dian Su. The Old Tree Demon asked respectfully, "Demon King, why did you call us here?" The other demon kings were also very nervous. They were worried that Demon King Dian Su would find trouble with them. A deep and powerful voice sounded as if panting. "From now on, in this land, only I can be king. All the demon kings are my demon generals." With that said, all the demon kings were alarmed. I knew it. They were indignant but did not dare to say anything, including Yang Tiandong. Old Tree Demon immediately flattered, "Of course. Demon King, when are we going to massacre the Great Yan humans?" Yang Tiandong cursed silently. He was really a good dog. He even seriously doubted if what the Old Tree Demon King had said about Demon King Dian Su was true. Perhaps Old Tree Demon had deliberately beautified Demon King Dian Su to worsen the image of the human race. Kneeling close to Demon King Dian Su, Yang Tiandong felt unprecedented killing intent. This Demon King had killed countless beings, far beyond Yang Tiandong's imagination. Massacre the human race? When did I say that I wanted to massacre the human race? Demon King Dian Su retorted. His tone was cold, causing Old Tree Demon to shiver. Yang Tiandong clearly felt a terrifying divine sense sweep over them. "Oh, half human, half demon, interesting. Little demon, come here." Yang Tiandong tensed up at Demon King Dian Su's words. He carefully raised his head and saw that the terrifying figure of Demon King Dian Su had already vanished, leaving only a faintly discernible figure in the snow. All the demon kings looked at him. Yang Tiandong gritted his teeth, suppressed his nervousness, stood up, and walked towards Demon King Dian Su. The sky was filled with snow, and the road ahead was vast. Yang Tiandong seemed to be heading towards the abyss, while Demon King Dian Su was the abyss lord. Ever since he knew that Hanju had killed Taoist Calm Sky, the pressure on Li Qingzi had disappeared. As he had expected, the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect no longer dared to attack the Great Yan. There was no movement from the 10,000-year-old Demon King Dian Su, and the Great Yan cultivation world was very calm. Hanju was still cultivating in seclusion. Time passed, and the mortal world surged. The great figures underwent tribulation, and the mortals underwent reincarnation. In the long river of history, this period of time was not much different from the past. 7 years later, Li Qingzi came to find Hanju and interrupted his cultivation. Something big was about to happen. The 10,000-year-old demon was attacking. Or was the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect attacking? Li Qingzi entered the cave abode and said with a worried expression, "Elder Han, it's not good." Hanju's heart skipped a beat as he waited for Li Qingzi to continue. Previously, when the 19 sects attacked the sect, wasn't the leader a great cultivator named Wei Yuan? He was killed by you, but he didn't die. When he returned to the 9 Dragons sect in the West Abyss state, guess what? This person actually became the new sect master. He previously suffered a setback here and might lead the entire 9 Dragons sect to attack us. Li Qingzi said worriedly, while Hanju had a strange expression. What the heck? Huang Zuntian became the sect master. Hanju immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. Huang Zuntian, first level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, pseudo 9 Dragons sect master. He is cautious by nature and will do anything to survive. Current favorability, 5 stars. Hanju didn't know what to say. Before Huang Zuntian left, he asked if Hanju wanted him to fight for the sect master position. At that time, Hanju didn't take it to heart and casually replied. He didn't expect Huang Zuntian to really succeed. This fellow had something up his sleeves when it came to power struggles. Hanju asked in surprise, the 9 Dragons sect is so weak. Even Wei Yuan can become the sect master. How weak was the 9 Dragons sect to have a sect master at the first level of the Void Amalgamation Realm? Li Qingzi shook his head. I'm not sure about that. It's said that the entire West Abyss state is in chaos because of the 9 Dragons sect master. Chapter 76. The hatred of snatching his son is irreconcilable. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Sect Master, don't worry. The 9 Dragons sect won't come looking for trouble with us. Wei Yuan and I turned hostility into friendship. We promised each other that we wouldn't seek revenge from each other's sects. Han Ju comforted. He found Li Qingzi's worried expression especially funny. Question mark. This sect master was obviously here to test his confidence, wanting to know if he dared to go against the 9 Dragons sect. Li Qingzi asked in surprise, really? Han Ju nodded. Great, Elder Han, you're indeed the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect. You've paved so many paths for the sect that I want to give you the position of sect master. No, I don't want to be beaten up. Beaten up? Cough cough, it's nothing. I'm not interested in the position of sect master. Fine, the two of them didn't chat for long. After receiving the good news, Li Qingzi left and didn't want to disturb Han Ju's cultivation. After walking out of the Conate cave abode, Li Qingzi couldn't help but look at the fusang tree. The tree grew taller again. It was rare to see 2 trees intertwined like this. Xuan Chang'an cupped his fists at him. Li Qingzi was secretly surprised. What kind of tree was this? It was definitely not simple if it was planted at the entrance of Han Ju's cave abode. Li Qingzi couldn't figure it out and didn't think too much about it. At the same time, Han Ju opened the emails. It had been many years since he had read them. He wondered how his friends and disciples were doing. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X-142. Your good friend Huang Jihao gained an epiphany during his cultivation and comprehended a mystical power. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a fellow disciple X-31. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The luck of the demon-taming sect has decreased. Your Tao companion Zan Qingjun comprehended the true meaning of life and death and her cultivation improved greatly. Your divine pet chaotic heavenly dog was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X6287. Your good friend Mo Fucho had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a demon sword. Those who were beaten were still being beaten. Some also obtained fortuitous encounters. Han Ju noticed that Su Qi had already joined the demon taming sect. Wow, this kid is not bad. Han Ju immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Xiaowei. He continued reading the emails while cursing. All the icons he had paid special attention to were still there. He was glad that no one was dead. The unhappy thing was that his enemies' icons were also still there. I still have to cultivate hard. As the Jade Pure sect grows stronger, I feel that the Void Amalgamation realm is insufficient. I have to reach the Body Integration realm as soon as possible. Han Ju thought silently. After cursing Xiaowei for an hour, Han Ju continued cultivating. 2 years later, Yang Tiandong finally returned. Han Ju waved his hand and opened the protective array of the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain. After the array was opened, Yang Tiandong immediately went up the mountain. The Black Hell Chicken, who was cultivating, saw the black-robed Yang Tiandong and teased, "Did you abandon humanity and become a demon?" Yang Tiandong nodded at it and continued up the mountain. The Black Hell Chicken pouted and snorted. He actually ignored me. Is his Golden Core realm cultivation very strong? Can he withstand my claw? When he arrived at the Conate cave abode, Yang Tiandong knelt at the entrance. At the side, under the fusang tree, Xuan Chang'an looked curiously at him. Was this demon his senior brother? Han Ju had told him before that he had 2 senior brothers. Eldest senior brother was half human and half demon. That description was very similar to Yang Tiandong. You still remember us? Han Ju's voice came from the cave. His tone was indifferent. He said that he would cultivate with Han Ju until the end of time, but he ran away first. Why didn't he come home? Yang Tiandong smiled bitterly. Master, I was abducted by the Demon King previously. I had no choice but to do so. After that, I experienced many things. Now that I'm the Demon King, I have many demons under me. I can't leave them. Hee. Han Ju laughed, and Yang Tiandong felt guiltier. He quickly changed the topic. Master, I have something to tell you. The strongest demon in the history of Great Yan, Demon King Dian Su, has been resurrected. He has a huge plot. He wants to raise the Great Yan humans as food for the demon race. He has already mobilized the demon horde to the Great Yan border and will attack the various strongholds. When the human race has nowhere to run, he will bare his fangs. Demon King Dian Su. Han Ju hesitated for a moment and asked, how strong is this demon? Yang Tiandong replied, I'm not sure, either. But he's unbelievably strong. I can't resist him at all. I came back this time to remind Master to be prepared and run when necessary. He had followed Hanju for some time and knew his personality. Facing the 10,000-year-old Demon King Dian Su, Hanju would definitely retreat and stay away from danger. What's your relationship with Demon King Dian Su? How do you know his plot? To be honest, Demon King Dian Su took me in as his adopted son. I can't reject him. If I do, I might die. Hanju almost cursed. Brat. Hanju's hatred towards Demon King Dian Su instantly reached 5 stars. This was basically stealing his son. A disciple was considered a son, too. The hatred of snatching his son was irreconcilable. Hanju suddenly came up with a plan and said, "Go back immediately and introduce me to Demon King Dian Su. You can say my name and say that I admire him. Anyway, you can help me put in a good word and let him have a good impression of me." Yang Tiandong was puzzled. What was master doing? Go. Oh. Yang Tiandong quickly left. Hanju took a deep breath and continued cultivating. If Demon King Dian Su was at the Tribulation Transcendence realm, then it would be best for him to escape with the Jade Pure sect. His life was more important. 3 months later. A line of words appeared in front of Hanju, who was cultivating. Demon King Dian Su has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Hanju immediately perked up and carefully opened his interpersonal relationships. He suddenly felt as if he was opening a loot box. Oh great 3 pure ones, I pray that the Demon King Dian Su is not above the body integration realm. Demon King Dian Su, 4th level of the body integration realm, 10,000-year-old demon. Has deep hatred towards human cultivators, and has a treacherous nature. Current favorability, 1 star. 4th level of the body integration realm. Hanju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It shouldn't be difficult for him, who was at the 7th level of the void amalgamation realm, to fight someone at the 4th level of the body integration realm, right? He was covered in numinous treasures and had a birth dharma treasure. He had comprehended an eternal sword Tao mystical power. He could fight a realm higher, right? What a pity, Dian Su didn't come to the Jade Pure sect. Hanju couldn't detect him and perform the simulation trial. No matter what, Demon King Dian Su was not powerful enough to make Hanju want to run away. Continue cultivating. Who knew how many years it would be before Demon King Dian Su arrived at the Jade Pure sect? I'll enter seclusion first and break through to the body integration realm as soon as possible. After making up his mind, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Demon King Dian Su. It would be best if he could curse Dian Su until he entered Qi deviation. The Book of Misfortune needed to consume spirit energy. Hanju had never used his full strength to curse someone. He had only used some spirit energy to curse in the past. Today, he wanted to see the effect of using all his spirit energy to curse Demon King Dian Su. The Book of Misfortune emitted a strange black aura that shone on Hanju's face. He was like an evil Taoist in the netherworld. 10 hours later, Hanju started bleeding from his 7 orifices. Warning, overuse of the Book of Misfortune will result in a backlash. Hanju saw a line of words in front of him and stopped in shock. He wiped the blood from his face. He had been so focused that he had not noticed that he was bleeding. It seemed that he couldn't use the Book of Misfortune too much. Fortunately, his body and soul were not severely injured. He could recover after resting for a few days. I wonder how that demon is doing now. Hanju thought expectantly. Chapter 77. Seriously Injured Demon King, Number 1 Sword Cultivator of True Martial Sect. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Northern Great Yan, in a world of ice and snow. In a cave, the ice formed cones all over the place. It was terrifying. At the end of the tunnel, a white-haired man sat on an ice bed. He wore a robe made of beast fur. His face was demonic, and there were 4 tails that looked like black fur on his back. He was Demon King Dian Su in his human form. Boom. The Demon King suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It splattered on the ice on the ground, burning until it melted the ice and mist rose. There were many pits in front of the ice bed. They were all the blood he had spat out. He kept vomiting blood. Dian Su was furious and terrified. What's going on? 5 hours ago, he had started vomiting blood, all the way until now. Now, he was actually spitting out blood essence. How could that be? What frightened him the most was that he could not cultivate. Once he absorbed qi, the demonic power in his body would decrease instead of increase. Why is this happening? Dian Su was uneasy. In his 10,000 years of life, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He suddenly recalled some ancient legends. Could it be that one of those cultivators had ascended and was currently watching him from the higher realms? He had just announced 2 years ago that he would raise the humans as livestock when such a terrible thing happened to him. As he thought, a mouthful of blood surged up his throat. Demon King Dian Su couldn't help but vomit another mouthful of blood. He was going crazy. At this rate, he would vomit to death. In the years that he had just revived, he had been cultivating and trying to recover his cultivation. However, in just a few hours, his cultivation had regressed and his injuries had worsened. He was in a worse state than when he had just awakened. Dian Su thought that he must have offended the immortals in the sky. He couldn't be suffering for no reason. There was no mistake in his cultivation. As for the inner demon, it had been removed by him 300 years ago. Now, it seemed that a new inner demon was about to appear. Time continued to pass amidst his panic and despair. Another 2 hours passed. Dian Su finally stopped vomiting blood. He could cultivate again, but this experience had become his nightmare. There was definitely someone watching him somewhere. Cultivate diligently, become a mortal mountain. Your good friend Demon King Dian Su is cursed. He is severely injured and his cultivation has decreased. When Hanju saw this email, he couldn't help but smile. He was very happy. He had just finished cursing him the day before and now he saw the email. The effect of using the Book of Misfortune at full force was domineering. Hanju was relieved now. He decided to curse Demon King Dian Su once every 3 years, and cause him to be severely injured each time. Hanju continued to cultivate. His target was the 8th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. As the fusang tree continued to grow, the nearest Konate cave abode benefited the most. The spirit chi began to increase. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed like the passing of a white horse. Hanju finally broke through to the 8th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. After consolidating his cultivation, Hanju walked out of the cave abode. He first checked the fusang tree's health, then found the black hell chicken and taught it a spell. The black hell chicken was transforming continuously towards the black hell phoenix. Its cultivation level was also increasing continuously. It was now comparable to a nascent soul realm cultivator. The cultivation realm of demons was different from that of humans, but mainly because of the difference in the nascent soul realm. The cultivation realms after were still the same. Demons did not have a nascent soul, but they could cultivate their demon cores and essence soul. Hanju did not wish for the chaotic heavenly dog to come back and beat up the black hell chicken after wandering outside for so long. If that happened, its Tao heart would be damaged. Cultivation is not as good as fighting for opportunities. Impossible, that was only for mortals. After teaching the black hell chicken, Hanju found Xing Hongshuan at the back of the mountain. Xing Hongshuan was in seclusion and didn't go out to have fun. Hanju decided to teach her some spells and increase her life preservation means. Xing Hongshuan was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. The gentleness in her eyes almost overflowed. After teaching for more than 10 days, Hanju was about to return to his cave abode when he suddenly caught 2 auras approaching the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. One of them was Huang Jihao. Through his interpersonal relationships, Hanju learned that Huang Jihao had changed his allegiance to the true martial sect of the West Abyss state. The other person had a high cultivation level and was probably an expert from the true martial sect. Hanju immediately tested the strongest person around the Jade Pure sect. Shangguan Chujian, 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, Sword Elder of the true martial sect. 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Hanju closed his eyes and started the simulation trial. A few seconds later, he found a way to kill Shangguan Chujian. He immediately vanished. At the same time, Huang Jihao brought a blue-robed man to the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. They were less than 3 kilometers away. Looking at the majestic immortal mountain in the distance, Shangguan Chujian smiled and said, "Is there really a sword expert here? I don't sense any particularly strong sword intent." Huang Jihao was about to speak when he saw Hanju flying over slowly. He hurriedly bowed and cupped his fists and said in a trembling voice, "Huang Jihao greets Senior." Senior, Shangguan Chujian frowned. This person did not look strong, only handsome. Wait, like Wei Yuan and Taoist Calm Sky, Shangguan Chujian quickly sensed that something was amiss. This fellow was covered in numinous treasures. Even the Sword Elder of the true martial sect had never seen such a luxurious cultivator. Hanju flew in front of Huang Jihao and asked, "Why have you come to the Jade Pure sect?" As long as Huang Jihao said something unfavorable to the Jade Pure sect, Hanju would immediately go all out. He would absolutely not waste time on chatter. "I can't let a blemish like Taoist Calm Sky appear again." Huang Jihao respectfully said, "Senior, we're here to spar with you." The person behind me is the #1 sword cultivator of the true martial sect in the West Abyss state. He wants to spar with you. Don't worry, it's just a friendly spar. It won't affect the Jade Pure sect or its relationship with the true martial sect. We'll stop before any harm is caused. Spar. Hanju looked at Shangguan Chujian with a strange expression. How dare he? Shangguan Chujian thought that he was frightened by his reputation and chuckled. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. I won't harm your life or cultivation. Hanju sighed and said, I'm very afraid of trouble. Shangguan Chujian frowned. Is this guy scared? How about this, I'll attack once. If you can take it, it'll be my loss. Hanju waved his hand. Huang Jihao's eyelids twitched. He couldn't help but recall his nightmare. Shangguan Chujian said, all right. He could already tell that although Hanju had many numinous treasures, he was obviously shameful about it. In that case, it was better to end it earlier. Just as he finished speaking, Hanju suddenly took out the primordial judgment sword and slashed at Shangguan Chujian. Hanju appeared in front of the other party as if he had teleported and immediately used the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. The six-path spirit energy at the 8th level of the void amalgamation realm erupted like a flood. All of it poured into the primordial judgment sword, and black sword chi swept through the sky, seemingly causing time to stop. Shangguan Chujian's eyes widened. His hand touched the sword at his waist. Oh no, too fast. It's too late. The terrifying sword chi sealed Shangguan Chujian, making him feel like he had fallen into the netherworld. His soul trembled. How many years had it been? Shangguan Chujian actually smelled death again. Most importantly, he didn't even have a chance to resist. Boom! The forest behind him was swept up by the sword chi like a violent storm. Shangguan Chujian thought that he was dead, but in fact, he was not. The primordial judgment sword hung over his forehead. Shangguan Chujian could see his face filled with despair through the reflection of the sword, and beads of cold sweat quickly formed on his forehead. Hanju held his sword with one hand as his golden robe fluttered. The Earth Emperor's soul ward on his Frost Lord's glazed crown swayed like flames. His cold expression made Shangguan Chujian think of a sword immortal who had reached the apex of the sword Dao. You can't seem to take it, Hanju said softly. Thump! Shangguan Chujian's legs went soft. Feeling the immense pressure from escaping death, his legs were unable to take it and he knelt on the ground. This cultivator at the 9th level of the void amalgamation realm collapsed to the ground in fear of Hanju's sword. Beside him, Huang Jihao did not reveal any shock. Instead, he smiled bitterly. Chapter 78. Enlightenment of Sword Intent, Upheaval in the Sky. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Looking at Shangguan Chujian kneeling in front of him, Hanju suddenly felt some pity. Perhaps the other party really only wanted to spar. Question mark. Did I crush his Dao heart by unleashing a devastating blow just now? Hanju said, go back. Don't mention this to anyone. I won't tell anyone, either. With that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Shangguan Chujian hurriedly stood up and gritted his teeth. Fellow, senior, who are you? May I ask for your real name? Reincarnation. With that said, Hanju left. Stunned, Shangguan Chujian repeated the word, reincarnation. Huang Jihao consoled him, back then, I was in a worse state than you. You should be fine, you're not injured. Shangguan Chujian smiled bitterly, I didn't expect the Great Yan to have such a powerful being. No wonder the weakest Great Yan has always been calm and no one dares to invade. He finally believed Huang Jihao. The mighty figure who had comprehended the eternal sword Dao had come from the Great Yan. Hanju's sword was extremely terrifying. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat when he recalled it. Taoist, reincarnation, the mighty figures of the world live in seclusion. So, I'm the frog in the well. Shangguan Chujian sighed. They sensed Li Qingzi and the others flying over and immediately left. On the other side, after returning to the Conate Cave abode, a line of words appeared in front of Hanju. Shangguan Chujian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Hanju shook his head. These geniuses were all of the same nature. They would develop a favorable impression of him just by getting beaten up. Hanju caught the aura of Li Qingzi and the others patrolling around. He suddenly felt that he was lacking something. Every time he wanted to intimidate the enemy, he had to do it with such fanfare. It was truly not low profile. No, I have to figure out a way to deal with the enemy without causing a stir. Hanju frowned and started thinking hard. Demon King Dian Su was going mad. Ever since that strange injury, he would experience that nightmare again every 3 years. He had no idea what the problem was. If it was really an immortal, why didn't he just kill him? The Demon King no longer had any ambitions. All he could think about was how to escape this nightmare. On this day, his adopted son Yang Tiandong came to visit. Yang Tiandong was here to find out when Demon King Dian Su would attack the humans. Before he could ask, the Demon King began to pour out his grievances. Demon King Dian Su really couldn't stand it. Yang Tiandong was his adopted son, and he felt that he could be trusted. After hearing about Dian Su's recent situation, Yang Tiandong fell silent with a gloomy expression. He was overjoyed. My chance to rise is coming soon. Father, could it be related to your plan against the humans? Yang Tiandong asked carefully. Demon King Dian Su sat on the ice bed and said, I've long forgotten about this plan. Do you want me to swear to the heavens? The moment he said this, the Demon King suddenly perked up. Yes, if he swore to the heavens, the immortal would see it. Demon King Dian Su immediately stood up and raised his right palm. I, Dian Su, swear to the heavens that I will never target the great Yan humans again. I hope that the immortal deity will forgive me for my ignorance. With that said, Demon King Dian Su heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was a form of consolation, but Demon King Dian Su felt that everything would be better now. Yang Tiandong congratulated him on the surface but secretly felt disdain. You want to be the king of the great Yan? Are you worthy? Half a year later, Shangguan Chujian and Huang Jihao returned to the true martial sect. After being defeated by Han Ju's sword, Shangguan Chujian's Dao heart was almost broken. In order to consolidate it, he continuously challenged the cultivation sects on the way back and restored his confidence. After bidding farewell to Huang Jihao, Shangguan Chujian returned to his pavilion. He was just about to open the door and enter. Right at this time, the sky changed. A purple multicolored light appeared. The sword at Shangguan Chujian's waist began to vibrate again, but this time, it did not automatically unsheath. He was not the only one. All the sword cultivators in the true martial sect looked at their swords in shock. Again, the last time, someone had comprehended the eternal sword Dao. What about this time? Shangguan Chujian immediately thought of Han Ju. Could it be that Senior has gained some insights into the sword Dao? Shangguan Chujian smiled bitterly. Compared to Senior reincarnation, he was truly immortal. It wasn't only the true martial sect. The swords of all the sects in the world were trembling. On the other side, at the top of a mountain peak that reached into the clouds, a black-robed man was meditating towards the east. A vast sea of clouds was surrounding him. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw that the four swords floating to his left and right were all vibrating. The black-robed man frowned and muttered, someone comprehended sword intent, at least the eternal level sword intent. He took out a talisman, placed it on the ground in front of him, and began to cast a spell with both hands. The four swords landed on the talisman one by one. 10 breaths later, brush lines gradually appeared on the talisman, finally forming a huge word. Reincarnation. The black-robed man's expression was grave as he muttered, what does this mean? Reincarnation referring to the rules of the world, or a particular cultivator. Jade Pure Sect. From the elders to the outer sect disciples, their swords were all trembling. This caused everyone to be nervous and gather to discuss. What's going on? I'm not sure. The sky is changing color. Could it be that a powerful being has appeared? I think an immortal has descended. It is said that such a phenomenon occurred decades ago. The Jade Pure Sect is about to face a calamity. While the disciples were worried, the elders received news that the entire sky of the Great Yan was the same. They heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as it was not against the sect. Li Qingzi's first reaction was to look for Han Ju, but on second thought, things were still unclear. It wasn't good to disturb him like this. Li Qingzi looked up at the purple sky and muttered, bad luck. Why are there so many disasters in my generation? The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. He could only pray that it was not a catastrophe. At the same time, inside the Konate cave abode, sitting on the bed, Han Ju was surrounded by a strong wind. It was the wind formed by the sword aura. The pattern of a small sword appeared between his eyebrows. Han Ju was comprehending sword intent, one that belonged to him. Unconsciously, he realized that he had arrived in a flowing river of sword Dao. There were sword shadows all around him. They shot in the same direction at an extremely fast speed. 7 colored lights flowed, forming a strange space like a space-time tunnel. Han Ju's body moved forward uncontrollably. He was neither fast nor slow as he walked among the sword shadows. Figures appeared in front of him. They were formed by sword light and were blurry. These people walked very slowly and were surpassed by him. Hanju entered a mysterious state. He was consolidating his sword intent. His sword intent pressed forward with indomitable might. It was overbearing and stretched out, and it intended to draw all living beings into it. It was impossible to escape, and it was like the 6 paths of reincarnation. He wanted to create such a sword intent. Why did he cultivate in seclusion all this time? For immortality, for the sake of being invincible, for the sake of annihilating all living beings in the world with a single sword strike. What he wanted was not destruction, but the ability to do so. Only absolute invincibility could truly allow one to live forever. Chapter 79, Grand Unity Sword Intent, The Fall of the Enemy. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. In the river of Sword Tao, Hanju advanced step by step, surpassing the sword cultivators who were advancing on the path of the sword. This didn't represent strength, but comprehension ability. As he continued to advance, Hanju's sword intent had a clearer will. He was suddenly curious. Who was at the end of the sword river? At this moment, a red figure suddenly turned around and shouted angrily, "Stop! A mortal dares to touch the immortal realm. You're courting death." Boom! A mysterious and terrifying sword intent erupted and swept towards him. In an instant, Hanju felt the fear of death. The river of Sword Tao shattered as well. Hanju jolted awake and his consciousness returned to his body. He gasped in perspiration. Who was that person? This was the first time Hanju encountered such a powerful existence. Just the sword intent alone was enough to tear him apart. Fortunately, the other party didn't have any killing intent. Otherwise, Hanju's essence soul might have been destroyed. Looks like I can't be too greedy in the future. He had to know when to stop unless his cultivation was extremely powerful. Congratulations on comprehending a grand unity sword intent. It's called the reincarnation sword intent. As this is the first time you have comprehended a grand unity sword intent, you have obtained a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a 6th grade grand unity level numinous treasure, Calm Meditation Mat. Calm Meditation Mat, 6th grade grand unity level numinous treasure. It can increase cultivation speed and suppress mental demons. Grand unity level, could this be a level beyond the mortal realm? Hanju thought silently and immediately took out the meditation mat. The mat looked very simple and was no different from the prayer mats of ordinary Taoist temples. However, the moment Hanju sat on it, he relaxed completely. His nervousness from being scared off by the mysterious sword immortal vanished. Hanju raised his right hand and a small sword condensed in his palm. Reincarnation sword intent. He finally had his own sword intent. In the future, if someone came to challenge him, he would directly use the reincarnation sword intent to crush the target. He would try his best to not destroy the surroundings and not cause too much of a commotion. Hanju took a deep breath and started cultivating. At the same time, the purple light in the sky began to disappear. The entire world was discussing this matter. Hanju didn't appear, but many swindlers claimed that they were the destined ones who caused the abnormal phenomenon. Hanju didn't know all of this. Even if he knew, he'd be indifferent. North Region, Demon Taming Sect. In an empty valley, hundreds of disciples sat together facing a stone tablet. On the stone tablet was a line of obscure blood-colored words. Su Chi was among them. He looked worried. He didn't want to cultivate the demon taming sect's demonic arts. He didn't want to be a fiendish cultivator but a righteous cultivator instead. But why had his master not made a move yet? Ever since he joined the demon taming sect, he had often been bullied because he did not want to follow the fiendish cultivators to do evil. Not fitting in, he would naturally be ostracized. Fortunately, the disciples who had bullied him had died for some strange reason, so no one dared to provoke him now. Su Chi knew that his master was helping him secretly. It seemed that the demon taming sect was still very powerful. Even his master did not dare to attack rashly. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared next to the monolith. All disciples, hurry to the sect. Elder Xiaoe is dead. All disciples, go and pay respects. The newcomer shouted. His words caused an uproar. An elder had fallen. In the demon taming sect, one had to be at least at the void amalgamation realm to become an elder. A void amalgamation realm mighty figure had perished. This was no small matter. The disciples stood up and flew towards the sect. Su Chi followed the crowd and was secretly excited. Could it be Master? It should be him. No sect in the North State would dare to provoke the demon taming sect. Even a void amalgamation realm cultivator wouldn't die for no reason. On the other side, in a temple, Xiaoyi's corpse lay on the ground. A huge cauldron was beside it with a candle in it. Green smoke protected his weak soul. More than 10 high-ranking members of the demon taming sect stood around. Sect Master Tu Quan's expression darkened. Junior Xiaowei, do you have any last words? They had already tried their best, but there was nothing they could do. Xiaoi's soul would only last a little longer before dissipating and entering the cycle of reincarnation. From then on, they would be separated by life and death. Even if he was reincarnated, they wouldn't be able to recognize him in his next life. Xiaowei was in a state of confusion, having already experienced despair. Before his death, he recalled and realized that all of this had happened after he had left the Great Yan. He thought of Han Ju's beautiful face. For some reason, he had a strong feeling. Ever since his plan was broken by Han Ju, he had never been happy. All kinds of unlucky things kept happening. After cultivating for a period of time, it was always easy to encounter inner demons. Excluding all possibilities, the last seemingly impossible one was definitely the truth. Xiaoi's eyes gradually regained their glow. He looked at his fellow disciples and gritted his teeth. Don't go to the Great Yan. Don't go to the Great Yan. Don't provoke the Jade Pure sect of the Great Yan. These were Xiaoi's last words. He couldn't understand how Han Ju harmed him, but his intuition told him that it was definitely related to him. Mysterious and bizarre enemies were the most terrifying. Xiaowei did not want the demon-taming sect to follow in his footsteps. As for revenge, Xiaowei had been through so much bad luck that he no longer wanted revenge. All he wanted now was for the future of the demon-taming sect to be safe. And for himself, he just wanted to reincarnate in a nice place. Tu Quan frowned and asked, is it because of the Jade Pure sect that you have been so miserable? He turned to the others. What is the Great Yan? Everyone shook their heads. They had never heard of the Great Yan. Xiaoi's soul body started to dissipate. He weakly said, Senior, don't help me take revenge, never provoke the Great Yan's Jade Pure sect. Before he could finish, his soul completely vanished. Everyone from the demon-taming sect fell silent. There was only one question in their minds. Where was the Great Yan's Jade Pure sect? After comprehending the reincarnation sword intent, Han Ju went into seclusion for another 8 years. 8 years was nothing to him and the Jade Pure sect, but to the disciples of the sect, it was a very long time. Sitting on the calm meditation mat, Han Ju was already close to the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. It had to be said that a grand unity numinous treasure was indeed impressive. On this day, Han Ju left the cave abode to check on the fusang tree, while stretching his body as well. Xuan Chang'an saw an opportunity and hurriedly stood up, imitating his actions. Han Ju looked at him and started checking his emails. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a demon king. Your good friend Zhou Fan is being hunted by 10 sects. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a righteous cultivator X483. Your good friend Zhou Fan is seriously injured. He met a powerful being and escaped from danger. Your enemy Xiaowei has perished. His soul has entered the cycle of reincarnation. Your good friend Fairy Shizan accidentally entered the ruins of the ancient Holy Land. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by beasts X6942. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, incites the anger of the humans and demons. Han Ju noticed that Xiaowei had actually died. He was pleasantly surprised. Apart from increasing his cultivation level, cursing him was the only thing that made him happy during his boring years. It seemed that the Book of Misfortune was still effective. Han Ju had always been worried that the demon-taming sect would attack. Now that Xiaowei was dead, he probably wouldn't come again. After all, Xiaowei didn't know that he was the one cursing him. Xiaowei was gone. He could only curse Demon King Dian Su in the future. It was unknown how long Dian Su could last. Chapter 80. 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, Revival of the Protagonist. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The north of Great Yan was covered in snow. In a cave, Yang Tiandong knelt on the ground and shivered. Ah, this king can't take it. Why is this happening? Demon King Dian Su grabbed his hair and roared. That damned mysterious power was interfering with his cultivation again. He had already sworn to the heavens, so why was he still suffering like this? Yang Tiandong was also very curious as to who Demon King Dian Su had offended to be able to curse him endlessly. To make Demon King Dian Su so mad, it must be a powerful being. Most importantly, although Demon King Dian Su was mad, he didn't dare to scold the other party. He was still very fearful. Demon King Dian Su's eyes were blood red. He stared at Yang Tiandong and said in a low voice, "Tell me. What do you think I should do?" Yang Tiandong rolled his eyes and said, "Father, is it possible that the immortal deity does not believe your words?" If you personally visit the human sects and become friends with them, perhaps the immortal deity will change his opinion of you. Upon hearing this, Demon King Dian Sus' eyes lit up. This made sense. But there are so many sects in the Great Yan. Should I visit them one by one and smile at them? Of course not. You just have to pay a visit to the strongest sect. Which sect is the strongest in the Great Yan? The Jade Pure sect. I was a disciple of this sect previously. I might be able to speak up for you and save some misunderstandings. Alright, let's go to the Jade Pure sect tomorrow. No, today, now. I really can't take it anymore. Less than half a year after Han Ju learned that Xiaowei had died, Demon King Dian Su rushed to the Jade Pure sect. Yang Tiandong asked him to wait nearby while he visited his master. Han Ju was the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect. It was very easy for him to have conflicts with Demon King Dian Su. Yang Tiandong knew his master very well. Although he kept a low profile and claimed to be afraid of death, if the Jade Pure sect really encountered trouble, he would definitely not let it go. However, Dian Su was not a weakling. Yang Tiandong didn't want them to fight. Inside the Conate Cave abode, when Han Ju learned that the Demon King Dian Su was here, his first reaction was to enter the simulation trial. Demon King Dian Su was very powerful. Han Ju used 10 seconds for the first fight. No way. As a cultivator at the 8th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, it actually took him 10 seconds to kill a 4th level Body Integration Realm cultivator. Han Ju ignored Yang Tiandong and continued the simulation. This time, he directly activated his trump card. The Primordial Judgment Sword used the Reincarnation Sword Intent and the 6-Path Spirit Energy to execute the Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword, instantly killing Dian Su. Han Ju was relieved now. It was fine as long as he could kill him instantly. He opened his eyes, looked at Yang Tiandong, and asked casually, "Why is Demon King Dian Su here at the Jade Pure sect?" This time, his attitude was completely different, giving Yang Tiandong a sense of fearlessness. Yang Tiandong secretly admired him. As expected of his master, he was truly clever. The fact that Demon King Dian Su could wait outside already indicated his attitude. If it was the sect master, even if he knew of Demon King Dian Su's attitude, he would still be nervous. Yang Tiandong began to describe what had happened to Dian Su. Han Ju almost laughed out loud after hearing it. Demon King Dian Su actually suspected that it was the work of an immortal. This was also good. Having an ally was better than having an enemy. Yes, bring Demon King Dian Su to see Sect Master. I'll send a voice transmission to him now, Han Ju said. Yang Tiandong was overjoyed. He quickly bowed and left. Han Ju sent a voice transmission to Li Qingzi. When Li Qingzi learned of this, how could he dare to refuse? He had heard of Demon King Dian Su's reputation. Just like how the Chinese knew of the demon ox, the legend of the Demon King Dian Su was deeply rooted in the Great Yan. It was all thanks to the dog slave-like old tree demon who spread it everywhere. News of Demon King Dian Su's visit quickly spread throughout the sect. The disciples were extremely nervous. They didn't know that Demon King Dian Su had come to discuss matters with the Jade Pure sect and thought that a war was about to break out. The 10,000 inner sect disciples were all on high alert. Ever since Taoist Nine Cauldrons led the development of the sect, the number of inner sect disciples had exceeded 15,000. There were also more than 30,000 outer sect disciples. There were also 1,000 elite disciples in the secret hall. Not only that, but the Jade Pure sect had also recruited nearly 10 nascent soul realm guest elders. Their overall strength was already rushing towards the strongest of the Great Yan. Han Ju didn't cultivate and kept paying attention to the situation of the main peak. Fortunately, Demon Monarch Dian Su was indeed afraid. He spoke to Li Qingzi in a very calm manner. The two of them only chatted casually and did not discuss any conditions. Demon King Dian Su only came to express his good intentions. He hoped that the two forces would form a friendly relationship and not become enemies in the future. Li Qingzi naturally would not reject. After chatting for 4 hours, Demon Monarch Dian Su left with Yang Tiandong. Before leaving, Yang Tiandong bid farewell to Han Ju. After he left, Han Ju was still a little unhappy. But this was also good. Yang Tiandong had someone to rely on and didn't have to trouble him in the future. Han Ju decided not to curse Demon King Dian Su anymore unless he caused trouble. Sigh, Demon King Dian Su has surrendered. Xiao, Yi is dead. There are no more daily targets. Han Ju sighed and felt a little regretful. Forget it. Cultivation was the only companion on the long road of life. Han Ju continued cultivating. His goal was to break through to the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm as soon as possible. 7 years later, Hanju finally broke through to the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Awesome! Hanju finally saw a glimpse of the Body Integration Realm and was extremely happy. After reaching the 9th level, he would accumulate 6 paths spirit energy to reach the perfected stage. It would take at most a few days. As for breaking through, it would only take a few days. Since Hanju had nothing to do, he opened his interpersonal relationships to check his emails. Your good friend Joe Fan was attacked by a righteous cultivator X8932. Your good friend Joe Fan has perished. Your good friend Fairy Shizan obtained a fortuitous encounter. She gained enlightenment of the Great Tao and her cultivation level increased. Your good friend Joe Fan has reconstructed his body through the help of a mighty figure. He has successfully revived and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by beasts X7843. Your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was severely injured. Fortunately, it had good luck and managed to survive. Your good friend Huang Zuntian has consumed a natural treasure. His cultivation potential has increased. Joe Fan died and then revived. How ridiculous. Hanju felt that if he didn't come to this world, Joe Fan would definitely be the protagonist. He wondered just what sort of collision would occur between Joe Fan and Su Qi if they met. It was worth mentioning that he did not see any email from Su Qi. He guessed that this fellow was cultivating in seclusion to increase his cultivation. Su Qi was in seclusion. The world was peaceful. Despite this, Hanju hoped that he wouldn't enter seclusion during this period of time. In addition, the chaotic heavenly dog was too unrestrained. Hanju suddenly didn't dare to be its master anymore. How many enemies had it made? Huang Zuntian's luck was good. Treasures that could increase one's cultivation potential were all legendary treasures. That made sense. With the 9 dragons sect in Huang Zuntian's hands, it was not difficult for him to gather resources. The cultivation world was as exciting as ever. Joe Fan and the chaotic heavenly dog had probably already made their mark and were stirring up trouble all around the world. Through the emails, Hanju seemed to have read many novels and benefited greatly. It was still the same logic. If he didn't seek death, he wouldn't die. Enlightened old monster has hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Hanju was confused. Who was enlightened old monster? Good, I was just worrying about how useless the Book of Misfortune had become when you came knocking on my door.